I just wondered if we could have a quick chat about the piece that we're going to be filming.
No, English not good.
It's fine. We can do it in Mongolian. We can translate it. We can do it in Mongolian. There'll be subtitles.
No English.
Well, I just think it would be really good for you guys. Fuck.
Loquacious, 21 points.
Arsenip.
Hey!
When the smoke bellows in palace, the king rushes to the throne, for it takes guts to obtain glory.
Okay, seriously, guys. I just need one of you.
Sorry, no English.
Fuck.
Thank you for joining us here today. We're going to be solving a lot of problems. One is going to be Harry Russell's hair. Now, he had a mullet before, and now he's got rid of it. How do we feel? Is this a better haircut for Harry?
I think this one is better, I think.
Finally,
Better.
it's better.
I think your hair is a mess.
Dude, I've always been like that, man.
I think your
it never
airline,
changed.
Your airline... No, I'm joking.
I think he's born like
had a
that.
hair transplant, bro.
Fuck, it's genetics, mate.
He's born like that, for
Yeah.
sure. Like the
Can't
hair like
escape
this.
it. But it's okay, Churchill.
What's wrong with my hairline now?
Now it's good, now it's good, now it's good.
okay.
Now you cover the forehead.
It's good.
Like my friend has a helmet.
I have a helmet and I'm
that
wearing
helmet.
a beard.
You put on hand lotion.
Yes. You have to put, because my hands, man, Poland is fucking freezing. You have to put hand lotions to deal with the freezingness.
You get dry.
Really dry.
You guys are used to the cold, right? Do you get dry?
I don't understand what it is.
Podcast over.
Yeah, about hands, moisturizer.
I don't have this problem.
See?
Sometimes. He's used to it.
Because
But not that much.
he is.
Yeah.
Are you, where you guys live, how cold does it get in winter? Minus 30?
No.
Not that much.
No?
Minus 10 maximum.
Okay, that's okay.
If it's minus 10, it's really
It's not
cold.
Siberia, they live.
Yeah, I'm originally from south of Russia. It's in the winter. It's I don't know.
Plus five.
Minus 10 maximum. Yes.
No.
Not minus
He's
five.
It's liar.
Basically, it's
Yeah,
0 plus 5.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can live with that.
Yeah.
We just had the Mongolz boys here. For them, it was like minus 30. Everything was icy. And that's why Senzu slipped and broke his hand. What? Yeah.
I broke his hand.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
you never seen. That's why he didn't do bunty.
Oh,
Yeah, he had something in his hand.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck his wrist.
It wasn't good.
No,
It's still bad. Mizinho said it's only at 30%.
if you have
fixed.
shoes with like hot, and then they don't slip.
Well, okay, we'll see if we're giving that solution for next time around. The poor kid. All right, well, we got a lot to talk about and not a lot of time. So Harry, you've presented all the questions today. We were talking about it last night until about 1 a.m. So do you want to lead the questions?
Around the drink, right?
Yeah.
I don't drink, Dan. I want to get shredded like you.
What about you, Harry?
What about you, Harry?
I drink so much. You know. And that's the first question. Drink of choice. Chav, we'll start with you.
I'd like a beer. Not right now, but if I was going to be having a drink, it'd probably I'd just have a beer. You know, beer's alright. I like it. Not into the spirits. Champagne?
No, I mean wine.
Wine.
French. I'm
Red or
French.
white?
Always.
Red wine? White
Yes.
wine?
Mostly red.
Okay.
I think it's
red
good,
wine.
and I just, my gym coach told me it's also the best to drink.
Okay.
The worst is beer.
It's protein one.
No, it's not protein. But it's not good, but it's not the worst.
Okay. So I need to change to red wine.
Yes,
Yeah.
Oh, I can do that.
and
I
it's
think
more
it's
tasty
good
as
for
well.
blood pressure as well.
So many things.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right, if it's French, it's mwah.
We're promoting alcohol. Gentlemen, do you enjoy an alcoholic beverage?
Of course, vodka.
Vodka.
Russian vodka.
It's the best drink. I just how to say?
It's like
I learned
water.
how to drink it properly. Like
Drink it properly? What does
not
that mean?
Long time ago, because it's
He was too young,
best
you know?
feeling.
Too young.
Next day, best feeling. You don't have anything.
No
You can
hangover.
drink only vodka. Nothing special.
All right.
So you're not mixing your alcohol?
You can drink it. I don't know, 10 hours.
It's no problem.
Okay.
I'm not joking.
We're not made the same, I guess.
material.
Yeah, we take for 3 days after.
French wine is good also, but if you drink vodka, bro, it's another level.
Yeah, of course. Okay, me, I'm not talking to get full drunk, okay? We're talking about a glass or two, okay?
It's not full
bottle,
drunk, you know?
But you're talking vodka clean, no
clean.
Red Bull, no nothing.
No, of course
Just
not.
vodka.
Vodka, man.
Like water, like
And you need to drink
Shot.
You need to drink water, Red Bull, anything. You just need to take cucumber and cucumber, maybe
Lemon, no?
селедка как?
lemon.
I don't know. Some potato, you know. And
Картошка?
you can Картошка, yes.
Картошка, cheese,
What,
anything. Just eat after shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then it disappears.
Yes. Don't feel anything.
Did you know, just a quick one, did you know that Flame speaks a bit of Russian?
Yeah, we know.
Yes.
Of course. Everyone knows.
I didn't, I just
He
checking.
stays in the lobby until 2, talking to everyone.
In Serbia,
Russian in
in Serbia, I was
sauna.
in the sauna,
Yes.
and then I see all VP coming to the sauna, other than electronic. Electronic is I don't know what he does, but and they were all in the sauna, and then we said some words in Russian, and but I right now I'm not learning. I'm focusing on Katowice. Need to win Katowice, and then we can go in Russian, right, boss?
Man, you've just upset the sound guy so bad.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lord.
So when you win Katowice, then you're going to learn Russian.
After Katowice.
Okay.
So when there is no like there is a time with like less practice or time with less like focus on certain tournaments, then I would get the Russian teacher back. But I don't know why every Russian teacher I get, she leaves me.
Did leave you?
They go back to Russia. Like.
Do you have any ideas on why they
Yes,
might?
I know. When he actually told me that, I'm like, oh, maybe it's not the teachers. Maybe it's you.
To focus on myself.
What have you done to them?
I don't know. I just
It
scream
was
at
girl
them.
or boys?
Mostly girls.
Okay.
All of them. Like 22 teachers. No. 22.
Bad boy.
Like two. It's like two.
Oh dear.
But one of them left. She went back home. She went. But it's just. I don't know. I think they always like say like they're impressed with me. Oh, you can read Russian. Oh, you can like this. But then they just don't respond to the messages.
You're getting ghosted by your Russian teacher.
You know what I started doing? I started like.
You're paying money for this. Like,
No.
and they go.
I don't pay them monthly. I just pay them one time. But it sounds better. but it's the thing with them. Not with them, but it's just like my girlfriend teaches me the most Russian. But I want to get some stronger on different side. Maybe one of the VP players can teach me.
There you go. You want to teach him
Do
Russian?
you have some extra hours? He's willing to pay a lot of money.
No. If you pay,
You play
Yes, I pay
Yeah,
money.
He pays, mate.
I give you
because he's a
vodka.
millionaire, bro.
Yeah,
We do lessons. We do lessons with vodka.
Face it. In Face It, you play Face It together and you
Yes.
teach him.
Yeah,
Face
It. It's easy.
He learned Russian and he speaks and he plays CS.
And we
For
put
me, I'm
vodka and we drink it and we do full
In sauna.
in sauna. Да.
You know, two things about Russians: we love vodka and sauna. It's two best things in Russia.
All right, we know what we need
So
to get.
vodka in sauna as well?
No.
No, don't mix it together.
Put the thing on the
Never mix it together. You can do it, but it's headache.
Okay.
Maybe you die.
Only sauna, next vodka.
Okay.
Only like this.
Okay.
Vodka
Not
drinking
before.
10 hours.
Good to know.
No
good to
headache.
know. Okay.
So you brought up Face It. You were the number one Face It player in the world for a while, huh?
Maybe
Pashanos.
I was, but not sure.
Pasha knows.
Now, no.
Pashanos was number one in the world.
Yes, he
Yeah, for a
was.
long
Why
while.
is he not standing in then?
Like their coach.
I don't know.
But he was in 2019, 2020, I think. 2021.
Really?
Yeah, it was like
Look at your
6-7
history.
kilo.
Okay. Damn. Yeah, you were not that long ago. I remember like it was like Monacy and you were like 1 and 2 battling.
I don't know. I didn't battle with anyone. I just played 5 stack with my friends, and it was high elo. I got
The Israeli stack always fuck them up.
what?
Really?
Yeah, we always beat you.
What?
Yes.
Bro,
Alright.
easy element.
6
More?
No, I'm not talking about more. I'm talking
Your
about
brother?
me, Spinks, Nerds. We always like.
No.
Yes, always. But I think we can check.
we need to
found Elo
We
against.
need to check that,
Yes.
okay? See if someone can do it.
Put it here.
Or the Face It between Fame and Flimsy. I want that on the HTTP forum at 8 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
You know, actually, me and Fame met each other on premium Face It, and we did a grind together to FPLC.
On the same team.
Yes.
Not on the same team. We were like playing. We Q-faced it and we played with each other like random. And then we added each other to Steam and started playing with each other to make FPLC together.
So you guys have a long-standing relationship?
Yes.
So cute.
In my Steam, every person I have on my Steam has names, as additional names. And Monacy and Fame have Faces Premium.
Okay.
Nice. Just objects for him.
Yeah.
You're just a thing.
Part of the grind. Do you guys play any of the FPL now that it's changed?
No.
No.
I haven't played FPL for a long time.
Yeah.
A really long time.
No time? Just or not interested?
I think it's better to play 5-stack with friends that know to play CS
FPL
than
is dead, I
FPL.
think, now.
Okay.
Nobody is playing.
Just good to play with like players that know to play, but that you have good relation with. Then you enjoy as well. Because just playing to play is getting annoying.
Yeah.
I'd say. And just when you play with your friend, at least you enjoy, and you grind at the same time. So it's full fun.
5-stacking is better.
It is, but
isn't it?
We don't
You
get
hate playing without a 5.
It's
But
true.
you guys play with your friends, but your friends are not good.
One of the problems. Look, so I was saying this.
JKS
bots.
There-
I remember.
Just to catch it straight.
Have you heard the casting when he was Mata Ultimate?
Oh yeah. What the fuck?
I thought it was.
I
GTS.
didn't
What are you
swear.
doing?
I didn't swear.
Yeah, you're
All
passionate.
right.
But I hear
You fuck
bias
up
is-
my bro GKS. Don't do that.
Shoot them, suka.
Look, there's a bit of entertainment value that goes into what we do, but it was also, what the fuck was he doing?
Well, I think I will not defend him. But I think there are two people dead in that run. No one is talking for him. Like Nav dying before him is not.
Should
allowed.
never happen. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Should the pick doing? Of course, it takes too much time, and we all know that it's difficult to kill people from behind.
Yeah, with the pistol, yeah.
It's the worst because if you miss one bullet, then you stress it. You shoot around. We all know that. We also saw a lot of misses, even one of the best players, like Nico Diggle, for example.
Yeah.
It's really known. So, but the players dead should talk for him because it's really hard to talk when you have people from behind, and even more with the pistol, with pressure. So people around should speak, and one died before him, and that's not allowed.
Yeah.
That's how I would take it.
Yeah.
And if I would be dead, I would say, guy, hide. Here's a joker. That's how we call it. And then pick on his contact whenever you should speak.
Okay.
But Knife died behind.
So com's the biggest problem in that situation.
Yes, in my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have the truth, but
yeah, we went in the server.
that's what I would say, at least.
But it made a funny moment. Lots of people seem to
Yeah.
like it or
What
dislike
did you
it.
do when you walked off?
Oh,
Why are we making this about you, Chad?
I don't know. We have limited time as well. But so we had a break right between, but on the B stream the breaks are shorter. This event, so you go to the bathroom. By the time you go to the bathroom, come back, you have to go on air. And I forgot to grab water on my way back from the bathroom, so I actually needed water.
Oh, so you took.
So
that
I actually went and got water. And came
Okay.
back.
All right, nice.
So yeah, it was 2-for-1 special right there.
We have to go to device.
I don't want to hear about fucking device.
It's the only option. You're not some fucking entry. You're in over your head. That's what we tell him. That's the truth.
That's not the truth.
You told me that yourself. Jesus, what was I thinking? Washed in-game leader. Cooked by Juliano. Cooked by Trist. Casper, please, just admit you're not a rifler.
Who is it you're talking to right now? Who is it you think you see? Do you not know how much I clutch in a year? I mean, even if I told you, you wouldn't believe it. Do you not know what would happen if I suddenly decided to stop clutching? An orc big enough that it was delisted off Nasdaq disappears, ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly do not know who you're talking to right now. So let me clue you in. I'm not in the crosshair storm. I am the scope. A guy crosses doors and does 2 and gets shot. You think that's me? I am the one who orbs.
I know. That's the fucking problem.
Really?
I didn't hear anything.
I swear loyalty and service to Jito.
I do not think we should so lightly abandon our defenses. Defenses that others have long held intact.
What would you have me do?
I will not yield the opening best of 3 unfought. Our pride must be retaken.
My lord, The bracket is overrun.
Much must be risked in war. Is there a captain here who has a strats to face spirit?
You wish now that our places had been exchanged? That I was taken by falcons and Nikomir was not?
Yes, I wish that.
Since you are robbed of Nikomir, I will do what I can in his stead. If I should return, think better of me.
That will depend on the scoreline of your return. Can you sing, Master Mongol?
Well, yes, in my own language. But we have no songs for gay long hauls and ill times.
And why should your song be unfit for my halls? Come, sing me a song.
Get undressed ready. You want to film this?
What?
Constant bouquet. Let's begin. Recite your baseline.
A thin black reticle began to spin. A sequence of rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within rows, interlinked within one system.
Roles.
Rows.
Have you ever been in a system? Roles.
Rows.
Do they keep you in a role? Cells?
Cells.
Oh, you don't even smile.
Do you long to answer their questions? Frags.
Frags.
Would they understand if you did? Frags.
Frags.
When you're not performing your duties, do they reduce you to a number? Stats.
Stats.
What's it like to hold the drop of someone you loved? Interlinked.
Interlinked.
I swear I saw your eyes. I felt it coming. UFO that I could taste. Only love can bring me face to face with you.
What a day, You look lonely. I can fix that.
I swear I saw the sun in your eyes. I know black holes are on the horizon. So I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I drink from my cup. I swear I saw the moon in your eyes. I saw the eclipse, a kaleidoscope. I called the doctor, said I need a real gasoline dream that I
The Three Musketeers, the Three Superstars.
Welcome to face, motherfuckers.
You're not even close to baseline.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel. Acer Predator. DHL. Kadia. 1xBet. And Zowie.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Strolix win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Over the last decade, this hall of heroes has seen both joy and heartbreak. Virtus Pro, it was the latter as Team Spirit put in a dominating performance against the Flammusless VP here in Katowice. That was a far cry from the Virtus Plough days back in 2014. For Spirit and Chiro, they are one step closer to the repeat. The Spodek can be as intimidating as the hardest opponent. It's difficult to let emotions not get the best of you, with many players succumbing to the pressure of one of the biggest stages in all of Counter-Strike. Now, that wasn't the case for Mizinho and the Mongolz as they snapped Eternal Fire's Anubis win streak, dashing the hopes of Turkish CS fans, but invigorating the Asian community. Shout out to Mongolia. With 2 teams eliminated, 2 new contenders enter the arena. Later today, the 2024 Team of the Year takes the stage to overcome Spirit a second time in the tournament and kill the dream of the double. First up, though, the Mongolz face off against Team Vitality as the 2022 Katowice champion Ropz, well, he joins Zywoo and Apex as they try and win their first Intel Extreme Masters Winter Championship.
Vitality arriving now. And what does that mean? It means Ropz joins us. Hello, Ropz.
Hello, Stunner.
I like how he just threw you out here to the Wolves like that. What do you think?
It is what it is. I was prepared.
Cool. Well, speaking of preparation, for you, for Vitality, what does it take to get Vitality winning trophies with you on board?
Well, it takes me, apparently, but no. Obviously, Vitality, they don't have a good track record in Spodek and Katowice in general, so semi-final, already something fresh for them. And, well, for me, last year I was here against Spirit, so hoping to get revenge, but we'll see, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So you're no stranger to the Spodek, and I ask you now, how do you lift your team up, put them there, where they need to be?
I mean, everyone knows how to do it. I mean, we have a lot of experience, I think, on this lineup. When we get to the stage, everyone enjoys it. It's the moments you get to be at the most prestigious tournament, be at the most prestigious matches, and that's what you play for. You get to see the fans, the energy, you know, this is CS. Yeah.
That's really well put. I'm gonna leave it on that. Thanks, Ropz. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Ropz and Vitality take on the Mongolz today as we are here at the pre-show set at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025 with my lovely analysts Steel and Janko. And I thought it was a great interview from Trace, and it's the convergence of the lines, right? Janko, in terms of Ropz, who was here with that heartbreak against Spirit in the finals, and a Vitality who finally want to go all the way.
Absolutely. Vitality as an organization, the appetite is winning championships, right? And that's why the roster change was made. Even though they were able to win Cologne last year, that wasn't enough for them. One championship level event, they want to go more than that. So bringing Ropz in, a guy who's tried and tested time and time again, is probably the missing piece that they need to really elevate themselves to the #1 spot in the world.
Yes, and Ropz does a job professionally. Our security guard next to us. Anyway.
Well then.
Well then.
That happened.
That happened.
I think also for them is, look at his achievements for Ropz in the last couple of years. There's a major in there. There's Katowice in Cologne, all in 1 year for FaZe. And also they were close to win more, both grand finals last year at the majors, some other heartbreaking runs. So he's definitely that tenured veteran, right? He is. Playoffs are where he does his best work, right? Unlike some of the other guys maybe on Vitality or that they had previously. So that's why you're very excited about this new lineup with Ropz.
In some ways, it's also kind of interesting to see how both Vitality and FaZe did have their own issues going out throughout the year. Obviously, you had issues in Vitality with the whole Spinks wanting to leave the team, and they had to fill that void. But, sometimes they would go all the way into like semifinals, second places. Didn't really lift that many trophies last year, but they were always so up and down. But FaZe was also kind of going out in heartbreaking fashions as well, maybe not making it even to the semifinals in some events. A lot of second place finishes, couldn't get over that hurdle of getting that trophy lift themselves. So Ropz coming in, famously has had a lot of success. So maybe this little change here is the best of both worlds. You get the, Ropz and Vitality both getting over that hurdle of whatever 2024 was for both those.
Yeah, and let me jump in on that then. Vitality, you're right. They get close often, but often the bridesmaid and not the bride. In Cologne, they finally bucked that trend. That's what they want to do here in Katowice. Do you as an analyst still have any notions of, I don't know if we're going to see the Vitality we see in the studio in those playoffs, particularly maybe if they make it to the final tomorrow?
When I look at Vitality, I see like a really good package. Where they fall short, I don't know what it is specifically. It could be an internal thing. It could be Apex as an in-game leader that needs to kind of get to that next stage of evolution. He wasn't always an in-game leader. He pulled this role up in the last few years. So maybe that's the next stage for him, is to really be able to close those out on a consistent basis, get his emotions and frustration in check on a consistent basis, and give more trust to his teammates to be able to do what they do. You have Zaiwu on your team, who's the most, such a consistent player for years and years. Flamesy's really high impact. Delegate some responsibility and trust that your teammates are going to do stuff for you. You don't have to do everything yourself.
I think also they've had Ropz only for a month, right? It's about getting used to probably 5 out of the last 6 years. Ropz has played with Karrigan as his in-game leader, Apex, a little bit different, I think, emotionally, if nothing else, and personality-wise. So there's also an adjustment period there for Vitality.
There is, and Navi, we'll see them later, of course, as they face their foes Spirit once again. And our casters are going to give us a little introduction to that match.
Spirit, not the only team with history at the Intel Extreme Master World Championships. We've got Navi, a prestigious organization, a name that's been synonymous with success and with the very best for a very long time, Chad.
And Counter-Strike going all the way back to 2010, 2011. I believe it was Hanover, Germany, the likes of Zeus, Edward, Starix, Senya, and of course Markelov etching their name in the trophy back to back.
Yeah.
And, well, in more recent history, Navi also did it again.
Yeah, 2020, I was there. I witnessed it firsthand. We had that simple speech. It was, trying times, extenuating circumstances outside of the server, but a big win, an historical win that I'm not going to forget in a hurry.
And, well, they're back in the Spodek today, taking on Spirit in a semi-final with a completely different roster. Navi's turned international. They won a major within the last year. They're one of the teams at the top of Counter-Strike. Can they beat Spirit again?
Yeah, we'll find out if they're born to win. Shox, why don't you walk us through the start of the show?
Thank you so much, and I'd like to start with this. #1 team in 2024, the awards at the HLTV Awards for the IGL of the Year, the Coach of the Year, the Team of the Year. Janko, that signals to me that the structure must be working.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Navi is a team that has a very good system in place. I think Blade and some of the awards that you mentioned are a testament to that. Definitely got his guys playing above their level. Actually, that's unfair.
Yeah.
I think they've improved from their time on the team, really understand the system and their roles. And we cannot forget it's the players who have to do it at the end of the day, right? If not for JL's play at the major, they don't lift that trophy or bit, in the last map of the grand final. Same goes for everyone else at different stages in their tournament wins, and that's why they ended up as the #1 team in the world last year.
They did. They had their tenure already here in Katowice, and famously in that Spirit match, we had to listen into Blade telling Alexi, I'm begging you, now we really need to get our head on our shoulders. But to me, that also speaks about the trust between them two, right? And the want to get to higher pastures with the combination of them both and the combination of the team.
When you have an in-game leader like Alexi, who's played on different teams, probably had his own systems before coming into this team, and you have Blade, who's pretty pretty much like the system maker for at least a decade on his teams, going back to when he was still competing. And now as a coach, it's probably there's like this internal struggle of, hey, like you're doing my thing now and trust me and you'll get to that next stage. And just finding that balance between the in-game leader and that coach, getting onto the same page for the game plan and making sure that you're executing everything to the best of your abilities.
It really feels like the Navi Spirit game is the final before the final.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 of the teams from the top 5 that didn't make any roster changes, 2 of the major winners from last year. I think, you know, it was probably one of the closest Team of the Year awards. I think easily you could have given it to Spirit if they hadn't skipped some tournaments, right, that Navi ended up playing and winning some of them. So yeah, super excited for that matchup to see as well, will Navi be able to do it one more time, because historically they struggled a lot with Team Spirit.
Yes, and we know that Team Spirit is good with the information that they get when they do suffer a loss, which doesn't happen that often. And I wonder if for Navi, because unequivocally one of the 2 best teams of 2024, but I know people put asterisks at some of their wins, right? And I feel like a Katowice, if you go through a Spirit in the playoff bracket, if you go through a Mongolz, but perhaps a Vitality in the final, that is really that luster that they are looking for, Janko.
Without a doubt, you know, it's something that they lacked in terms of consistency last year. Hey, that final against Cologne, against Vitality in Cologne was super close, could have ended up on top there, but Navi will not be happy with the year that they ended up having, especially towards the tail end of last year. So they're still in the hunt for those big trophies.
When I look at this rematch going on between these 2 teams, you know, we can put all these asterisks. It started from the Copenhagen Major. That was an accident. That was a fluke. But I think they proved themselves. I think there's still individual development that needs to happen so that they can all fire on all cylinders at the same time. JL being a big X factor case to close out a lot of rounds, big clutch factor. But we're not seeing that same sort of impact from, you know, the Opera. Wonderful. We're not seeing the team come together all at the same time. It's usually like they fall back on that foundation, which is that system that Blade puts into place. Once they can all elevate themselves to that next level, that's when we're going to start seeing them without that asterisk on.
Yeah, I mean, Imma and Bit on Mirage versus Spirit were also amazing, right? You're going to need all those pieces, but bringing it back a little to what we have ahead of us, Vitality versus Mongolz up next. A couple of words about the Mongolz, who set aside EF very handily, I have to say, yesterday. And that was good, because in Shanghai we were wondering, is this going to be a problem, the playing on stage in front of all these people? But they dispelled that notion.
It was a problem in Shanghai,
yes,
but they, you know, learned very quickly and were definitely the team that handled the environment better yesterday. They're going to be playing their own game, right? Like, it's up to Vitality to stop them and to beat them, because they won't beat themselves.
It's going to be back to an international team playing against the regional team. Vitality, they haven't had a problem with Mongolz yet. I don't see them having another issue here, especially with the addition of Ropz. They're kind of revitalized.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how they put up a fight versus Vitality. In terms of the Mongolz, they have arrived at the Spodek. And once you've walked that hallway once, I guess it becomes a little easier, but it is a big foe that they will be facing here in that best of 3 later on. And for now, we're going to listen to Zipix.
Zipnix, it's great to get to catch up with you. Obviously, we just saw you walking out with the trophy on stage. How did that feel, having to do that on your own?
It's like running it back a few years, right? Also a bit anxious, and that's because doing it on my own and not the whole team to be there, and you're not going on the stage to play a game, but actually just to carry the trophy. So, special feeling.
Obviously, you've had a number of experiences actually lifting it. How heavy is it? It looks so heavy.
It is quite heavy. I would say carrying it close to your body is pretty easy. But when you have to lift it, yeah, it's heavy.
Can you walk me back to the first time that you were obviously on Astralis? You were here, you made it to that grand final in 2017. Tell me about that whole experience and when, you know, that game was coming to a close and you knew you were going to be laying your hands on that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we won it 2017 and 19. So obviously 2 times. I think the one that matters the most is when Peter's dad passed away just before the event. That's still what I remember at this moment, walking on the stage and seeing the trophy. So, yeah.
I obviously got to work with him just recently in Copenhagen, and we were chatting a lot about it and just saying, you know, in that moment, Astralis was such a brotherhood back then. And he was saying how much he relied on you guys. He was saying you would most of the time room together as well at tournaments. How was that, you know, with a teammate going through probably one of the most difficult periods of his life? How did you guys come together and make sure that it ultimately didn't affect the result.
Well, I think one big thing we had in Astralis was the familyhood, and we took care of each other. If anyone was down, we would kind of try to make him not think about what was happening in his real life. For example, with Peter, he just enjoyed being around with us. And I think one of the things that his dad also said was that go take part of what you like to do and distract your mind. And yeah, I'm happy that we managed to keep that and give that something back to him and his dad.
So commendable just how strong he was in that moment, how strong of a team unit you were. Speaking of which, we can see the steps behind us. How was it when you were, lifting that heavy trophy up those stairs and you walk past 2017, you see your team name, you walk past 2019. What's that feeling like to reflect back on?
Yeah, it's amazing to reflect back on, especially because, it is so many good memories, but especially here in Katowice, I think the history talks for itself. I remember when I was a kid, I went home from school. I didn't have my lock for the house, actually. So I couldn't go in and watch IEM. But I went to the patio of my parents' place, and I sat in freezing cold, like -2 degrees, cracked up my laptop and watched the game. So it has so much history to it, right? And I think this just shows, like, the whole staircase shows all of that. And whenever Dong was watching, probably in the same time, he would probably be watching us, or it keeps on rolling. Yeah.
What do you remember what year that was? You were, outside in the freezing cold. What game you were watching? Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember it exactly, but I just remembered a bit of it. And it's quite a funny story, yeah.
Now, looking at the last time that you were actually in the booths in the arena, it was quite a weird one, right? Because it was 2020, it was the first event, obviously, when the pandemic was just breaking out, and there was no crowd in the arena. Was that a bit of a weird way for you to kind of go out and have your last foray in the arena?
Was that it? I don't think that was 2019, was it?
2020.
Oh, 2020, sorry. Yeah, okay, thank you. So obviously that was my last event as here, and obviously it wasn't the nicest way to finish off the year, but it's still so iconic, the stage, but it doesn't feel the same with our crowd. But I got the revenge today, so feels good.
Exactly, and obviously with you being on the side of Mongolz, they made it last year, obviously not making it to the arena this year. What kind of talks have you been having with the Mongolz squad, obviously now as they're kind of being assistant coach analyst? How have you been rebuilding them with this new lineup, Roland coming as an in-game leader? What's been your focus?
So firstly, it's very new. I think we have had maybe 10 days of practice with Lothar and Spinks, and I think what we're focusing on right now is to build the foundation and to build on top of what we already had, but when changing an in-game leader and a captain in the team, it breaks a lot of dynamics. We also know what Spinks comes in with. It also gives something to the team, and we need to adapt to the situation we have now, and we're doing just that. We are actually boot camping right now and in the hotel here in Katowice. So I'm just on a detour for this moment.
Well, I won't give you too much longer. We obviously looked at Mongolz, last year. You guys managed to kind of, break the curse of just performing in the group stages. Obviously, we had that narrative of, big stages. Do Mongolz experience the nerves? Now that they're obviously over that hump, were you able to give any insight as a player that was so experienced on basically every single stage in Counter-Strike? Were you able to kind of impart some words of wisdom? Because it's scary up there. There's a lot of people cheering. It's a very different environment.
I think it comes down to experience. I think I cannot go in and say, essentially it's just playing your own game and playing it the same way as you do in practice, essentially. But for the nerves, etc., it's a lot about experience and just being in the same situation a lot of times. I will say, however, I didn't feel that people or the players were nervous at all times. So whatever happened up there is a question to have. Keep going, but I don't think they are that nervous when they go on stage. That's my honest opinion.
Speaking about being on stage, final question. Obviously, without Mongolz being here, I'd like to get you to give a prediction of who you think is going to be lifting the trophy. Is it going to be Spirit being a back-to-back champions, or you got someone else?
I think it's very much up in the air. if I have to say a team, I think because of the experience they have together would be Spirit. I think Vitality would also be up there. Yeah, either Spirit or Vitality.
Thank you.
But Spirit.
Thank you so much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a blast on stage, and yeah, we'll see you around.
Well, who would have known? Yeah, boy. How's it going, man? Here, switch sides with me. I can put on a headset. No, we keep the headset on.
Okay, wait. What's this? W Production?
W Productions.
Wait. You should hear me and yourself.
I do, in fact, hear both. Yeah, it's true. There we go. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Hello, world.
Hello. Have you ever live streamed?
I've tended to stream once or twice, but I wouldn't say that it's my forte. You, though, on the other hand, quite the streamer, aren't you?
I enjoy streaming. Yeah. I'm not so much of a YouTuber, but streaming, yeah, with a live environment, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've got you a pretty cool spot in here. Tell me about streaming inside of the Spodek.
Sick. First of all, it's sick to meet all the fans, right? Shows you like why you're really doing this, right? Always seeing the messages on the screen compared to having people actually come by like, yo, I love watching your videos and streams. It's awesome. But I wish as well that I got the real experience because, look, I'm looking at this, right? It still feels like I'm kind of at home. And I also always have here the preview disabled. So like I don't even see the back. I'm thinking about just going for like a couple of rounds, take a seat or something and get the real experience as well, you know?
Surely they have the capability to cameras around. This whole microphone thing is really confusing me, but it's okay. We'll get there. So, Oni, they got you set up here. You got a pretty proper area. You got even people that are coming behind you now and holding up signs. So, I guess if I'm looking around, what do you take of the Counter-Strike at least?
Of the games? What do you mean? What I think of it?
Well, what do you think of yesterday's games, today's games? Like, let's talk about the big picture of Katowice.
Yeah, today is for me the early grand final, of course, the rematch, Spirit versus Navi. It's going to be an absolute banger. I'm excited. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, today is the big day. Together with tomorrow, of course.
Yeah, of course. Big championship Sunday tomorrow. Oni Pixel, how many people are out there watching us right now?
Oh God, I just started. It's after 30 minutes, you usually have like everyone coming in. It's 12,000 right now, I think.
I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Shut up.
Anything you want to say to the main broadcast? You want to say anything?
Stunner is the GOAT. I'm telling you. I was thinking, because I always saw like your Pro League bits, right? On the Pro League, you guys overdo it always. I'm telling you, and I was like, this guy. But in real life, you're awesome.
Hey, Pro League is a lot of fun. Maybe we'll see you there sometime.
Where is it this year?
I don't know. I think that's all a big secret at this point.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. I want to go to more events, so hopefully. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for having me, Oni Pixel, and more importantly, thanks to the viewers for all making this very much possible.
Auf geht's. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Vamos.
Coming up, two Titans clash as Bit and Donk take to the server when Na'Vi face Team Spirit later on this evening. We're just 40 minutes away, though, from our first two semi-finalists taking to the stage. It's Team Vitality, it's Team Mongolz, it's Counter-Strike in Katowice. This is the Intel Extreme Masters.
All right, we're here with another Kolex unboxing, but this time I'm not alone. I've got Adam, who is coming from Kolex. He's been involved in the product, even a fan of the product way before the company hired him. There's a reason you were hired for this. And we get to go and not just unbox a brand new set, but we get to talk through some of the changes we've seen already. I'm gonna just start with the first thing. The box already is bigger, man.
I mean, look, we switched to a new manufacturer coming into the newest sets, especially with Legends and Crossroads. And one of our biggest goals with Kolex is we want the highest quality possible. And we are constantly working towards improving it with every set. And this one, I mean, you've dealt with our cards a lot.
Yeah.
Once you open these and you see how some of these cards feel,
So I'm gonna feel the difference, right?
There's no question.
Should we start with opening this one up?
Let's go for it.
Let's go into it. Okay, so already, the box just feels better. This is good. So let's go. Okay, we've got a divider in here as well.
Yeah.
Do we go one by one? You want to do one, I do one?
You go first.
Okay, I'll go first. Let's see. That's nice. Like a fade in the background.
Yeah, and it matches with the kaleidoscope style.
Oh. We do like to start good. We just see, I'm just happy. I don't care about the number, I'm just happy we get a wonderful card in there.
That would be accused of being rigged immediately.
Yeah, every time, just because it's me and it's Navi.
Heroic is quite changed up now, right?
Yeah.
The Falcons. Something that's been really always special about Kolex, and I wish kind of more people would know about, is that every single one of these cards, right, and they have a unique QR code on the back. Oh, now that is a special one.
What?
Finn. The Champion Arises.
Champion Arises.
Which was going back to kind of how they were performing at the end of last year. This one is from my personal collection, and it is a gift for you, because I knew you would want it.
Well, that's a nice one to add to the collection. Thank you very much, Adam. I appreciate it.
Oh, definitely. And it's always a pleasure having you, talk with us about the Kolex cards and being around the booth.
You know I love it, man.
Collectors love it.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more! Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
The year is 2025, and coming into semi-final day, the most represented nationality in the playoffs of a Counter-Strike tournament is Mongolia. I can't quite believe we're here, Chad.
Yeah, the Mongols getting a big stage win yesterday up against Eternal Fire. Both of them a little bit new to the stage, but the Mongols prevailing, and that's a massive boon for them. Today, they go up against a titan of the stage, like Vitality. We've got players in this team that have won Majors, won Cologne, into a Grand Slam for Ropz. It is going to be a whole different story, but the Katowice curse exists for Apex, Vitality, and ZywOo. They are yet to win a playoff game in the Spodek, ever.
And this is genuinely going to be the largest game of their careers so far for the Mongols. The opponent, the circumstances, the semi-final of an Intel Extreme Masters. This is going to be a true test for Mongols. I'm very interested to see if that curse outweighs their inexperience.
Well, today they have to go up against ZywOo, who is synonymous with farming the Mongols. Now, that's group stage games. We're going to see if that has to change, but we have plenty of other people to break this one down.
Yeah, let's head over there.
Going where no Mongolian Counter-Strike team have ever gone before, the semi-finals of the Spodek versus a team, as Chad aptly put it, cursed in this very arena. Because for Vitality, it's always ended in catastrophe. I've got Yanko and Steel to be breaking things down with me. I couldn't quite believe it when I heard that fact. You were telling me it earlier, Yanko. Apex has never won a game in the playoffs. A career spanning over a decade, never won a game in here.
Absolutely, such a long and illustrious career, right? Won many trophies during his time, but this is the one that eluded him. Cologne as well. I mean, up until last year, 2 of the biggest ones outside of the majors, and that's why Vitality made a roster change, really. You know, they want to be able to lift the biggest trophies we have in the scene.
And the roster change wasn't even necessarily something that they wanted to do. It's something that all of...
They needed it, though.
They needed it, and the second half of 2024, it was kind of like forced upon them, that internal turbulence, the turmoil happening, and it just led to this period of time where now they get to get Ropz on stage. Maybe that helps them with this curse that they have.
Imagine we have a scale, if you will, gentlemen, and there's experience factor for the Mongols on one side, Vitality on the other. How's it looking, Yanko?
It would be like I was sitting on one side and you on the other, Freya, basically, and I'm Vitality and you're the Mongols. So you can see here when it comes to just stage appearances, overwhelmingly on the side of Vitality and just pure land maps played, right? And this is something that when you look at the Vitality roster with the likes of Apex and Ropz, but also ZywOo in the last couple of years, Mezzy and Flamesy, this experience, understanding the circumstance, understanding the environment is where they are at a big advantage over the Mongols.
And we look at the Mongols, they actually had a couple of trophies lifted last year, but as you saw there, 2 stage appearances, and one of those was what, yesterday? So you look at this big difference between having that experience, and we heard it from Azinho in a pre-game interview yesterday, it's all about the nerves and getting used to the setup, are you going to be cold, the flashing lights and the ceremony and everything. You don't get to sit down and just go straight into it like a studio game.
I appreciate him being really honest with me in that aspect, because it's not often that you hear players go, yeah, I do experience nerves. I experienced them in Shanghai in the major where they were eliminated in that quarterfinal. How do you get over that hurdle then, Janko? I'm sure, I mean, you've been coaching teams where I'm sure probably no player was nervous on that roster, but what do you do in that situation?
They all get nervous, Freya, right? But it's about harnessing, that feeling
energy,
and then sort of, playing through it and using it as fuel, because this is what they all play for. This is why you're away from your family 2/3 of a year, to get in front of a stage, to get in front of the fans, to be in the fight for the trophy. And I think in that sort of an environment is the repetitions are going to help you. And Mongolz did a great job compared to their series in Shanghai to yesterday. I mean, it was way better. They were playing their own game. They were decisive. And sure, on the other hand, they had Eternal Fire, who choked and didn't play up to their level. That's not going to happen to Vitality. So for the Mongols, obviously, a much more difficult task today.
We're seeing an influx of, performance coaches coming into the fray. And part of the reason is because nerves is basically energy, and it's just how you channel that energy. And the more experience you have, the better you are at creating these ways to deal and channel that energy. And for Mongolz, they're going to have to start developing it. But I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It's not really like they get afraid and they stop playing their game. They're still going to peak you. They're still going to do their thing. They're going to go through the motions of everything. But, it's just how you're going to manage all that energy.
I mean, yesterday, the poorest player on Eternal Fire was Voxic, who had a great tournament. It was the Opera. Who's the Opera for Vitality? Just Zaiwu, 3-time the best player in the world in the last 6 years, right? So he has had a field day against Eternal Fire in their previous showings, but now there's a different side to that coin. That was always in the studio, where, I don't want to say Zaiwu does his best work, but it was sometimes when his team needed him the most at this stage of the tournament where he could go missing as well. So absolutely cannot happen. Even with the addition of Ropz, he is still the main star of Vitality.
Yeah, I'm not going to come here and just jump to the defense of Zaiwu just because of that. I'm not going to be that guy, but
you have to. Jacob's doing the other game.
But you look at how the types of teams. It's not the caliber of Mongolz. Yes, it's the top 5 and top teams that he's been struggling with, but it's not been him, it's been the team. And it's also Mongolz. I mean, yeah, they won a big tournament and it kind of put them up in that rankings, but they're still a very young team. One of their players, their Opper, started during the pandemic 2 years ago.
It's pretty wild, isn't it? The fact that they took down Eternal Fire just yesterday. The Mongols now teed up to be facing Vitality. So let's check in with Trace and the Mongols.
Thank you for your time.
Just got some words from Techno 4K, and as it turns out, yes, they had a match yesterday. Yes, there was some pressure there, but it was alleviated by winning just yesterday. So going back to the hotel, they got a couple FACEIT games in, tried to stay fresh is what they were alluding to over there. But for the Mongols, obviously, this is going to be a much taller task for them. Let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, staying fresh is one thing maybe versus Eternal Fire, but against Vitality Steel, that's a whole different task.
Well, it's just that easy. They played one game on stage yesterday, therefore they've just solved it. It's like they broke it. They cracked the code. This is how you do it. You just show up, you play a game, and then that's that. But you look at the matchup history here, and we're looking at Vitality having the Mongols' number every step of the way. A close call on Inferno, and some pretty handed just Vitality just beating them 13-8, 13-6 on Nuke. And I bet we're seeing Nuke again today, because that's what map Vitality goes for. So you're just going to see it.
This is what you expect to happen when these two teams play, right? But the last time they faced off was in October last year. Mongols are number 2 ranked team in the world. They're ranked above Vitality in the VRS. So you can decide whether that's objective or not, whether that's real or not, but it's up to the Mongols in games like this today to show us that they belong in that spot, right? You're not going to stick around there if you can't win any playoff games, and they're a cool team to watch. Again, the first ever Asian team to make it into the Spodek, first ever Asian team obviously to win a game in the Spodek. So if they're really on that level, we're going to see a better fight than what's happened the last couple of times.
Yeah, making history literally every single step of the way. It was a question that I wanted to pose to you guys because of that context, it being, 4 months ago, extra context that, Ropz wasn't on the side of Vitality back then. Do you think the Mongolz are substantially different to when we saw them in Rio?
I think there's a development, obviously, when you have a young team with a region that doesn't get to play a lot on the international stage, that gets to get more of these tier 1 reps. You're obviously going to be on an upward trajectory, but is it enough yet? Probably not. They probably need a lot more time, a lot more experiences such as this one here before we can start making that into a conversation.
Yeah, I think for them also, you look at the guys and you look at the players, they're going to play to win, right? They're not going to be scared. They're not going to get lost. You have guys like Blitz, who's the in-game leader, who just constantly goes for... He's a playmaker for them, right? Like, creates a lot of space. You had 9-10 yesterday who had a great game. Senzo a little bit injured, so I don't think he's anywhere close to 100%, but it seems the rest of the guys on the team are really making up for that.
That's something that really impressed me. The fact that we heard from Mizuno saying, we do all experience nerves on the stage, but it didn't deter them from playing their own style. I hate that I've literally just said that on air because I hate it when I get it in interviews, but the fact that they were just so confident in believing in their own gameplay, even when we saw in those, multiple overtimes versus Eternal Fire, they were making some really good mid-round adjustments as well.
Yeah, it's easy to overthink in these games. You watch the other team and you watch the last 5 times they played Nuke and you're coming up with a game plan against Vitality, and then you will get into the game, you anti-stratted the hell out of them, and they will do something that you didn't expect, and all of a sudden you don't know what to do, and you don't know what you're playing at that point. So you definitely want to avoid that. You have the things that you like to do on a map, stick to them, make small adjustments depending on the team that you're going up against, and for me, that's always the recipe for success.
You look at a team like Mongolz, it's not like they have a really big map pool either, so they do a few things, they do things in their style, they do it well, but they don't really have a lot to fall back onto after that. They don't have the experience, they don't have like a deep playbook, they don't have the deep map pool, so that's where Vitality really has all the bases covered compared to a team like Mongolz.
The big change for Vitality with Ropz coming in for Spinks is Ropz is his own guy, right? Like, Apex used to hold this team on a very tight leash because it felt like he didn't trust some of those players to make their own decisions in the mid round, right? So they were doing a lot of stuff together, CT, T side. You have someone like Ropz, he's more than capable of going for plays, understanding what's going on in the round, being obviously extremely good in the clutch. So it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for Apex to sort of play a little bit looser and allow, like Josh pointed out, his players to flourish.
I'm really curious at how that's going to play out, because it kind of sounded like in the old iteration of Vitality that maybe some of the players didn't know how to take that initiative.
Yes.
Whereas you look at ZywOo, he's a man that is just at one with the game. But Yanko, curiously, his worst ever rating in the HLTV top 20, third by the way, for 2024.
Yeah, I think also, yeah, that just tells you, wow, terrible, just the third best this year,
Just retire.
No, but it's also for Vitality. Last year, they came in as the #1 team and went out in pretty much last place. I think someone like ZywOo, he's also a guy who, whenever you experienced this many a time, Freya doesn't care about the individual accolade, doesn't care about him versus Simple or him versus Donk or him versus Monacy. He just comes, this dude doesn't have a config. He just comes in, sets up, types in his, settings and plays the game, which is awesome for the team to have someone who's just so relaxed and such a good teammate, but you want your star player. I always wanted my star players to have a little bit of an ego. Luckily, I had Nico on my team for a long time, and Coldzera. Because when it is a scoreline that's close, when it is crunch time, you want these guys to take initiative. You're the best player in the world, play like it. I don't want Messi to decide my games or Flamesy, no offense to them. They're amazing role players and definitely have a job to do, but it's guys like ZywOo who will make or break your destiny at a tournament like this.
I agree. ZywOo needs a little bit more of that X-Factor flair. He's so consistent at his job, and that's why he is such highly rated player. But at the end of the day, he's not seeking out those openings. And I think circling back to this whole conversation about Apex and the in-game leading, it's that he doesn't trust his teammates to go and make some openings or info-based plays that he ends up overcompensating, and he's trying to do too many things and juggle too much, and he goes for that info play, or he goes for that duel, that opening play, and he's not that type of player, not anymore. He used to be before he became IGL a few years back, but now it's just like, if you're going for this and you're dying and you're getting frustrated, you're not helping the team.
And listen, if when ZywOo gets extended, you know, his face is on the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, I think Apex's can be at the lure, and that's the reason why he hasn't maybe faced as much criticism for some of the results from Vitality and the whole Spinks situation. Because you look at the last couple of big tournaments, they get eliminated, you just look at his individual stats, you look at some of the T-sides in certain games on certain maps, I mean, it was lacking. So here, yes, you will get a little bit of leeway because Ropz was just added to the team, but you need to figure this out quickly and you need to deliver results quickly because you only get so much time with this caliber of player.
You also do quickly need to hop on over to check in with ZywOo, courtesy of Shox.
It's Spodek time, ZywOo. Super, super exciting. How ready are you for today to face the crowd and to get everything going?
Really exciting. Like you said, we're going to play in Spodek and against the Mongols, so we're really excited to play them. Yesterday, we watched the game against Eternal Fire, and I think they play really good. They play with the crowd, they play like insanely good, so really excited to play this game.
It is a matchup that you are familiar with, and that is good for Vitality, I want to say, right? So what are kind of the factors that you think that always makes it that you're a step ahead of them? And will it be different knowing that it is in front of a crowd today?
I think the difference can be the individuality today, because yesterday they have one more game in front of the crowd inside of the Spodek, so they can be used to play already. But for us, we're just going to play our game. The team play, I think, going to make the difference today. So we're not going to think we're going to... Obviously, individually, it's really important, but for us, team play today will be more important.
Absolutely, and I know that the Spodek and Katowice in general is very important for Vitality. For you, it is a dream that has eluded you, and there have sometimes been issues with getting that same team play, as you say, on stage, right? So why is it going to be any different this Katowice?
I mean, we put a lot of effort to get to this semi-final as well, because Vitality didn't get a lot of playoff game during Katowice, but this year we put even more. We try to give our best. Even with Ropz, I think he gave us a lot of new energy, he gave us so many things during the game, so he's gonna be maybe the third time in final if we beat this, so we also play for him. We're gonna give our best again for the semi-final anyway.
Merci beaucoup.
I think it would be an understatement to say that, Vitality are the heavy favourites coming into this one. The pressure is definitely on their side. I was just reading before this as well, an interview with the co-founder of Vitality, and he was saying, when you have a player like ZywOo on your roster, one trophy a year, that is not enough by any means. And that was the story of last year for Vitality.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at ever since he joined Vitality, that's almost 6 years now, right? There's one Cologne in there and the Paris major. Level of opposition, not going to talk about that. So, yeah, absolutely need to step up. I mean, Ropz, on the other side of things, he only just got added to FaZe and they went on to win Katowice with a stand-in. So he just has this sort of an aura around him. I feel like Ropz, he's just a gamer. ZywOo's been talking about it in interviews as well. He just talks CS all the time, gets everyone else to play more. And it feels like that was maybe the missing piece for Vitality.
I love it how in CS you always put an asterisk next to every single win any team gets. It's just like, yeah, but this, yeah, but that. Look, ZywOo, he was talking about the teamwork and the communication. That's what we're going to look for here. We're going to see, is Vitality now with Ropz going to be able to solve those issues in the server and also out of the server? Because that's part of the issue that they had with Spinks before that. Now, does everything get resolved, or is it still a work in progress?
The Spinks situation sounds a little bit like, it's not you, it's me. No. It's you, bro. It's definitely...
It's not you, it's me.
Thank you so much for your service, and let's keep it moving.
Apex also had a really nice quote, just to go back to, the Cologne that they eventually ended up winning. 4 days prior to that, he said, I'm not retiring until I win at least a Katowice, a Cologne, and another major. He did that 4 days later. So at what point do you see Vitality in terms of the potential peak right now? They've just added Ropz. Where do you think they are in terms of the most fired up Vitality that we'll see?
I think they're far away, but they have the honeymoon phase going for them, right? Like everyone's motivated now, so they are in a position where things might click for them, but there's a lot of work to be done. Ropz, completely different player than someone like Spinks, so I think you'd probably be willing to give them a couple of months. I think they would tell you that their goal to peak is obviously the next major.
Now, Josh, you alluded to it. You expect or perhaps hope to see Nuke in the pool. What should we expect from the pick and bans?
Well, I'm assuming that Vitality is going to go for the Nuke pick just because that's been their staple for as long as I can remember now. And you're going to go Mongolz and Mirage. It's synonymous. It's one and the same. So we're going to see that. The Train Ancient going out makes sense. It's the Decider map. I don't know if it's Dust 2 or Inferno. I'm not sure what you think, Yanko, there.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see. We're spot on with the picks. I wonder what the Mongolz veto, right? That's where it was. Like they get sort of to pick between Dust and Inferno because Vitality, I feel like, was gonna ban Anubis all the way, and Inferno is that decider. The Mongols will be happy with this. They will have to start on T side though.
Why do you think Mongolz has been so synonymous with Mirage? What has made them kind of a staple map for them?
I think it just suits their playstyle, which is just being able to set up really big explosive fights, taking contact on 2 different parts of the map, or just these really good timing A hits. We saw it yesterday as well. It's either a 1 minute 40-second A hit with the double smokes on the right side, or it's that they're just flying out middle and then they go out B with 3 or go out A with 3. It's the same thing, same recipe, different spices.
They're fearless. You have to be willing to take fights. You have to be willing to take risks on a map like Mirage, especially on T side, especially on the extremities, and that's definitely something that Mongols have no problems with.
There's going to be some winners inside the Spodek in our semi-finals, to say the very least. But you guys, as always, you can be winners at home if you're watching through Face It Watch. I know, Yanko, you love your skins, so I'm expecting you in the green room, you know, going through the player POVs. For this Mirage, whose perspective would you be watching through from either side of the equation if you're looking through Face It Watch?
I think when you have Zywo on the server, that's an easy answer, right? I mean, the guy is just a virtuoso, and he's actually doing work with body op and the rifle on this map, so he's my pick.
Yeah, I would go for Zywo as well, but if I happen to change it up, I would say Flamesy, because they're doing a little bit of a role swap. He's going to have a little bit more action, and on a map like Mirage, especially on that CT side, there's going to be a lot of action either at middle or at A, and Flamesy's probably going to be positioned that he's going to be running around, creating havoc, looking for those openings, looking to just swing whatever. He's going to be the Mongol of Vitality.
Tell me a little bit about what Vitality do have to do then to kind of quell the fearlessness that we've been building, that we've been talking about for Mongols on this particular map of Mirage.
You just have to be on point individually from the start, right? Like, sure, in terms of game planning, you can have some setups, try to maybe play for the sites early on, because Mongols like to hit the sites, and then have the adjustments in the mid round if they're just defaulting, but you have to be on point individually. These guys are sharp, and they'll blow your head off if you're not ready for it.
Look, we've got the wind, the earth, and the water, and the only thing that's missing from us right now is the fire, and that's because Mongols took them out yesterday. Eternal Fire fell on Mirage, Mongols showing why they're the best right there on that map, but Vitality is no stranger to a map like Mirage. They actually, it's their second most picked map right behind Nuke, so these are like the best maps for Vitality. It's going to be a struggle.
Also, by the numbers, just for Zywo at the very least, we had them up earlier, but we didn't really touch upon it. Zywo versus the Mongols, he's a bit of a farmer, isn't he?
He is. We talked about it, and it's just easy to do it when they just kind of run at you. They do the same game plan. They take those fights, but the reason why Zywo's so good isn't because he's, you know, flying around like Simple and taking these openings. It's because he's consistent. You appear on his screen, he's gonna put you down.
How damning would it be, though, if he doesn't own them here?
Ooh.
Because this is the first time he's playing them in an arena.
There'd be no defense at that point.
So, just riddle me this, Shanko. I know you said you were going to skip over the teams that maybe Vitality have beaten to get to certain trophies. Would this be potentially one of the bigger teams, obviously Na'Vi in the Grand Finals of Cologne, but this is up there, right, in terms of level of opponent?
It would be in terms of the ranking, maybe not so much in terms of the names, but who knows, maybe we're just seeing the Mongols become that team that we are waiting for, right? I mean, when it comes to the majors exclusively, the best team Vitality beat in a best of 3 was the Cloud9 lineup with Electronic, Perfecto, and Boomage that dissolved almost immediately after that tournament. So, of course, can't always pick who we're going up against, but I think that's one of the main reasons why Vitality was unhappy with their performances.
Whenever we're talking about Vitality and like, oh, they underperformed or they had this bad result at so-and-so event, it's always, though, these top teams, they're going to the tier 1 events over and over again, but the side of Mongols, yeah, they lift a couple trophies, but they're like, whatever trophies last year, and then the big events that they end up going to, that's when they falter. It's not like they even go to smaller events and they don't even win those. They get 3rd, 4th, they get 5th to 8th. It's not like they're going and dominating all the smaller events. And until they can do that, especially on a consistent basis, like if Vitality showed up to those events, they wouldn't be dropping them. They would be winning them easily, in style.
How realistic is it then for Mongols to withstand the heat that we are expecting, that we demand Vitality to bring today?
I don't think it's unrealistic. I think they definitely have a chance. Again, it's up to them to prove to us that they can do it on this stage, right? And we'll see if things end up going wrong. What are some of the details that they're still missing? Is it the individuals not being able to be up to par? Is their approach maybe a little bit one-dimensional, and we end up seeing how Vitality was just super prepared and had a pretty good game plan against them?
Got to bring it back to Apex and see how he manages his frustrations and his emotions and his individual performance. If he's going to perform individually well, I'm sure everything else is going to fall into place. We talked about their honeymoon phase a little bit earlier, so I think it all comes back to him, and he's the person I'm going to be looking to, especially on those face cams after a round, to see what to expect.
Do you read into any of the frustration angles, Janko? Because I know Apex, he's an emotional man. We get a lot of good clips from him. Does it actually have any impact on the team?
Here's the thing, not as much as people make it out to be, because they're used to it. But Ropz has to get used to it, right? And also, I don't think if you're Apex, you can talk to Ropz in the same way you can do to Flamesy, right? I mean, it's a guy who's super established as a player, is just not going to take it maybe in the same way. Flamesy is just used to it, you know. He just nods his head, yes, Dan, yes, Dan, thank you, Dan. You know, I'll do it next time, right? So there's still some of those relationships that are being built in the Vitality camp.
Well, gentlemen, it's almost time to be kicking off our first semi-final here in the Spodek. Two teams that have never inscribed their name on the legendary Spodek text, but now one of them will be heading through to that grand final. It's Vitality versus the Mongolz, going down here in Poland after this break.
How badly do you want it?
Enough to become obsessive.
Упрямый.
Хитрость. Consumed.
Painstakingly pursuing perfection.
Look left and right and trust.
Доверять.
Trust. Trust them with your life.
No doubts.
Без вопросов. Blind faith. Do you want it enough to be devious?
Deceptive.
Безжалостный.
How badly do I want it?
Enough to sacrifice it all again.
And again and again.
And always come back for more. Leave your home, your family.
But not your country. Enough to be constantly critiqued.
Judged. Ridicule.
Destroyed. But not defeated. Enough to have
no mercy.
Or should we? No mercy.
Никакой пощады.
No mercy.
No mercy.
Pas de pitié. So let me ask you again. How badly do you want it?
Who's ready for a semi-final Super Saturday? Let us introduce our semi-finalists. First up, this is the deepest this team has ever gone here in Katowice. Their latest edition in Ropz. He lifted the trophy in 2002. With our help, please welcome Team Vitality! team that expects success, but taking them on, their opponent, they found their first Tier 1 playoff victory in the quarterfinals. This is the furthest any team representing Asian CS has ever been. They're outsiders, do they care? No. They're underdogs, do they care? No. Please welcome the Mongolz!
Already eliminating Eternal Fire to be earning their spot in the semi. Steel, they want to be taking down Vitality and getting ever closer to that trophy today.
Mongolz, they've got an entire region on their back right now. We've got players that started playing during the pandemic. This is the biggest stage that they played in to date, the biggest opponent that they played in to date. They said yesterday that the game against Eternal Fire, they were nervous. They cracked the code. They know how to get over this LAN nerves. But are they ready to get over Zaiwu?
Is up for grabs a place and chance to win that trophy. But who's going to win it? That's where I want to hear you tell me. Is it Vitality? Is it the Mongolz? A best of 3 here in Katowice. Is it Vitality? Is it the Mongolz? The first quarterfinal. Katowice, IEM, let's get it on. Bye-bye.
Apex lapping up the energy on that stage, and I do not blame him for 1 second, because Yanko, it has been over a decade that he has been trying his best to get deep inside the Spodek. Ironically, this is the deepest he's ever been, and it's just based off a seeding match from the group stage.
Absolutely, Freya. It's some of these biggest trophies, biggest games that have eluded him so far, but this is where it all starts to sort of die down, right? You got out, the atmosphere, the team walk-ins, now you're doing the huddle, and after that, you can focus on the Counter-Strike, and that's the main thing.
Vitality, no stranger to the stage right now, but they're, you know, that 2024, it's a new start, new beginning. They had their New Year's resolutions. They've come in with a fresh mindset into this year, and they're looking to take out their first opponent. They're looking to go all the way to the grand finals and maybe take their first trophy here, break that curse. We talked about it. Apex and Zaiwu on Vitality haven't had the greatest success here. Can they turn it all around? And this would be a perfect opponent for them to get their, teeth sunk into.
Katowice always been the kryptonite for the side of Vitality, whereas on the other side of things, for the Mongolz, do you believe that them having that warm-up on the stage, winning that quarterfinal, is that going to light a fire under them?
Much like Josh, Freya, they're just happy to be here, right? I mean, they did great yesterday against Eternal Fire. Feels like almost they're playing with house money at this point. No one's expecting them to beat Vitality, and that's exactly the position in which you want to be, right? No eyes are on you. You can just prove everyone wrong, shock the world, take it one next step and make it to the grand final of Katowice.
It's just like a race. You have those people that are competing. They want to be the first to the finish line. They want to win that race. And you have a bunch of other people that sign up. They just want to go and be a part of it. And right now, we look at the team of Vitality. They want to win it, but Mongolz, it seems like they just signed up to be here.
Well, good thing Vitality got a brand new Porsche, Freya, because this race is about to get started.
Well, it is almost time to be kicking off the semi-final, the first of 2025 Intel Extreme Masters. It's Team Vitality versus the Mongolz.
Semi-final day, Katowice! 4 teams, 1 trophy. An accolade afforded to a select few who embody and exemplify what it takes to be champion. Vitality reforged, giving chase to the elusive trophy that sits in the center of the stage. Dan Mattis-Claire on screen. A decade in pursuit of a trophy and still out of reach, at least until Sunday. Mongolz stand in their way. And for this team, every step so far is history in real time. But this is not a step, this is a leap demanded of them on the semi-final stage. The
the pedigree on that Vitality roster up against the underrepresented underdog. How sharp are their teeth in this game? The semi-finals, let's get them going!
Feels different in here today.
Doesn't it?
The Mongolz are going to be feeling that. A whole new energy for this Saturday. Those nerves, they've got to tussle once more. And the default heavy counter-strike that they brought against Eternal Fire, can they stick to their guns? Can they replicate that against Vitality? We're talking champions of majors, Cologne, Ropz, Intel Grand Slam, and even a Katowice to his name. Is he the talisman for Vitality, for Zywoo, for Apex? Well, let's get this one underway, shall we? T-side start for the Mongolz. But a util on blitz, smoking a flash in through underpass, a bomb on his back has the support. 9 and 10 out top mid. No contact yet, 3 players towards A. Mezzi on triple, Apex flames you with a bait and switch setup. A window boost. And a clamp in on this site.
Mezzi's patience here. And it's going to be rewarded. It's actually Apex that finds the first headshot, removing Techno from the equation. Mazzinho rebuttal, blitz down. And they're already worse for wear, but still more headshots from the Mongols. Low HP, Apex, if he finishes off Mazzinho, he's done an awful lot there. Triple to start off for the captain of Vitality and Senzu. He is just a loose end. 1 versus 2 that demanded of him with such low HP, and Apex, he starts as he means to go on there.
It's been a topic of Apex's campaigns here in Katowice. Been chasing this trophy for the better part of a decade. 11 appearances, only missed out 1 time. This is his 3rd time in the playoffs. And this is a fantastic little start. Sharp shooting, staying calm. And I guess they want to make up for the flat end to 2024. They spent so much time down in Shanghai, China to only play so few days of competition.
Yeah, I remember them telling me 28 days, 4 days of play. Apex starts with another opening kill. Started with the P2K, now with the M4. Just an economical for the Mongols.
This is the man on a mission right now, isn't it? So great start from him and confidence being exuded.
You talk about strong starts for the rookies, right? Like, oh, it's important that they get that. For a seasoned veteran like Apex, what does it do to him? Look at him farm!
As an in-game leader who likes to call from the front of the pack, if he's feeling it and hitting shots, that'll make him even more emboldened for crazier calls, to be off the leash, to take these fights, to swing for the chin. And the game can feel like it's going to get away fast if you're the Mongols. You got to set the tempo and the tone against Eternal Fire yesterday. They were the ones more sheepish. The Mongols, they stepped up and delivered.
And like us, we saw Mongols play Mirage just yesterday. Vitality the same. They've been watching that quarterfinal.
It's very default heavy. Steel breaking down some of their openings. Top mid, window smoke. Do they just run out mid and duel? Do they lurk out A? Do they do a 3-map B pop? Very standard approach on this map. Blitz to sell. Mid pressure, 2 players spamming through the window, but it's going to be 3 players contact up the ramp. They've been blocked by a smoke for now. Blitz was massive yesterday against the Turks. Missed window smoke.
Harder to sell for Blitz without that. Friction through the smoke and into flames. Comfortable collection. 2 on an MP9 and an AK upgrade. Don't mind if I do. Mazzinho still in Palace, as he often is. But they've lost their bite in this round. 9-10 and Senzu watching from the sidelines. With so much time, but such a discrepancy. How do you regain control of a round like this?
You have to hope the fights come your way. This is a tough start. You'd love to get these individuals fragging early. So even if you don't win this round, try and do some damage. Get Techno a kill, the same for Blitz. Start to warm into things. It is that T-side start. But this is a bonus round, and you don't want to allow Vitality to have it spotless.
Flames his first 2 contributions, and look what it's done to them. Round 3. Hamstrung, now starting to search. Zywoo on that default. Just a FAMAS for Zywoo. The AK advantage from Blitz may be felt. Okay, never mind. Flames has got 1 too. A quick headshot to Blitz. There's Mazzinho out Palace. Catches his window of opportunity.
Bomb can't get across. Oh, now it can.
Oh, spotted. Apex has the info. Mazzinho has the headshot. Ropz down and out. Techno punching in the code. Can they spam him? Damage transfer. Apex somehow finds the head of Mazzinho. Can Techno do more? He's in so much trouble. They gave it a good go, though.
Something you can't allow if you're Vitality is to give all the space over to the Mongolz. That's what Eternal Fire did. And they're just going to take these jewels. Flamesy. Beautiful little work from him with that three-piece feed. We can all relate to that one. But here it is, the bonus round, the MP9.
How's he got
through
both?
the ramp, smoke pivots back from Palace, gets the double, takes another fight with the scavenged AK-47. Now, positive signs that Mongolz hit a couple of nice shots. Mazinho especially got into the site, got the bomb down. But you can tell Vitality, the comms are flowing and the frustration is showing. The youngsters, 17 years of age, they're going to be able to contain themselves short. But what type of gameplay are they able to offer? This is the furthest we've ever seen them go in a tournament of this magnitude. Is the referee having a fight with something.
One of Vitality's fans. Golden Hornet.
Look at the Roaring Bears.
Well, that plan's facilitated an awful lot. Let's see.
Light on Util. Same openers mid.
Quicker though, and ZywOo. Jeez. That's just a smoke timing spam. He's just got that sixth sense for it, and I'm starting to see dead Mongolians. There's one back. Mazinho, only the one. ZywOo's not to be tamed here. He's going Satching, and he finds more trouble. Transfer over Mazinho. An ace clutch demanded of the kid. He hasn't got the health for this. He hasn't got a chance. With this HP, a single bullet could bring him down, but Ropz perhaps overlooking him when the smoke, the nade, he's gonna beat the nade. Walking up, Mezzy to clear it through. Double peaked, it's Ropz. Silences an attempt from Mazinho, an admirable one at that. But there's ZywOo's first contributions.
Now, you take a look for ZywOo. This is a team that he farms every day of the week in group stages.
I love what the Desk were doing with that. You know, there is so much at stake for the legacy of ZywOo as well as the legacy of Mongolz.
Well, this is a great opportunity for Vitality, ZywOo, Apex to win a match in the Spodek. They've never done that before.
Just blows my mind.
Crazy to hear.
It's like your highest placing as a product of the seeding match.
Yep.
And that is a great way to start this fight against the Pistols. Half investment.
And well, loss bonus going into the next 3,400, so able to take a couple of liberties with the buy. But opening's a problem. You have to find one within the 4 rounds, make it 5 rounds of play for the Mongolz. That'll need to change going forward. And we're doing a great job of that against Eternal Fire.
That Mazinho transfer really filled me with some hope for what the individuals of the Mongolz could get done today. Techno, yeah, brave, pulls crosshairs and loses his life. Comfortable so far. There's Blitz with a slight discrepancy on the Vitality boys, but clean as a whistle.
There's all a learning curve for the Mongolz, but this is a great opportunity. Discuss that Katowice curse. Well, if you're able to capitalize on top of them here today.
Yeah.
Not the starting signs that they would be looking for. Into a full buy, AWP for 9-10. Keep your eyes on this guy, has been sharp.
Yeah, he had a great quarterfinal. Really did look completely undaunted by the task at hand. ZywOo trying his luck at a bit of a mid-AWP towards Fast Cat.
9-10's going to search B. Deep and Sentry will respect that. Just Mezzy jumping Van on his lonesome for now. I paid out a skittish shot. Doesn't catch anything for his troubles, but 9-10 will back off into the underpass 2. Sends him out toward the island box. Mazinho dropping back to pick up that bomb.
So whose responsibility is this underpass? Ropz intermittently?
They're going to clamp down on middle. There's nobody focused over towards A. So I'm curious on a timing. Will Apex call them forward with a flash, with a nade, with a duel? This is very well read and set up for Vitality.
It's great, but hang on. A headshot from Blitz. He's removed Ropz from the equation. Now ZywOo's noted. They know that on that B side of the map, and he heard that. Yeah, that's a lot of intel. He actually pulls the plug on that. Fair play. Blitz realizes the deception was no longer present. Pulls this into a 4-on-4. We've got a mid-round here.
They're going to swing on him. Ooh, Apex has called it off.
About it. He's not being looked at. ZywOo assuming his teammates had his back. That's a huge catch. Blitz leads by example. Mezzy overextends into that 9-10 AWP. Now it gets uncomfortable for Vitality. Held by Blitz. It's all Blitz. Seizes control of this one. A 1 versus 3. Shut down by 9-10. But you have to give the props to Blitz. not only the pick onto Ropz, but he gets 2 more on top of that.
Yeah, that opener gave them something to work with, even the trade back from Zaiwu, and then him getting caught off guard. You don't see that every day of the week. So catching a great timing there, the in-game leader of the Mongolian side. We'll see this one again. So window gets blown open. Ropz takes a peek. Blitz in the back. And then this one just covering off. 9-10, we've seen him up towards the apartments, taking that marker line. Apex was already passed. Blitz had to cover off. Still money for a Vitality buy. One more of those and the Mongols can break them.
Broken window smoke. Couple of speculative M4 bullets fly through from Ropz, but he's out of there.
Big gap on A to work with. It's just Flamesy tending with it from stairs over towards connector. So he's not entrenched within the site. Zinho and Techno, they can take a lurk out onto A if there's too much mid friction, but right now Vitality are just in transition. Flamesy starting to head back over. Ropz is going to join him on A.
This is a pace Mongols are accustomed to. Mazinho's persistence puts pressure onto Flames and Ropz to always consider it.
Bomb still needs to be picked up 50 seconds. Does look like it will be an A-split finish, but who's going to drop back and grab that? Blitz through underpass might be the late mid-lurk piece with Senzu. So 9-10 tasked with joining Techno. But that flash that Apex through towards A-ramp early, I think it makes Techno believe that they're playing up close and personal. That's not the case. Techno hasn't investigated A-ramp yet. He's quite scared.
Still looking like it's got legs for Mongols to break through. Time, the biggest factor in this. Apex ready to try and spam the smoke, trying to catch a timing. Here's Senzu committing, actually going to push through the smoke. Apex, wild spray!
Ropz though.
Significant damage, yeah, Ropz is not being looked at, covered by Blitz. Just the one from Ropz, kept humble.
10 seconds.
It looks like the plant can't be really disrupted. Zai was already backed away, Mezi looks to be doing the same. It's another Mongols round.
All right, well handled, well pieced together there. You can see that worry with the A-ramp. They had to go for the flash. Crowd likes that. Everybody loves an underdog story. Love to have a quintessential fairy tale run within the Spodek. And what a time to do it. Kicking off 2025 after the Mongols made it to the playoffs of the Shanghai Major.
Wow.
Bit of a crowd favorite. I think Vitality has representation too, but everyone can get behind a team who's from a small region, stuck together, battling in World Counter-Strike and playing some class CS. They shoot hard, sure, but they also play some good macro. All right, Vitality have given themselves something to work with. Saved M4 and the AWP. Likely to see the eco behind this. And an early tactical timeout called by Xtaz. Coach behind the Vitality boys, getting on the mic to just see what they can pull off with these saved weapons. To have a look at what type of spawns are available for the saved guns.
Yeah, these are one of those rounds, I presume. If Zaiwu had a plan, Apex just gives him the green light, right?
If you've got a good spawn, you want to try and jump out middle with the AWP, run up the guts, but you need your teammates to, are we going to molly behind the mid box? What type of util are we going to invest in? Or, hold up a second, are we going to shove? They're going to force. Ooh. They're going all in behind this. They've put together a buy. It's an MP9 for Apex, a FAMAS for Ropz, and M4 has been facilitated for Flamesy, and there's util to work with. Thought they were just going to take the lighter investment, considering the loss bonus situation, but they're going all in behind the safe door.
More pep in there, step out mid. Ropz and Flames bring in the fight, 9-10. Quick dispatch of Ropz, gets away with his life. Flames hard committed to this, trying to provide support is Mezi, a flash to try and bail his teammate out. A high nade, could find some damage. Senzu chipped away at. Zinho and Apex having a battle of their own towards that palace position, but Flames has got so much on his plate. Is he going to get away? Slips away. Mid under Mongols' control.
They're in no rush. They have the man advantage. Util advantage as well for the Mongols to work with.
Oh, that's a nasty death. Mazinho puts Apex down.
A great sign that he is starting so sharp. This is what you want to see from Mazinho.
The world their oyster now, Mongols. They've got plenty of time. A two-man advantage. Flames wouldn't do it again, would he? The molly's perfect timing. Flames trying to find an angle he can work with. It's actually Zaiwu puts down that palace threat. Will they expect a second though? An all presence Techno headshot. Clean with it. And Messi from Mezi. As easy as that, it falls into place. This force bite's gone awry.
Right there, Mongolz could have misread the finance situation. They knew there were saves in the mix that they had to go up against, but 9-10 getting the opener. Really good work, alleviates all the pressure. That flips onto Flame, stuck towards the underpass, pinned in. They're worried about getting out, and meanwhile, Mongolz are making a move. With this new setup, you got Ropz just filling the void. Oh, hold up a second, hunting this one down. Techno stepping it out, looking the wrong way. ZywOo gives up his position. 9-10 trying to lock the door on this. AWP towards T-spawn, so he is out. And he might get away with this. Om still has a little while left. Senzu heading back. This would be a big weapon to rip away.
Oh, he's done it! ZywOo with a saved orb. You never know what's coming in the next round, but this time you kind of have some certainty. Taking it away. Forcing Vitality into what should be a 5-4.
3 consecutive rounds for the Mongolz now. They've been able to actually break the finances. They've had to do it the hard way. And this is only going to build your confidence. Hey, we're on the stage. We're against some titans who are used to this, who have won in big environments before. Sure, Ropz is new. He's only been there for a month, but it's a plug and play.
Oh, yeah. A chance for the ZywOo dig. Not far off of the mark there. Whistles one past. Earlobe of 9-10. There's Ropz gone. He's not playing scared. He plays his game. He's got a lot of conviction in his shooting from the hip. Those quick scopes, very precise from 9-10.
He's really putting his name in the ring in terms of the top AWPers in the world at the moment. If he keeps up performances like this, we can farm a few more against the eco. Sure, some threats facilitated by where the loss bonus is at. Next round, 2,900. We will see the buys come in. Flamesy next up to bat.
Oh my God, he's done him through the wall there. That's nice work from Flamesy. It gets awkward if ZywOo gets to one. Maybe 50. Okay, but Senzu in the dirt. 9-10's AWP required.
Still a few problems.
Yeah, most definitely. Where do you go? Techno's in the apartments. He's hearing some of the steps from Mezzy.
Opportunity to completely reset. They could just go as a pack. Head towards A together.
Oh, great shot. Again, 9-10.
All kills will keep coming your way. That's the 3rd in the round for him.
Techno is millimeters away from the crosshair of Apex. Doesn't pull the trigger.
And they remember where Flamesy was. So Bomb headed over towards B. Flamesy rotating in. Will be in market in time. Would have to hit some absolute bangers.
I've seen 9-10 very comfortable on this AWP, especially on that fight. Techno doesn't beat him to it. Wow, 1-round game, folks.
That right there is where it doesn't feel like, oh, I'm just stat padding against ecos. Because it gets a little bit worrisome. Hey, we need to actually get these kills. It's not just a farm fest. So important work, Blitz. You're not that small, bud.
Good penetration on the dig. Good patience on Techno. You kept checking in with him. He didn't overcommit.
Keep tabs on that Apex frustrations. Obviously something that is going to be new for Ropz to have to deal with. Yanko saying, hey, the others, they're used to it. How's Ropz going to respond, especially in a pressure environment like this?
Wow, look at this from 9-10. He's bringing the fight straight to ZywOo, who's the quicker. 9-10 prevails. A massive opening, a gift to the Mongolz. Senzu's getting a little bit searching.
Like this.
There is a gap available to him. Momentary lapse in the setup. He can't quite find the headshot. Flamesy can. Trades up nicely. Mazinho the double.
They're not afraid to activate. Ropz will grab one back, sure, but it just feels like another mission to save. It's just a one-man discrepancy, but you're not close. The bomb's gone down. The 40 seconds has begun. And you're well out of position. So they will retain the guns again, Vitality, or at least look to, as Mongolz are going to tie things up 5-5. This is starting to take shape. 5 rounds, T-half, your map choice. You happy with that? Looks like it was going to be them getting blown out of the server early. But they've been able to stabilize. 4 out of the 5 rounds being against rifles. Very promising signs for the series. New coming up next. Inferno is the 3rd and decider if we need to get there. Quite a classic map pool.
I'm already very impressed by Mazinho. There was always a conversation about him on a big stage and whether it gets the moment gets the best or better of him. Can't play his way.
Well, I've seen it before in pressure matches and not on a stage, right? Yeah. He's obviously matured, he's changed, he's playing top-tier Counter-Strikers. Oh, Xtaz is going to call a second tactical timeout. This is great from 9-10. Opening kills in the first 5 rounds was something that they didn't have, and that's been completely turned on its head. They've managed the last 5 consecutive.
Oh, mate. Second shot is beautiful.
The thing is, once Senzu lurks, there it is. This is the boy. Look, let's see if it boils over. But Senzu comes up connector. They're waiting for the side player to have to move because you're somewhat sandwiched. Senzu doesn't hit the shot, but Mazinho immediately reacts, pins him in, gets the trade, and hits a second banger. So they are putting their aim on display. So some save rifles, some light upgrades. Won't expect to see the all-in. Max loss bonus means they can get the buyout. Happy birthday.
Can they match Vitality's output and do one better? Sure, 5 for 5. This would be 6 consecutive from the Mongols, finishing their T-side strong. Senzu on the warpath mid. Flames tasked with getting info safely, and he has thrown out his block smoke safe.
They want to collapse on middle again. Zywoo towards ticket, Mezzi floating close short. One window, one vent, Flamesy connector, so they really want to fight for this mid control.
Apex, that's crazy. Leaping through a window smoke, catches a timing as Blitz runs out the mid volley, and there's more from Flames. MP9 drive, hang on, flurry, a frag from the AWPer. Mezzi, not shy to peek into the AWP, puts us into a 2v2. Bomb is running, bomb is moving. Mezzi hearing all of those steps. Mazinho trying to get across safely. There's Mezzi confirming the bomb has entered the B bomb site. They partner up, double swing. Bomb being planted, Techno providing the cover. On that bench position, a hard headshot for anyone to hit, and Zywoo's managed to bring him down, but Mazinho, the one we've been discussing, in a clutch up against the Woo. And the 17-year-old hold his nerve up against one of the greats. Oh, he's doing it! Zywoo's low, the nade could finish, the trajectory wide. Zywoo holding on, pushing closer, edging into this round, edging into the side. Zywoo best him! Low HP, you had to finish him there. You give him another chance, he takes it.
Well, sticking to their playbook, the Mongols wanting to take the duel. Mazinho looked like he should have been good for that. The confidence, we've seen it throughout, unable to hit a shot that normally he would deliver upon. You bang on about Apex having to do something crazy, but they were positioned to collapse on mid. He takes the initial risk, then we have the back and forth. We land in a 2v2, and Zywoo clutches out over Mazinho. And that's an important round. Mazinho knows he should have won that. The young man with some frustrations, but he is playing like the real deal. You got to push that one aside. He's hit some great shots. He's had some good moments. And Mara needs to be reminding him that right now. Round at a time. Step at a time. We are going blow for blow right now with Team Vitality in the Spodek. And that's a motto they might want to remember. Final round, first half. We can tie things up going into the break. Both teams with everything they would desire and more.
Zywoo takes his AWP mid, not going to be taking any pot shots through the smoke. A flash and a bit of a swing out of the short player. It's Ropz this time. Chip damage, solid work. Blitz and Techno tagged. On the fade, he's balaclava betrayed. You saw it, just his face through that smoke, and Zywoo does dispatch of the leader. Calling from the grave, trying to rectify. Senzu is actually in a prime position to do damage here. Is Apex double swinging with him, and the headshot found. As Mazinho out Palace needs another. There's Apex, a double kill. Techno is third challenge. It's a bit too much. But the damage inflicted, Techno bleeding out, jumping evasively, desperately trying to reposition as the AWP does need to be set up to cover this plant. Techno tasked with doing so. Flashes are good, forces 910 off of the angle. Information not there though, Zywoo doesn't know. Missed shot from 910, and he's punished. Long range headshot found, and wow! Vitality show their class and their poise. Recovering and leading 7-5 at the half. There's a different energy in the Spodek today. Pursuit of the trophy, semi-finals of Katowice 2025. And already Mongolz have shown they can pack a punch, they can hang with the big boys. Vitality already, some visible frustrations from both sides of the server. We're headed into our second half of Mirage. Mongolz territory and an important pistol ahead of them. The odds against them. Big names in the server against them. Can Mongolia continue to be represented by the Mongols into a grand final tomorrow? That's a long, long way away. But 910's not playing scared at all. Sweeping through mid. Could be misinfo. Kept busy by Apex as Zywu takes his shot. Rare to see the man miss with that P2, but Blitz, he hangs out. Nails it.
Pressure on Senzu.
A whole lot. USP, couple of taps, they're closing the distance, closing the gap with that Glock up close. It's a real threat. He's done well to reposition. Flame swings through, lost him with the bench position. Still Senzu good for the click, clean click. Flames eat, rectifies the issue. Man advantage. Bomb has not gotten across Blitz, and a nice composed headshot would have been nice. Doesn't get it. Mazinho, I mean, what damage inflicted? It's all onto Blitz. 2 is already under his remit. Asking too much of him there. Solid shoe-in from Team Vitality. A leg up into the start of our second half.
That's both pistols now for Vitality within this map of play. And you're talking about leg up, that is the recipe for success, I'd say.
Bang.
Like we're putting his new view model on display for everybody. Don't be sick, we've got some vomit bags.
Hey, if it works, it works.
And I just want to point out for Apex, we're talking about this Katowice curse, him coming here since 2014, this his third only appearance in the Spodek. And he's never won a match in the Spodek before. And he's leading the charge. He's played some confident Counter-Strike. Came out of the halftime break as the top fragger. 5 multi-kills. 3 opening duels going in his favor. This one means a lot to him. Light investment for the Mongolz will be the buy into the next. So we see some pistol upgrades, a couple of Deagles.
Yeah, Apex is one of those players though, when something means more to him, he's actually going to find that as a hugely motivating factor. Some people can get consumed by that, apply internal pressures to themselves when it does mean more. If anything, it seems that Apex finds that as a great motivator to perform at his very highest standard.
Oh!
Hang on a second! The USP headshots have come through. Can Mezzi save them? He has managed to find the first 2. Good swing around. Mezzi and Zywu just about get through it. Oh, that could have been a disaster waiting to happen. It was nothing more than USPs.
Okay, when you're in trouble,
oh my
call on Mr. Merriman.
He saves them right
Quick
there.
Little snap there into that second kill. That all almost fell apart oh so quickly. The Mongolz with some sharp shots. That was just the eco. Now we're into the rifles. Let's see if they can continue to pack that type of a punch.
Yeah, do it with an M4 in your hand. With some Kevlar on your body. Blitz into middle early. Starts his anti-flash walk up. Supported by the taps of 910. Senzu on the short side. Blitz, what have you got? Turns the flash, and he does draw blood. Equivalent exchange. Apex tips the scales in Vitality's favor. Like a little double. Finding Senzu's huge. Could be susceptible to Mazinho here on Con. Not if Zywu cuts him down. 910's trapped. Has to fight his way out here. Apex. Apex! He's on one today.
Doing it all. You piece this one together, your nameplate, you know that Techno's the B anchor, completely out of the picture and left in a 1v3 situation.
That was wallbang headshots. You heard that sounded nasty from 910's perspective.
Apex, 18 kills, 10 deaths. ZywOo the next, 16 for 7. So the two of them, have had the worst luck here time and time again, are starting to deliver. 5 rounds the difference. Mara calls an emergency timeout, the third and final for the Mongols. Will not have another opportunity to pause the play. Extaz, 30 seconds for him to reassure them what they're doing. It is working. Keep it up. We are just 3 rounds away from map number 1. Remember, the first half started with 5 on the trot for Vitality. Mongols responded in kind. Find themselves taking another eco. Ground surge. Out of the tactical. Into what could get pretty technical. We just saw the last eco get damn close. And this one's got a little bit more firepower behind it. You know, teams when they're on the lighter buy positions take a few more risks, and well, here's one of them.
It's being held. As he tasked with that responsibility.
Made on a peak for Mezzi.
Swings on that HE and Blitz bests him. Got greedy. Someone threw that HE. Wasn't expecting Apex so close. Early 4v4. Blitz's opening endeavor successful.
And now Blitz can see the big picture. He can see the chessboard. He can call his pieces around the map based off of information that he hears and what he sees from the POVs. 9-10 on the jump. You spot Apex there. They're going to go for a bit of a gamble, so a roll of the dice as we can see the bomb currently on the other side of the map. But Vitality aren't in a rush. They don't want to slip over again. Apex feigning this mid presence. Window molly. Connector smoke. Sector clear as 3 players ready to breach the B bomb site now. The penny drops. Mongolz, you're in the wrong position. You'd be looking for damage at this point. 3 players with Kevlar that they'd love to hold on to going forward, but you definitely want to get some AKs into your hands if you can.
Got to be a very satisfying conclusion for Vitality. The path of least resistance identified in what can be a tricky round.
Well, they come into this as the heavy favorites against the Mongols. Grand final. Well and truly within their reach.
Well, when you think about it, I mean, what more does Ropz joining Vitality signify? That they just needed that last bit of polish. This was a team we talked about housing ZywOo, expecting them to be, you know, in pursuit of silverware. This is a team built for trophies. And they eluded them for the majority of the year.
And last year was pretty rough. A couple of opportunities that went awry. Apex coming out after the failure in Shanghai. That is tough when you don't feel like a real team. The issues with Spinks plaguing them, and well, 2024 coming to a bit of an anti-climax for the Vitality jersey. Speak about Katowice being a tone setter. It's the first big event of the year, the first big event of the season. It's a great way to announce your presence. And only 2 rounds necessary.
Yeah, I mean, Ropz is such a highly decorated master of his craft. Is he that missing link Vitality we're looking for?
Pack roll out middle. Ropz on the lurk. This is a brawl right now.
Yeah, they're welcoming the aim duels against a team commonly looking for them themselves. Early connector control. No numbers for the Mongols yet, but it certainly does feel heavily occupied. A break of the con smoke, and there's 910's AWP. Apex sees that as an invitation. AWP on ticket. Smoke to obfuscate. Spamming towards Blitz's position. Mazinho starts to activate, trying to lend a hand. Spams away. Good find. Removes Apex. Ropz in pursuit of a response. It's hectic in the smoke, and Mezzi spins around. A no-scope hit. Techno's gone. Ropz over there. Finds a Mazinho just over the edge of the smoke. It's now Blitz swings in. Crosshair was ready. And 910 already with 2 needs another pair of frags to keep that 6th round dream alive. Bomb loose in front of him. His position noted. A re-aggression from this AWP, perfectly timed on the mat. In the server, shuts down Vitality.
Big round from the Mongolian AWP. Bit of a statement piece right there. That would have been overtime secured for Vitality, and it denies it. Great work under pressure. A big clutch asked of the man.
bang. He doesn't play scared in that 1v2 chat. He goes looking for trouble.
And we saw it against Eternal Fire again yesterday, playing these retake A setups. The smokes will come in, he's pushing into triple. He knows his job.
Oh.
Well, the Mazinho clutch went against them in the first half, but this one has fallen in their favor. But now it's about holding on, building a CT bridge. And that's to break Vitality's finances. They have more than enough to buy back in, thereby going to look a whole lot tidier than that of the Mongolz. 3 MP9s, the saved AWP off the back of the clutch, and Senzu into a drop down 4.
He's won a head-to-head versus ZywOo. He's won a 1v4 versus 1v2 versus Vitality, and that's just map 1 of this semi-final.
Senzu down the bottom of the scoreboard can be an X factor for the Mongolz. Sure, he's got a broken hand, but he's been playing pretty good throughout the tournament. Would love to get him activated here and now, and he's been given that M4, so they need to see him deliver. Easy with just a dig.
Nine10 keeps it dynamic. Starts that orb short. Apex start trying to find a fight, and he's gonna get it. Senzu happy to oblige, loses his head. A man up for Vitality. 910 gonna sweep through that connector and line, maybe catch the walk up through the smoke though. Blitz.
Mazinho's the one who needs to step up. It's gonna be 3 waterfall out Palace.
Hard shot to hit.
They're coming out Palace.
Mazinho tucks towards the ramp. Finds an angle he can work with, but just the deagle brings him down. Blitz back turn, a free frag for Flames. 910 Zorb cut out of the round, doesn't even get to pull the trigger. ZywOo already posted on the line. This one just falls into place for Vitality.
Sure, a couple of highlights for Mongolz throughout this map so far, but really Vitality are showing their class. These are players who are extremely comfortable on big stages, and they would love to put the Spodek, the Katowice trophy, in their cabinet. And you think the V is for Vitality? Well, it's for variety with the way that Apex likes to call. You see a bit of everything from him. Great to see.
Beautiful art.
Some fans in the arena for the Mongolz. The crowd liking a bit of the underdog story, but at the moment, not too much to celebrate.
Well, there's a reason, you know, underdogs and the support that comes with it is because it's a story of overcoming impossible odds, adversity. This being doubted every step of the way, and yet here they stand in the semi-finals. Is Vitality too tall of an order?
It's looking like it.
Certainly is right now. An MP9, a scout to defend their honor on this first map of the series. A regimented Vitality with a captain performing at the top of the table, Apex, the Apex Predator on Mirage.
Well, Blitz has got some top mid info for this 19th and what could be final round. Mazinho 910 on the side, Senzu rotating over, Techno's going to be left towards B. Multi-kills required.
Simple as that for Mazinho, 910, and now Senzu cheats over.
Making no secret of this execute, here they come.
Well, if you got Mazinho, that MP9's got to sing. 910 has vision, but not anymore. ZywOo shuts him down. Oh, they nearly lined up for him. It's actually ZywOo taking down Mezzi. Senzu's been overlooked for a moment, but surely the diligent clears are coming. Techno draws fire, draws attention. That could be the setup they needed. They're not going to clear him. Apex a free frag, needs another. Jumping, didn't land the mantle. A 2 versus 2. Blitz, good timing on this. Techno tries to play his life, tries to stay alive. Flames, good read of the situation. Blitz can't tame the spray, but there's Techno. Ensures another round of play. Still seeing frustrations in the face of victory. That got too damn close.
Well, Senzu knows that he needs to be contributing more than he currently is. Only 6 kills to his name right now, and this is just tough for the kid. Another one that they just get by. This feels the way that Eternal Fire were winning rounds yesterday against the Mongolz, always down to the wire, just one player or even sometimes no players staying alive in round victory, especially on Anubis. But playing off of each other there quite well. Vitality still with a very decent buy. Sure, a couple of pistols, but when you compare what's on the other side, you take your chances.
Well, Flames, he's looking very frisky towards a early engagement on the B side of the map.
Yeah, Vitality are playing like they're the better team and they know it. Apex with a lot of space again.
Just creeping and crawling with a Tech 9.
3 players towards B to lock this down.
He's actually gotten across. There's a lot of pressure onto Techno here. He's done well for the first. Senzu provides and lends a hand. Oh, and the last bullet from Techno's MP9.
2v2.
Zoe has the bomb. Ropz alongside for the right. Vincere is walking through smokes, and he hits the headshot. But Ropz in the clutch, not to be written out of this one. Playing around the smoke, playing Mazinho at his own game. Mazinho down. One required blitz, typically on those flanks. Ropz not considering it, looking short. Element of surprise for blitz. Ropz trying to piece this together. He's got time to work. He's a diligent clearer of the angles. Blitz stays static. Still has vision of that bomb. Ropz on the re-clear. Keeping that crosshair ready for a quick flick. Time becoming a factor, gets his spot, and he composed to close. Makes Mirage Vitalities.
And that's why Ropz is in this team, to close down games. A 1v2 to get them across the line. 13-7 on the Mongolz map pick. Up next is Nuke. They are in the hunt for a grand final appearance.
Fire. Nice. Fire. It could be ever.
In the smoke, you see him close.
Nice! Nice, boys! Nice shot. Oh, I'm jumping. A flash, smoke. Out there. People dead. I fight the bench. Palace dinked. Last dinked. Palace. Nice, boys!
Nice, boys.
What do you hold? My 2 window? Yeah, I have window now for the boost. Don't see con. Window boost! Dead! Nice. Careful, eh?
Don't see CT.
Default, Sheriff. Careful balcony. Shadow balcony. City.
One CT.
And jungle! Then which one? Two city. One more city. Jungle and city. Nice, boys! AK Palace, no? AK Rob, no? I'm hiding on the guns. Bomb is full city. Nice! Nice, guys. I'm too good for them, I promise.
Sick.
Nice fucking
Sick.
Let's go, boys!
Insane.
Thank you, bro.
Whatever Spodek spell may have haunted Vitality in years gone by, they're looking to break in 2025. Not only in-game leader Apex firmly leading by example, but a man who knows what it means to win on this very stage. Mr. Cool, Calm, Collected, poetically sealing this map with a beautiful clutch.
Absolutely, that's why he was brought to Vitality. On this stage, really close out games for him. Wasn't the main actor on this particular map, but
yeah, great performance from Vitality all the way around.
We see Vitality hot right out the gate. We see Apex leading by example, but one of the things I want to talk about is like how Apex, you know, he's having a good performance, he's going to be calling well, everything's going to be in good spirits, but you see how he started so fresh, 3 rounds in, he had like 10 kills, but then Zai was slowly catching up, and that's just the difference in playstyle. He just kind of, it's like you're doing these trades and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to do a long-term investment over like 50 years versus Apex is like, no, I need my instant gains now.
No, and sometimes, Freya, we talk about these teams that get straight to the semis versus a team that has to play a quarterfinal game. They already get a game in the arena. Vitality's been 3 days, 4 days since they played an official, right? So sometimes getting into the game cold can be a problem. And they were tested at the very beginning, right? We were talking about the Mongolz. They're going to play their own game. They're going to be aggressive no matter what. And it feels like initially Vitality being able to weather that storm was what was the big difference in the end.
Yeah, should we dive into maybe some of those rounds as an example, right? Because Vitality, sure, they were 5-0 up, but as you were aptly saying, not without being a bit tested, right?
2 rounds back-to-back, right? So they win pistol, they convert. First gunner, you can see there's 4 players towards the A bomb side. Ropz sort of going back and forth. They're going to try and go through the smoke. Flamesy on top of it, gets 2 kills with the MP9, right? They're going to mop up after this. Mongolz with another buy, what happens? Here's Zaiwu over the smoke, finds one. They try to again pop on A. He just mops up, gets all these kills, right? So they were really ready for what the Mongolz were throwing at them, and they executed well in terms of holding down the site and finding those kills.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever a concern for the side of Vitality. I mean, you look at the end score 13-7, we look at a couple of the clutches, even Zaiwu with a nice 1 versus 1 that we saw there, that got a little bit of a nail biter. Ropz to close out the map with a 1 versus 2 as well. You know, had these rounds gone a different way, we're maybe looking at 13-9, the game's getting a little bit closer, and maybe we're having a different discussion. But for now, Vitality, yeah, single-handed, it looked so easy for them.
Should we dive into one of those clutches? You mentioned it, the Zaiwu clutch, round number 11, because it elicited quite the reaction from Mizinho when obviously Mongolz losing out on that one.
That's the big one, right? And that's the difference between a team like Vitality and the Mongolz at the moment, right? Score is 5-5. This round is pretty much whoever wins 7-5 the half. And you can see Zaiwu been getting caught. Mizinho can't finish off the kill, right? Zaiwu low HP. It looks like he's down to 4, but he comes through, comes up clutch, wins the round, and you can see Mizinho doesn't tend to get this frustrated because he knows he had it, and managing those emotions, just delivering on that stage is what it's all about.
And that was like 3 different moments as well. That one clutch, he had the draw on him when Zaiwu wasn't ready, didn't even have a gun out, takes him down to what, 18 HP, has a nade, misses, does the flash, doesn't even follow up with that flash peek. In any of those moments, Mizinho is probably closing that round out, and I don't know what it is, and that's what he's so frustrated about, is that is such an easy layup for him to be able to just sink it in the basket, and he fumbled it 3 times.
Yeah, it feels like he fumbled around. It's a shame because he played so well at the start. You know, some of the rounds that were close, they were close due to him. 9-10 as well, but also has to be said, I wouldn't be disheartened if I were the Mongolz. Why? We started 0-5 and 0-4, both halves, and still sort of managed to win a lot of gun rounds in the first half. Really didn't have much of a buffer in the second half. So if you can just have a bit of a better start, I think they can still be in the series.
And I think Vitality is also giving up some of these opportunities. We see Apex, you know, he's feeling good, invincible. He's 11-3, kills 2 deaths. And then he just goes into a smoke and he's trying to spray through the smoke at them coming through connector. And it's like, okay, they can just shoot you back. And that's what happens. So if you get a little too greedy in these situations and you think that you've already won, this is when things, like, don't get ahead of yourself. That's why that's always a saying. Don't get ahead of yourself, you know, play round by round, because it can slip, and some of these big moments can have catastrophic consequences for the follow-up rounds.
It's also crazy how high octane this game was, right? How fast we were getting into fights, how quickly, you know, trades were happening, and, you know, Vitality not really scared at all at being drawn down into the mud. I think Apex is sort of like, you know, I was born in it, molded by it. You know, I didn't play Team Counter-Strike until I was already a man. So that's why he thrives in this sort of environment. Swinging, fighting, like, yeah, that's where he does his best work.
Professor Paunovic, if you could so kindly give me a grading on this essay that Zaiwu wrote, because we talk about him being able to get the better of the Mongolz basically every single time he faces them. What grade would you give him?
Indubitably, this is an A, Freya.
Not even an A+?
Well, we don't do pluses where I come from. We just get a grade, right? and there's no participation awards either. But yeah, absolutely a tremendous job from Zyvo on map 1. We said in some of those early hits, he was able to get some multi-kills, really be a thorn in the Mongolz' side, came up clutch a couple of times, just keeps doing what he did to Mongolz, despite it being in a different setting.
Let's talk a little bit about the next map. That will be Vitality's map pick of Nuke. You were pretty adamant that they would be picking this into the series. Tell me maybe the reasoning why you feel like this makes sense for them to bring a Mongolz on for a battle.
It's just, you look at their win record on this, it's just absurd how good they are at this map, especially on the CT side with some of the rotation protocols. It's going to be a little bit different now with Ropz here and, Flames Mezzi is switching positions a bit, but you still get to see Zyvo kind of get these contact rounds with the rifle outside, with the op outside. They're going to take their timings. They're going to do their, smoke walls and get around the map. And I think their mid-rounding, because they have experienced players, is going to be better than what Mongolz has, which is going to be, let's fight.
Also, the Mongolz, what they have going for them is they're not a red logo team. That's what Vitality...
Top tier analysis, right?
Vitality are owning all the red logo teams, man. And yeah, they lost just one nuke in the last 6 months. Right, it's been a map for a long time they didn't pick, but were very good on. Now they also started picking it. So yeah, we'll see for the Mongolz. Again, I wouldn't underestimate them. I think the bad starts really contributed. And you have to give them props, man. You're down 5-0. They didn't change the way they played. Like, they were still going for it. Players individually were still going for plays, taking risks, and that's what enabled them to end it on a 7-5 basis. So don't get complacent if you're Vitality.
Josh, you kind of touched upon it, obviously, with Ropz coming into the fray. This is a map that potentially we've seen a little bit of movement on. Maybe just to clarify for the viewers at home, what changes should we be expecting with Spinks out and Ropz in the fray?
Yeah, Spinks was kind of like their star player, and he'd play on the upper area with Flamesy a lot, but Mezzi was their RAM player, and the way that Ropz comes into the team, he kind of shifts people around a little bit on certain maps, like Anubis, for example. So kind of moving around and making space means that they just switch positions. But I think when we look at this map and how it's going to play out, we look at the formula that we looked at before Mirage, and it's going to be the same thing. Vitality is probably going to have the upper hand. It's going to come down to if the game's like going in their favor, is the Apex having a good game, everything's going to go and fall into place for them. And it's if they get off to a bad start and then a couple bad calls and Apex gets frustrated and is like, oh, just upper rush, or just rush outside to lower, and then Mongolz picks up a couple of rounds, that's when we're going to start seeing something sloppy and maybe it goes the distance.
We'll see. Apex as the R player obviously has a lot of responsibility on this map. Ropz is more fluid. He's the RAM player, but half of the rounds he's somewhere else. So it's going to be up to the Mongolz to figure that out, figure out the setup. But Vitality having to start on the T side, I want to see how much space is there for Ropz to go for this place. How many rounds are already in place for him? Everyone knows the Ropz player nukes. Flash through the door, smoke, right, do an upper pop. So what is the balance right now for this team? Is it still just more of the old Vitality to make sure everyone's on the same page, or are we already shifting to this new Ropz Vitality?
How do you reckon Mongolz have those hot starts then? On that CT side, obviously, you said both halves on this map of Mirage, they were off to a slow one. What's going to be key for them?
Just in pistol rounds, right? Like winning a pistol or being able to win a force, right? Some of those rounds, but it's going to be difficult. Vitality has some of the best pistol players in the world.
Yeah, you look at the Vitality starting on T side factor of it, and we can talk about Ropz taking his timings outdoor or out ramp, but it's all about that first initial yard duel that happens. And if we're seeing Apex out there, if we're seeing them get ahead of themselves, if we're seeing them get taken out by a Deagle or a Scout, especially if it's on a force buy or just Mongolz getting in their faces at T-Red, that's when things are going to start getting a little bit weird, where now Ropz, instead of being like the pull element of the push or like the ping pong, he's going to start being like, okay, I'm going to start overcompensating. If that happens, then Vitality's going to fall apart. It's those yard duels that are going to just dictate everything.
Yanko, is this the moment? Is this the map, the Vitality break the curse in Katowice?
I think it is. They looked really solid. The fact that this was their first map in the arena didn't bother them whatsoever. Everyone's doing their job, executing on a high level. I think they closed it out 2-0.
Well, they were full steam ahead on the Mongolz map pick of Mirage, and now Nuke, their choice lays in wait. We're going to head things to a quick break, but when we're back, semi-finals continue. Vitality versus the Mongolz.
What's your name?
Lee.
Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here.
You know what that sound means, Katowice. It's time for our second map of our first semi-final. Every single player on that stage, this is the farthest they have ever come out of Katowice. Some within 10 years of trying. This is the furthest they've been. This could be the last map of this semi-final. So if this game delivers, I hope we deliver as a crowd. Make this a special, memorable moment for the human beings on that stage. Mongolz are already down. The underdog has already succumbed on their map pick. Odds stacked even higher against them. A grand final just one nuke away for Vitality, specifically for Apex. Can the Mongols shoot just as hard? ZywOo's had them in his pocket. Can he keep this going? Let's start off with nuke! Pistols were a factor in that first map, Chad.
And both of which falling in the favor of Vitality. 5 on the trot on nuke, looking to make it 6.
Blitz under scrutiny. Look, doesn't even pull the trigger, trying to set up his teammate Mazinho with those dual Berettas, and he's already delivering. Oh, Mazinho puts the bomb down, shut them down. Hang on. ZywOo's in the server, Apex is in the site, flanks on through. Mazinho another onto ZywOo, and just like that, Ropz left alone.
1v3 bomb down ramp, fight coming his way.
Yeah, they actually want to fight him. Tucking in, good setup. He's in a lot of trouble around this corner, just like that, Blitz. And Mazinho locked down the ramp assault on the pistol.
Well done from Mazinho, picking right up where he left off on Mirage. Had some impactful moments. Sure, that clutch highlighted by the deaths throughout the break. Not one of his finer moments, but that's going to be the pressure. This is a 17-year-old kid taking on a 3-time world #1. Major champ, a Cologne champ.
Just not a Katowice.
Yeah, well, look, we talk about Apex now with the same Vitality. Never really having the most luck or fortune. Depends on the way that you want to flip it. Furthest they've ever been in a Katowice is the semi-final, but that's due to a seeding match.
Right. This is their first taste. How's their playoffs?
The question is Ropz the talisman for Apex? Saw him win here back in 2022 with the FaZe clan. This is just going to be a couple of deagles to pass around for ZywOo and Ropz. The individuals who got kills on the pistol. ZywOo worrying about Secret.
I mean, if Blitz does give him the opportunity, he will take it. I think Blitz realizes that that's enough. Spot Silo.
You see what they're up to, and now it's going to allow you to pivot now into a bit more of a defensive stance. 910 tucking in with the buffed Famous. Good map from 910, and Mazinho as well, but they need Senzu's help. Blitz was the one who was leading the charge yesterday. We're going to have a run boost, so we'll open up the crosshair, and well, it doesn't matter. He pivoted away. They are into Warehouse, but they get munched on up. Techno, 910. We're going to have them for breakfast. Just one to find to keep it clean. And that's a mean round from the Mongols. 2-0 start. Nobody going down. A bonus into the first rifle round. Now, the reason I bring up Senzu, it's going to be tussling with Ropz's lobby lurks and door plays. And we saw him having a tougher go. We know that the kid broke his hand over the break. Coming in, still having to wear tape, a cast. You can all see it on the screen. But how much is that really going to hinder them? That's the big question. Rifles out for Vitality. Just took a little for ZywOo, needing to really facilitate that util.
Could argue they were destroyed on map 1, but not defeated until our second. Will they be able to bounce back up against the guns?
You see what I'm talking about here, Senzu. And then Ropz on the other side. The cat and mouse game.
Ropz plays this better than most people in the game, and there's a demonstration! Just walks out, claims the site for his own, and he's not done there. A forward position, anticipates the occupation of that credit card position, but already Mongolz, they're just trying to do anything to make this round a bit more costly for Vitality, preserve what little they have.
Yeah, it was the bonus, so you could look for a few exits for 910 and Blitz. Mazinho will want to hold on to that rifle for sure. Plenty of money for Techno with the loss bonus coming in, and Senzu, he'll have just enough. Bomb about halfway gone now as Ropz is continuing just to pry on the perimeter. And you want to have a safe save as well if you are Vitality. Sure, it's not going to give us too much to offer on the way out of this round, but hold on to your guns and won't be able to do so. 910 gets something for his troubles.
Forces the rebuy.
And it wasn't just a default out of Vitality, was it?
Very direct.
Standard openings, right? You get the squeaky lurk smoky in play, but then they used it to collapse into an A pop. And great timing for Ropz. So that's something that the Mongols will need to be keeping tabs on. 2-1, one-round game.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where Ropz really can demonstrate his prowess. No one's looking. No one's looking in his direction. Just 2 clean headshots. They're still going through the motions of setting up the defense, and just like that, the round's over.
The thing is, you can't put a game on one player, but you need to work out how you're going to deal with that if Senzu is having struggles.
Yeah.
How do you change the CT defense Smoke wall landing, diagonal. 9-10 in warehouse blitz to contribute with the MP9 from behind main. Flames on top of Silo. Well, he's dipped off. Apex, he's going to take the space yard. Going to loudly get this cross towards Secret. It's the brakes to avoid the audible. There's a player at red pole. He is down. This time, testing the waters in Hut.
Oh, that's a lot of info and a lot of damage.
Big nade. Still an opportunity to reset. The round has a minute and 15 left on the clock, so don't need to be in too much of a hurry, do they?
Apex talking an awful lot. He's trying to communicate the finish.
Well, they don't have an AWP, so crossing yard. Oh, okay. Delivery service.
Really?
Taking advantage of that mechanic.
Yeah, fair play.
I like the way the crowd enjoyed that one. A little bit of techers.
Wow, that's a lot of damage as well. The HE lands on Blitz's front door, and then Flames kicks it open. Spots out Techno, just a FAMAS to try and defend his site. He's done well. Down now to Ropz. Senzu doesn't have the ammo for this. Mazzinho good for the finish onto Mezzi. Hang on, we got a 1v2. 9-10. Ooh, quick fight with Zywoo. Forces back into the back of the site. Ropz is very low here. If he wants to spam the smoke, but Zywoo not scared. And look at the determination on Apex's face. After Mongolz took that pistol, they quickly rectify the issue.
They're just not giving the output on that top side, are they? Great little pathing there as well from the likes of Flames. He back turn, pivots in, gets the opener. And that flash helping facilitate this. HE in, flash to follow, bang. Thank you very much, says Flamesy.
The diligence to be ready for that warehouse angle as well. Back red pole.
Well, haven't broken them just yet, Vitality. If you think you have, you might be in for a nasty surprise. 3 M4s, MP9 and a Deagle. Blitz tucked in Secret, so out of the play. Apex has not crossed this time, so sure, early information. But it looks like they want to explode on Mazzinho on Ram. Now here's a Deagle. This is a very, very tough position. They're going to be mobile, they're going to be jumping, there's going to be flashes.
And just this one-shot headshot pistol, I mean, it's going to really come down to his precision and decision-making. That's one shot. Tries to block him. Will they respect that? Damage inflicted through the box. Zywoo, ooh, even more so now with the HE, but it does seem that that smoke has at least bought time.
Good understanding from Mazzinho, knowing that he can't just drop down. Might be a little bit skittish considering the circumstances, but steps back up, spams some Deagle's shots through, and now Vitality, they pivot.
How does Techno play this? Head-to-head with Ropz. Flame's going to be the space taker with that Mac-10. Techno turns the flashes and delivers one. Ropz trades. Rushing into the site, Senzu, this is the fight. This is the one you've got to prove that you can weather. Mezzi, quick double. Oh, Mezzi! Slices into the site, his first 3 contributions from the Brit. And it's round defining.
And Apex is on the hunt, he's looking for his first kill. He's had space, he's had impact, but he's about to have his first frag notched on the board. Blitz, oh, ready and raring, gets something short. The hunt is on, however, the bomb is down, and the AK is in his hands for not much longer.
Oh my.
Playing deathmatch, isn't he?
Yeah, he can aim. He shoots hard. Still feels like exit is a bit of a dream. The smoke, maybe, actually has done enough. You're not pushing that if you're walking close to it.
You've already given over a couple of kills.
That's enough.
Building out your finances as well. 2,400 is the loss into the bank balance in the next round. Will have to be a Mongolz partial behind the AK. And there's 3 rounds where topside, it has been the preference. Sure, they got blocked at ramp there, but still being able to execute into A again, into what was looking like a pretty hefty stack. Confidence will be at an all-time high for Vitality right now. Really important trade there from Ropz, but it's all about Mezzi. The pressure on A, they're stuck behind the side, they line up, 2 easy kills, and the third one, a thing of beauty. The unsung hero on Vitality, Mezzi just does his job. So Apex is enjoying this one now, being able to stretch their legs. Just need to avoid Blitz's AK, and he is the yard rifler.
Oh, this is disrespect from Flames. Straight in. Hold on to this. He says, opens up, and already the round falls apart through their fingers. Blitz that hero, AK, what can you do? Nothing at the hands of Mezzi. And not even a chance to save the AK from behind. Apex strikes 9-10 down, and Flames even gets that upgrade.
Feels like a bit of a beating at the moment. I know they got the pistol with the conversion, but these rifle rounds are where things are not looking close whatsoever. Mara to get on the mic.
Okay, so it's problem solving that weak top side.
The thing is, part of this is going to be the nerves. It's going to be Senzu not being able to lock down his position. And what are you going to do to try and rectify that?
Aggression's elsewhere.
You can try like lobby crunches and just turn this into a map and take the fight to them, but you can see that the Vitality players are hitting hard. For Mara, he's not used to being in this environment either. His players are going to be a little bit more erratic, might be more stressed in the comms. So you need to ask them, you need to plead with them just to be able to focus on what's in front of them, but it is a tough task and you are versing a class opponent. The Mongolz, they're underdog for a reason. It's not just because of the lack of stage experience, it's because Vitality are one of the absolute best teams in the world. Sure, you look at the VRS, Mongolz at the tippy top at number 2. But this is where you become a household name in arenas like this, in matches like this. No 9-10 all. Yard control though.
Forward position from 9-10, trying to punish Flames on silo.
They should be stubborn with this Mongolz. They have to fight.
The fights will come their way. Just on the edge of that there, just on the precipice. Ropz down to 5 HP. Apex, the timing is absurd! How has he got that? Blitz, back turn, back of the head, now dead. Oh. And Zywood found 9-10.
They're getting peeled apart at the moment.
He just can't hit.
They're not ready for any of the timings. The explosions on the A, this time they do the yard control, they don't see the silo player, nobody really kicking up too much of a fuss towards outside. They hear the sound cues dropping back, leering through the smoke. Apex taking risks. He's having a great series so far.
There's something to Mazinho's position, given Ropz has the bomb. He investigates, but thinks better of it. Five versus 3. The T's have frozen. Techno moving.
The CTs to aggress into this. Nothing's come their way just yet. 30 seconds, there will have to be a finish.
Didn't get what they wanted.
If they head ramp towards B, it's going to be a bit of a stack. Yeah. 25 seconds, running out of time now.
Mazinho, this is a really good position to be in, so later they look to hit B. Techno, Molotov'd off, the flank is coming. He's considered it, and he's ready for it. Gets Apex, now Senzu will activate. Already gambled down here, Mazinho empty-handed. And now the bomb can go down with a couple of seconds to spare.
Techno left with no choice but to save. A good gamble, a good opportunity, and a nice kill there from Techno short, but no multis on the lower side. Vitality, they break their way in, they get the bomb down, and they secure their 5th round.
Like, I'm not tripping, right? There was definitely legs to that 2-man down on B.
Because of the time, at that moment, if a multi comes in, bomb gets spewed loose, becomes real problems for Vitality. But the Mongolz left in a situation where they have to gamble because those opening kills came in so quick.
I need you to be a reality check for me, Chad. 5. This is going to read 5-2. T-side nuke.
It was always going to be a tough task for the Mongolz, but for them to bounce back into this, they need to play some of their absolute best CS. Maybe they
can get as far as something to celebrate. Not even that for Techno.
Well, Techno was the individual yesterday against Eternal Fire when the game got deep on Mirage, and then the Mongolz started showing the nerves, started showing the inexperience, who stepped up with some massive multi-kill rounds. Will he be the answer again? I think the quiet in the arena is starting to tell of just the result that we're seeing. Everybody poised to watch Spirit taking on Na'Vi coming up next as our second semi-final. Na'Vi seeming like they're a bit of a home crowd favorite. When I say home crowd, maybe this will turn into home turf.
Yeah. A lot of love for Na'Vi and Katowice. And the Mongolz too. A round like this can change everything. Armored pistols versus a fully geared up Vitality, and they are starting to ask questions of Senzu. He starts towards the ramp. Mazinho going to be the unknown entity. Just a flying AK to the face, of course! Deagle damage! Nothing converted bar the first. Lots of room to stretch his legs now.
A lot of util to work with Vitality as well. Smoke over towards the window side, they can get the mollies in. The rotation out of place. They are being given time. That's because it shows you the Mongolz don't really know exactly what's going on. The Ropz lurk still available. That's a rifle. Oh,
didn't catch it.
So an opportunity.
Certainly a chance. 910 swings open the door.
The bomb
Techno
loose.
spamming away. Yeah, bomb now loose on the floor with 2 CTs to try and voice concerns. ZywOo dead. The Deagle headshot does ring true. Mezzi holding this smoke though. Safe pair of hands is Mezzi, and Ropz in partnership makes 6 a reality. Threatening from the Mongolz. Still no chance into this CT half. 2 rounds, all they have to boast, and it's been a run of 6.
Oh, it's about time 910 gets the AWP out. I think Blitz with the head tilt is telling of some of the frustrations, and this is a new experience for them. But they're not here for the experience, they're here for the win. And there's Flames just defying gravity. I think a positive and a negative in that situation is at least Mongolz are playing as they traditionally would. That's the techno push. They're playing bold Counter-Strike, they're taking a lot of risks, they're trying to subvert the expectation, but getting caught in that situation. It's now a 4-round gap. Feels like it's only going to get worse.
Sometimes it has to get worse before it gets better. But running out of rounds.
Yeah, can only salvage the half at 6-6 now.
Yeah, already bleak outlook.
Well, they've totaled up. This is a very heavy A lean. Your outside rifler is not playing secret. He's not playing behind red. Oh, and never mind. Your outside rifler is dead.
From lobby through a smoke through his skull. Blitz now down and out, and look at all the room Apex has. He's just waltzing into this top side. Their backs are turned. They're just not ready for this. Oh, Senzu adjusts. Just in time, he finds it. An equalizing frag. Plenty of time for Vitality to reformat. An important frag back.
Both in-game leaders getting the call from the grave right now. Lots of utility to work with if you are Vitality. Could just set up a top hit. Still got a smoke that you could use on main. You could use molly towards backside, CT vent, top hut. Pick your poison, and oh, just spam through the smoke again. This time ZywOo gets caught.
That's a massive round from Senzu so far. The fact his heart still beats in his chest, although likely quickening in pace. And now the 910 Ropz missed his shot. That makes it very uncomfortable. Senzu, we discussed this, low HP, 1 bullet would do it. And he's losing teammates left and right. Techno down. Senzu succumbs to his injuries. And Mazinho, what can you possibly do? 3 players to find. They don't know where he is. He's caught the timing. Flames the adjustment. A quick flick to heaven to make 7 a reality.
And you take a look at this roster, right? This was never the question with them in terms of the firepower, but you add Ropz in, and a lot of the pros out there would say that it is an upgrade.
Oh, yeah.
Ropz taking the spot of Spinks. Now, that's not to say Spinks isn't a good player, but Ropz, he knows what it takes to win. A master in the positions he plays, and the 7-2 scoreline, this is starting to look fearful now for the Mongolz.
Amara's just going to do whatever he can to try and stabilize his troops. You can see it in some of the frags. Vitality are finding that there is just a hectic communication. They're not anticipating all the gaps that they've left open. Apex has waltzed into that top side through main a couple of times.
Well, for ZywOo and Apex, they're about to win their first series in the Spodek ever. The curse to be broken. And a grand final where they'll get to take on the winner of either Spirit or Na'Vi in what will be a blockbuster affair tomorrow.
No doubt.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but the fact that the score is 7-2 and the friction that Mongolz have posted so far is very light.
Look at Ropz' confidence there. He's processing those tiny sound cues, the nuance at the start of the round, building a mental picture as to where Techno will advance him from, and the pre-aim is bang on if Techno was to advance.
Hitting the brakes, allowing Mongolz to go for an aggressive maneuver with this lighter purchase. Nothing coming their way just yet. Oh, but a head spotted. Apex will call 1 in secret. Su is going to get that molly in play as the smoke wall lands. That informs his decision-making. Going to palm through the smoke in towards warehouse. Might catch 910.
Knife out to try and catch that timing. In towards the top side is Ropz, comfortable for the first collection. Senzu looking for him, finds it. That's important. The only M4 in the mix for Mongolz finds Ropz. Trying to stay active, a sound cue given away, and Apex will collect. Mazinho is cooking up trouble though. Blitz is just about to be cleared, and a little burst to the face of Flames is a good start, but Mazinho, what can you do with the dig? A clean one onto Mezzi. AK falls into his grasp. Bomb in front of him as well. He has the objective. He knows they're coming his way. Can Mazinho come up? Oh! A valiant attempt. Clean headshot onto ZywOo, unable to convert.
Oh, you think that Apex is going to go up heaven, right? He got to kill Yard onto 910, and then he takes down Senzu over towards the hell position. You think, of course, he's going to go up the ladder, but that's not the case whatsoever. Reposition over towards main, gets the job done, and continues to show strong form. 8-2. Just going through the paces right now. The spoils of the Spodek, something that Apex has been chasing, something that Apex wants to add to that cabinet. But you wonder what was tougher, playing the arena match or taking on the Mongolz. Well, right now they're making light work of both.
Things are flowing very nicely for a team. Integrating a new player into their roster and already sailing through a semi-final, that sets the bar pretty high. Ropz not playing scared in that hut position, already keeping those players on their toes.
Ropz had some tussles throughout their run. Took on 3D Max, that was the banter fest. Gravity and Apex going. Blow for blow, bar for bar.
Very entertaining series between those two.
A 3-mapper, Ropz against his old team FaZe with the addition of Elige. And then the seeding match against VP where they wiped the floor with them. Straight into the semi, got to watch proceedings unfold yesterday. And after being on ice for a couple of days since the conclusion of Stage 2, I'm sure they were more than ready to get back in the server. Apex again.
It's a rascal. Techno is not prepared for this. All attention drawn away from main. And Techno blinded and Flames comfortable.
In outclassed.
Just outclassed is a perfect word. Senzu, however, holding at the back of the site, trying to stay active. 30 seconds, the pressure starting to rise as Blitz is working on a flank of his own. There's 9-10 off from heaven. ZywOo back, finds the flank, Apex low. ZywOo missing his first opportunity. Do they pivot? They've got 20 seconds. That bomb is under CT control and it's getting worse for Vitality piece by piece. Mongolz managed to create a third round. 9-10 confirms it.
Well, a reason to celebrate. Also a strong round from Senzu. He's had a couple of these now. This one converted upon. So good to see him not just completely buckling. Plays a key component on the CT side and wouldn't like to be in his position considering, you know, you're not at 100% and you know you can be such an X factor for the team. But good work, 9-10 and Senzu combined, hitting a couple of important shots to confirm. And sure, 4 rounds at the half, maybe it'll leave you with some hope, but this is going to be a long way back up the mountain.
Significant damage to start. Apex stomachs a wall bang out of 9-10 and Mazinho is flirting with aggression. Mr. Merriman down and out.
I like what I'm seeing from the Mongolz. Even though the scoreline is against them, the moment is 2. They're not stopping with the aggression.
Yeah, trying their hand at it. And Senzu's going to catch ZywOo with some more aggression of his own. Deep smoke thrown out towards Squeaky. They know where Ropz likes to reside behind this box. Bit of strife towards the tail end of this first half, second map.
They're not going to give it over to them for free. They can work, draw this out. 3v5, just need to hold on to the man advantage.
Chipping a Senzu, forcing him into the fight. Wow, Flames has managed to manufacture one step towards leveling the odds. He's a dead man walking though. Techno ensures it. Attempt from Rock falls flat. Apex doesn't have the health for this, doesn't have the teammates for this, and run down by Techno. Is that a recovered half? Can Mongolz really inject some hope into the ranks coming into this second half? Will it be their final half in the Spodek?
Give me something. Give me something. Give me some aggression. Yeah. Perfect. Nice.
Putain! T'as ton tour de prep là, c'est relou.
Calme-toi, tout va bien. Ça va bien se passer. T'es pas comme ça normalement.
At least I was locked in.
What is that? Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
Oh no, not the beans.
I've made a huge fucking mistake.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
The Mongolz, this underdog, has bore its teeth and has continued where they left off last year. Playoffs of the major into the playoffs of Katowice, starting 2025 as they mean to go on, but it seems Vitality proves too much of an obstacle in this semi-final. An 8-4 half, second map nuke. This is Vitality's turf, and it certainly felt like that on their attack.
In the broader context, this is great experience for the team. They got a win yesterday against the EF, but you're a competitor. You want to win right here, right now, and if you've got anything left in the tank, we need to see it.
Has to be a good pistol here, huh? Can't just fall flat on their faces as they run into the USPs of Vitality. There's ZywOo and Flames hitting shots. Heads roll. ZywOo puts 3 in the dirt as the 9th is already theirs.
It's 3 out of 4 pistols in the series so far.
A P2K enjoyer, ZywOo. There's a movement starting.
I went for a top rush shock and awe from the Mongolz, but it was handled. Easy stuff. More than enough bodies over towards A to deal with this. Using their utility against them and pipping them at the post. 9 confirmed as the lead grows, and Apex can sense they're close now.
Use the extra bullet is all I'm saying for that 3rd kill.
I'll force it again.
All right. There's a lot riding on that then.
You have to get something. Our plant is a minimum, it feels like. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s against plenty of Tech 9s and a Deagle.
One of smokes into ramp, and it's Ropz on ramp. Good luck, have fun. Oh, he's already got 2. The 3rd asking too much of him. Sends you an important find.
A job done against the Force. Splitzer's got some space. Might catch Mezzy off guard.
Certainly could. He is behind him. They're waiting for this frag to come through, and Mezzy is sitting duck. Plucked. Blitz removes him from the pack.
3v3.
Oh, not anymore, not for long. 3 on the floor. As comfortable as that for Vitality.
That's so frustrating if you blitz. You just walked all that way, you got across with your wall, you got the kill, and then there's 2 players already double doors side. So stunned right now with the Mongolz. It is going to have to be the eco. Might be able to invest in a P250 or a Deagle or 2. But all in all, Ropz did his job. You're against the Force fight, you're on your lonesome, you get 2 kills. Confident work, and Flamesy secures it. Door swings open. Got a whole lot more than they were bargaining for there, the Mongolz. 4 Deagles invested, Blitz. Blitz has head armor. And a Glock.
Yeah. Just in case one of these Deags gets something accessible.
Reducia. Well, they're just sending them out to search right now, so a banger has to be hit. I don't want to give anything away to their aim. 10-4. Senzu audible with the drop onto main.
Yeah, and the flash swing from Apex doesn't actually bear fruit, just a spot onto 9-10. Now he has info on the 2nd. Decides and thinks better of sticking around.
Still playing a tidy game. Sitting and feeling himself as there's the opener. Techno down. Blitz is going to head back to try and get that Deagle, but they're falling all over the shop. Senzu now dead on yard.
Spotting out 9-10 as well. Oh, bowling. rolling from ZywOo. Top spin straight to the jaw of 910. He cleans up, sweeps up the double under the rug.
You deal with this next round of play, that's 12, and it's going to have to be just a force from Mongolz, and scoreline likely to read 13-4 right now. This has been a very tough series for them. Vitality, especially ZywOo, more often than not farming them, but when Apex starts the way he did on Mirage, continues strong calling. He was able to slip into the back lines and yard more often than not. They weren't able to deal with any of the plays that were coming their way. They got to start on the easier side, the CT side, but look at the odds, they're blown out now.
Yeah, I mean, this map looks really like home turf for Vitality. Emboldened by Ropz as well to farm on that first half. Flames a forward stance. Is that something Techno's accounting for? Heading up the ladder will hold that ramp push as well. A lot of responsibility on Techno's shoulders here.
He's foregone the lobby completely, as he's aware of the possibility for the push, doesn't want to get isolated.
He timed it well with the round of the corner. Flames and Ropz in unison, trying to seize some control of lobby.
How far does Ropz go though? Look at this, he's taking some massive liberties, and Flames, he finds him for free.
Great awareness of the possibilities. He's no one shooting at me. Someone's got to be looking.
The rest of yard now. Look at this position. He's played to contain. This is perfect from Ropz, the poise.
And look at the cheat down bottom. You got two players already descending the ramp.
Set up a deadly crossfire, can't they? Have to get a move on Mongolz.
They'll hear those footsteps heading in towards their hold. Not ready for someone so close. Flames dispatches of 910. More available. Flames and ZywOo getting the job done. Just Senzu remains. So many bodies. Heat seeking towards him as a 12th already on the board. Treating this semi-final like a formality. Vitality.
Getting themselves situated for tomorrow, making this one feel comfy. A grand final against either Spirit or Na'Vi. That is going to be a sight to behold.
This was too.
Maybe, just maybe, Ropz is the talisman. The necessary component, the key piece, a man who knows what it takes to win in Katowice. Joining Vitality and is about to push them the furthest they have ever been.
Ropz is one of those players as well with that like superhuman work ethic. That's got to be contagious.
This looks to be the final round. This time very lobby-centric. And they're really going to try Ropz again.
It would be quite poetic. Ropz down to Techno instead. An opening forged. A hard round nonetheless. Apex has already cheated down here. Mazinho, he's going to get the info. More than that, gets the headshot. Okay. B is taken, or not! Mezzi swings open the door for a double. 910 looking for that trade. Can't get it done. Mezzi. All three. Makes it look easy.
Oh, they walk past each other. They walk past each other.
Oh, ZywOo turned around. Blitz has heard him. ZywOo seems to have put it 2 and 2 together, but Blitz still bests him. Mezzi with 3 HP. He's not ready for Senzu. Okay, survival from Mongolz. They're backed into this corner. Every round necessary from them. Series points, semi-final point, a point. That feels like an inevitability.
Yeah, sure, they put a bit of friction there. Well put together. Mezzi almost shut that one down, got it done, and finished this one off. Nice little three-piece feed from here. Just door swings open, not ready for so many bodies already to be down towards the B site, so he does a great job, but it's not enough to get the job done.
That was such a quick response time, right? That's something you've drilled. If Ropz goes down insta, Mezzi down, Apex down, frags are found. Instantaneous from Vitality, and so is the opening. Techno's been spammed away at. Flames are successful in his opening endeavor. Apex flirts with a re-aggress, but they have that man advantage. Blitz to try and get across with this wall. Spam. Good work. Blitz trying to slice through the smokes and find an angle of the exposed CT. It's ZywOo, a chance for him. Throwing nades. Blitz just about gets it. Can he get away? Takes shelter in the smoke. Heavy damage inflicted. He's really turned to Mazinho and 910 and said, you have to play. How play? Ooh, it's getting messy already. Playtime cancelled by Flamesy. That low HP still not stopping him from fragging. Finally brought down.
Both so low, 25 and 26 points of health. A 2v4 turned 2v3.
And they're completely separate from one another.
Time to work with. That's the biggest positive, but I think Mezzi has this one done.
Powerful position adopted by Mezzi. Likely to be overlooked. It's actually going to be overlooked by Mezzi himself. Blitz reposition now up the vent with the bomb. There's something to this. Despite that low HP, a 2v3 to keep this game, to keep the semi-final going. Ropz late from heaven. Blitz is going for the round-the-world maneuver.
Risky in this environment.
Especially if 9-10 just falls over, but he's caught the perfect timing. Removes Apex on the clears, but from the heavens, Ropz will strike once. Can he strike twice? Blitz with a crazy call. Ropz has not considered this. Crawling on Mr. Cool.
No time.
There's no idea, and Blitz has taken his time. He's taken sweet time. What's going on here? Ropz loses everything. Calculated by Blitz.
And that puts a smile on Mara's face. Had that round in the bag, didn't even know it. Ropz not going for it. Time against him, had no idea where Blitz had gotten up to. And outmoved him there, but all in all, that just makes it a 6-round game. Going to be a long way back in. Now, Vitality have had 2 really good opportunities to get this game done and closed. It's going to be a partial investment now from Vitality. They're not going to shove. Going to waste all their pennies, so some upgrades into a pistols. This would be the worst way for things to go down.
Oh, he's found a safe haven on Hut then. Just a pixel that Mezzi can perch upon.
Well, they have the sniper advantage. The AWP on 9-10 can help them liberate some space towards Yard. It is just ZywOo's investment into that M4 that is going to be the key worry. It's about the chaos that this can cause, because these pistols can still pack a punch.
Flames actually pushing that smoke. And there's Apex. Good for a headshot onto Mazinho. Senzu trying to save him. And he has with a clean headshot. Not going to hit another. That was ZywOo's. Oh dear. It's falling apart at the seams. ZywOo still in the server. A double kill pulls us into a 2-on-2. Mongolz. Can they prevail? Looking bad. Looking better. Techno best Ropz up close. That 5-7 did not connect. But it's ZywOo we're talking about. And now he's overlooked Blitz. Dropping that gun. A free frag for Blitz. Not shy, takes the fight.
That's 3 consecutive rounds where Vitality have had some number advantages that have been pulled away from them. And Extas takes the time out and says, hey boys, we just need to get this done. The job is done. We should already be in this grand final. Those rounds that we have just allowed them to fight and vie back into have started to fill them with some confidence. Now we get into the guns. Now we bring out the rifles. No more of this silly business. This is over. This is our semi-final. Just straighten them out. Give them the 30 seconds to take a breath. Don't get that step ahead of yourself. You need the 5 kills for this to be done. Nice shooting from Senzu.
Really needed that from Techno.
Had a really rough game on Mirage, did he, but started this one a bit tough over towards that top side, but has still shown the aim is there. 16 kills.
Guns out. Looking for their 4th in a row. Mongolz. Set their sights on Yard. They have to get through the Woo. Thinks twice about it, repositioning upon the fade of the smokes. It's catching flak.
Smoke wall. This time with the bodies closed, so plenty more individuals can join Blitz. Flamesy already down towards B. Is he going to poke his head up secret? Yeah, looks like it.
Let's go and look in. The timing could favor him. They've just boosted on that red container. Should have a chance to profit. Senzu disagrees. A clean headshot to start. Bodies now exposed and on the cross. Bomb scooped up by Senzu. Blitz accelerating into this B bomb site. There's already a player down here though. So I was positioning.
Gonna smoke out single, try to get backside, get the bomb down.
He's considering it. 9-10 opens this double doors. An opportunity for ZywOo to profit once more. Mezzi finds Senzu. They're running out of resources.
Good rotation available. They can get into A.
Blitz escorted by Techno. The bomb plant secured. Still a numbers game, heavily favors Vitality, walking into the grand final upon the conclusion of this round, but Blitz
Stunning first headshot in the sequence. There's Techno matches his output, now 2-on-2. So the vents held by Blitz as well should be good for this one, and he converts another headshot. Mongolz, they are not going down quietly. Not giving up. Never surrender. Mezzi already forced off the bomb, the damage done and inflicted. Blitz gonna call the bluff. Mezzi spotted, and they have extended play once more. A close call. Mongolz prevail once more.
From 12-4 to 12-8. They won't give this to you, Vitality. You're going to have to take it. And how many more rounds do you need with big advantages?
That was colossal.
Had to be the story of the spread of 4. This is the opener, sure. Then you find yourself in another 2v4 type scenario. You outmaneuver them, you get a free bomb, so that bomb goes down, your aim comes into play, and frustrations, well, they're not bubbling over just yet. But the Mongolz have put Vitality into another light buy situation.
9-10, he's showing that confidence, the swagger in his gameplay's back, and it's been punished. ZywOo puts the AWPer down on his aggressive venture. He's going to be buying through his fingernails if ZywOo hits another. The part he played in what could be their last round, can Mongolz stabilize once more? Just a pixel, the tip of Senzu's head. This makes Flames dead. Ropz next as well, comfortable.
Her advantage now. Weapon advantage as well. Bomb needs to be picked up. Still loose outside lobby. Techno the one to grab that. Senzu looking for another fight. They're running a lot of space on B, but this is to force some rotations. Well, Apex is already down here. This round can still get sketchy. Mazinho's low. Hit the brakes once more. 55 seconds on the clock. Piecing it together now.
ZywOo gets active with the low HP. And he's going to be rewarded for his patience. ZywOo down, activating from ramp side.
Oh, free kill on the vent.
Mazinho down. Apex does bring down one.
He can do this.
He certainly could with an SMG on top of the hut. Oh, falls away.
I know where both are.
Info flows. Blitz needs this shot, needs it more than anything, but Mezzi's stubborn. Can he do more? Senzu ensures we see another.
You win another one of those, Mongolz, you're double digits. It's a 2-round game. And at that point, Vitality feel that they are starting to choke. Sure, a couple fall away. But now you have put together a comprehensive second half of Counter-Strike. 5 straight rounds. And in almost every round you have had a problem that you have had to overcome. And you're still fighting, you're still believing. And you're giving Vitality a run for their money.
Crowd of thousands starting to believe with you, but you've lost Techno right out of the gates.
Doesn't seem to matter, does it?
It hasn't in the past. Vitality, these advantages have not been converted upon, but it gets worse for them now. Blitz on the spam from Mezzi. Forces them into a 3 versus 5, sure, a 2-on-4, but asking it again. Testing Ropz, Mazinho swings into his crosshairs, converted upon. 9-10 and Senzu left to try and defend their honor in this semi-final. It's only 9-10, he can fall in a moment. Flames makes it so. A grand final and his very first win on the Spodek stage. Vitality will see Championship Sunday, and for Mongolz, they did themselves proud. The sweat on Vitality's brow, a product of their Counter-Strike.
3rd ever stage match for the Mongolz, and they didn't give up, they did not relent, they did not roll over and die. They put on a bit of entertainment down the stretch here on map number 2, but the Katowice curse is broken. Apex, ZywOo, Vitality, they make the grand final here in Poland. They are turning their fate around. It's a new vibe, it's a new team, it's the addition of Ropz, the talisman. Well, he's good for 1, but he needs to be good for 2. The spoils of the Spodek await. A grand final awaits. Spirit versus Na'Vi will decide their opponent. And the start to the year for Vitality, this is what you want to see.
And with Apex now, that was tighter at the end than we were expecting.
Well, I think we did a great game overall. We had the advantage all the time. They came back a bit, but like nothing crazy. We had the control the whole time.
It's been great to watch you on this stage. 11 years. This is the first time you've won a match. He's loving it. Loving it. Ready for a grand Ready for a grand final. 11 years. First time you won on this stage. What's different?
I don't know. You have to wait 11 years to win a trophy, not trophy yet, but a playoff game here. That's crazy. Only 3 times for me in playoff, but maybe it's a year. One more game tomorrow. I think we showed really good CS today, and we need to keep growing for tomorrow, and if we do that, we might get that one at home.
Well, it's going to be exciting to watch. Just a moment about you. We talk about coming here, 11 years. You know, everyone's talked about the 11 years. You seem to be loving it on this stage. You are relishing it.
Yes, I mean, I just love playing on stage, you know, when you play CS for 18 years or more, what you love is just playing here, so it just gives everything better, and winning finally in Spodek is awesome, and thank you guys.
What do you want to say to whoever you face tomorrow? Could be Na'Vi, could be Spirit. What do you want to say to them?
Well, I just hope we all remember a lot of Katowice and Cologne finals. I hope just this one will gonna be great, one of the best without a doubt. And yeah, just good luck because we will be ready.
They'll be ready. What a match that was. Finalists for the first time. Apex and Vitality.
For over a decade, this city has been the nemesis of Apex, but in 2025, they finally break that curse. Incredibly dominant fashion. Almost felt like the comeback might happen in the later stages of Nuke, but you know, they weren't throwing it back to that Liquid match. I'm sure we all remember where they did end up getting run over. No, Vitality stands strong, well-deserved spot in the grand final.
Look, all that matters is that they got there in the end. They broke the curse. We heard it time and time again. They got that W. They booked their final slot, and they want to deliver a good finals tomorrow, so they're going to wait to see what their opponents is. A little bit of frustration from both sides, and, you know, a few rounds going the other way, Mongolz could have probably pushed them to the limit, so closing it out in the fashion that they did, Vitality couldn't have been a better game if I asked for one.
Apex always a good sport, right? A lot of Mongolz fans in this series just want to give them something to cheer about, you know, so they didn't pay for their tickets for nothing. And yeah, I don't think there was ever a doubt who the better team was. Vitality just dominant from start to finish. A couple of rounds that they let slip by, 4v2s, 3v2s, you know, but it felt like it was just a matter of time before they closed it out.
Particularly in the early stages, great to get to see Ropz showing up for this Vitality squad as well. Of course, the only data we'd had is, you know, in those group stage, in the booths, back at Blast Bounty as well. But yeah, obviously on stage, he's showing up big time for Vitality.
Absolutely, and me and Josh were talking about, you know, is it going to be more old Vitality, right, still, or are they already going to have stuff from Ropz? First gun round, we see the Ropz play, pushing through, you know, flashing through the smoke and splitting A's. So yeah, I think they have no problem implementing him and making some plays for him, utilizing him, right, to the best of his ability, and it's just looked very, very clean today for Vitality.
Yeah, we can sing their praises all we want, but there is that moment of, you know, there was a period of time in the middle of that first half where Mongolz, they had positioning, they had dead to rights Vitality going into the trap, you know, maybe overcooking on one of the rounds where they're going into lower or maybe overthinking things. But then Mongolz, they lose their duels, they overswing, they miss their shots, and we see the end result, the 13-9, and they have to be thinking, what if we didn't swing on this round at upper where we have the stack, we know where they're going, and we just peek into them. They have the stack on lower in one of the rounds, they know that Vitality is rotating down ramp with 30 seconds left, the bomb's there. Had they converted one of those rounds, is that going to be at the back of their head? But Vitality, they get to close out another one. You know, there were a couple of sloppy 4 versus 2s that they let slip the other way, but they get there in the end, and it's another repetition for them.
I don't know if the Mongols were confused. You know, there wasn't any updates to Nuke. A main is still, it still exists. They can still come through the A bomb side through main. It felt like first couple of gun rounds in the first half, like they were just caught off guard time and time again. Vitality doing a great job on those A splits.
And Vitality booking a spot in that grand final tomorrow, no less. But it is about time that we check in with our DHL MVP. Time for you guys at home and in the arena as well to put those Twitch channel points to good use. We've got 3 options for you to be voting on for your DHL MVP of this series. Points, of course, counting on towards the MVP of the entire tournament here in 2025. Apex, first up to bat, great to get to see the leader leading by example in this one.
Oh, absolutely, right. He talked about his performance in the spotlight before and the run. He wasn't going to continue that streak today.
Started off very hot on this Mirage game, especially a little bit of a slower start on that Nuke game, but still, we see Zywoo up here, and he was no stranger to doing everything, a little bit of bopping, a little bit of clutching, a little bit of opening on some of the rounds on Mirage, so no surprises there.
Flamesy up as your third option. Amazing to get to see him, achieving that feat of getting a grand final in front of the crowd, guaranteed tomorrow. Either Na'Vi or Spirit is going to be their opponent. That will be decided in our second semi-final. Where does this leave Vitality as a team, in your opinion? Now, we knew, obviously, they were strong favorites coming into this particular semi-final. Do you think they have what it takes, if they show up in this form, to take down a Na'Vi or a Spirit?
I'll tell you, Freya, this tournament has an eerie similarity to Cologne last year, right? That was the only, I think maybe even the first time Vitality made it straight into the semi-final. They meet a weaker team, in Saw in that game, go up in the grand final against Na'Vi and manage to lift the trophy. And on top of that, last time Ropz changed rosters, he came to Katowice and won the whole thing. So maybe, just maybe, the stars are aligning for them.
Speaking of stars, I think we can bring in Zywoo. We do have him up here to say, first of all, massive congratulations. First time you made it into the grand final. What's going through your mind right now?
Amazing feeling, because Katowice is not our favorite tournament, to be honest. We always lose like in 9th position. But today, since actually Ropz jumped the roster, we feel really free. We feel like new roster, new fresh, new dynamic into the team. So we feel really good, and also for the final.
What is it actually like to play on stage with him? Because we got, a couple of showings during group stages of this event, of Blast as well. What's he like when you're on a stage with him?
Like with the Ropz?
Yeah.
Actually, you can see he had a lot of experience. He's really calm. He doesn't, I don't know, he didn't feel any pressure with him. You can win any round with him. Like, it's so special because you can see the experience they have.
I want to ask, when you two are in a 2vx, do you even talk, or do you just your minds meld together? And you think
our mindset is combined, so we doesn't have to talk. But obviously, like, even he can turn around alone easily. You can be 2v4 and instantly got 2 kills because he looked somewhere, and that's also his really strength.
Yeah, Yankee, you didn't see they had Professor X standing behind them. On a scale of 1 to 10, how accurate was that whole kind of skit that you had there with, you're just like chilling in some RuneScape and Mezzy with the beans and toast? Is that an accurate depiction of what's going on with the team? And how's Ropz really feeling with coming into the team?
I think he feels really good. And I mean, instantly when he joined the team the first day, the chemistry he put, and I don't feel we changed any player, to be honest. Like, he put the effort, the dynamic, the teamwork he did. It's insane. I think it just being him, I guess.
When you come into an environment like this, where, even if you try to ignore it, we're always talking about it, the curse that kind of loomed over Vitality. Is that ever in your head at any moment when you're walking onto the stage, when you're entering the server? Like, how do you make sure that doesn't affect you?
I'm just not thinking about it. I think it's that easy. I'm just not thinking about it, not thinking about the consequences as well. So I think that is in my mind.
Did you guys, with Ropz coming in, make any sort of big changes to accommodate him, since he's a guy who can take a little bit more initiative on his own? Or is it still majority of what you guys did before he joined, and he's just adjusting to your playstyle?
I would say it's kind of both. I think we adjust to him as well, because on every map he almost have all this position, like ramp, nuke, inferno pit. So obviously he had all his moves, but obviously he's trying as well to put his move to our team move. So actually I think it's I would say 50-50 towards that, because I don't think he changed that much from first.
Does Apex yell at him less than in Spinks?
I don't remember Apex yelling yet, so I think it's a good feeling.
For a round like the Ropz door pop, the first gun round you guys have on that T side, is it a little bit of a special from Ropz, or is it like Apex making that plan, or is it a game plan that you come in with it from the get, like before you get into the game? Hey guys, first gun round, Ropz door pop.
Yeah, this game I would say it was both. Like the first one when I think he ran to Hut alone. I think it was just Ropz saying, "I have a good spawn, I will do that," because he was like kind of anti-strat. So I think sometimes it's just both feeling. Ropz this time is feeling to go out because he could kill him because we know that. But mostly of the ones it was him and Ropz like trying to call it.
We heard you talk about your philosophy before about like you won't buy the op, but you'll pick it up. Today I see you guys with double up. Ropz has a second one on the ramp. Is that changing a little bit of the dynamic now that Ropz is kind of a player that's assuming a lot of these like anchor roles or lurk roles and picking up that second op? Does that change much for you guys?
I don't think so. I think it's kind of easier to, if you pick up the up, to just leave him alone and just play like all four of us like to the other side of the map. I think it's kind of good to have this because when you know you can leave one player alone, just leave him, and you can trust him as well. So he's make us the job easier.
So you're saying you didn't trust Mezi to leave him alone, and
I mean when he press mouse to move, it's hard to.
Yeah,
you know. It's
Zyru, I might be putting you on the spot here, but we saw a nice interview from the co-founder of Vitality, ahead of you guys coming into the semi-final, where he had a really succinct quote where he said, "With a player like Zyru on the roster, we are not content with just lifting one trophy a year." How do you feel about that? Because that was the 2024 reality for you guys.
Yeah, 2024 wasn't the best years for us, but obviously when we started this year, we wanted to be really strong in Sunday. So we put the work on it. We didn't want to have the same year and put the effort. So we didn't want to do the same mistake. So that's why this year we don't want to lose any game. We just don't want to lose our time. So we're giving our best in Sunday.
Apex was very diplomatic when OJ asked him this on the stage.
Yeah.
Who he'd rather face in that grand final, Spirit or Na'Vi? Who do you want to be facing in that grand final?
I think both. I mean, it's going to be interesting game. So yeah, I don't mind.
Who do you think has the upper hand between those two teams?
Oh, it's
in their game.
In their game, actually, I think I would say Navis, but it's like 52-88%. I think it's a really close game, to be honest. So I would say maybe more Navi, but Spirit can beat them anyway. I mean, it's a very close game.
Really appreciate your time. We obviously have a lot of fans in the arena. I can hear you. Anything you want to say to them supporting you guys today?
No, I want to say thank you everyone to join us in Katowice. It's always a pleasure to play for you. So thank you everyone. Enjoy this moment with everyone. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Zyru. We'll let you get on your way. Appreciate your time. Grand finalists in the first time in history. Vitality have managed to do it here in Kato, and it's, you couldn't write a better script with a former champion now on the side of Vitality in Ropz. Loving get to hear a bit about how he's integrated into the team as well from Zyru.
Yeah, I think it's a massive upgrade for Vitality. I think it cannot be understated how much you need 3 guys on a team who can take initiative, who can talk, who are experienced, who can in crunch time make moves, right? And how much that frees up Mezi and Flamesy, right? Like also Mezi being moved around on some maps has a little bit more freedom, can have a little bit more impact. He's a good player. He's one of the most versatile guys in the scene. Had to in-game it, had to up a little bit, had to do everything, right? So he's had all that experience, and I think you saw some of that in this series as well, where it liberates everyone to sort of not have to do too much for the team.
Yeah, I wish we had like a graph that could show like upgrade or downgrade on this team, because Ropz, there's moments where I look at this team and I'm like, okay, how is he going to slot into here with his style, changing what Vitality already had, the magic that they had on some of the maps, and I'll bring up Anubis again because that's something I won't let go, but seeing them on other maps like Mirage, like on Nuke, I think that actually is a really good change for them. So I think you're going to take a little bit of the good with the ugly, and we're going to wait to see kind of on all the maps, how is he going to integrate, how is he going to do it over time? And right now, it's looking pretty good for them. I mean, they've already set records, breaking the curse. So we'll see what happens.
I mean, and if you also talk about can they win this tournament, you look on the other side of things. Apex lost a final to G2 with Stewie. Ropz won a final with a stand-in for 2 different players over the course of a tournament. So why not? Whoever comes on the other side, I think they have a good case for making it a good final.
Well, with Vitality advancing on towards that grand final, unfortunately, it does mean the Mongolz are eliminated. So let's get a few departing thoughts from the team.
Here at Techno 4K, the Mongolz have been eliminated from IEM Katowice 2025, but not before they got a chance to show what they had to the world on the stage. And in this moment, I want to ask you about that. Tell me about the emotions of going up there and playing on the stage.
It was great, feeling amazing at the Spodek. It's a really meaningful stage for this CS community. Yeah.
And if you take this stage and put you guys on it, which is what happened here, how do you feel your team showed up in Katowice?
I think we did good performance, but to be honest, we just didn't play it like not. This is not what we want. Not what we wanted. Yeah.
Not the desired result, right? I guess in that same line of questioning, do you feel like your team grew by going up there and playing in front of the stage?
Sorry?
Do you think that your team grew, the performance gets better by this experience?
Yeah, of course. The tournament by tournament, it will be better, I think.
Well, look, man, these are always hard to do no matter what. Everyone wants to believe in the Mongolz, and I imagine the people around the world want to hear from you too. Is that okay?
Yes. Okay. Thanks for supporting us. Keep cheering for us. We will do our best. Yeah. Can I say Mongolia? Yeah, okay. За биднийг дэмжиж байгаа бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Цаашсан биднийг дэмжсээр байгаарай. Тэгээд бидний ажил энэ үрээд дуслаа. Дараагийн хэмжээнд уулзлаа баярлалаа.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you.
A lot of applause in the arena for the side of the Mongols, and I can't blame the fans who've been supporting them through and through because, okay, yeah, Mongols eliminated here, but objectively we can look at this, and this is a huge win for the team in terms of getting that big stage experience. Not only that, getting a win in the quarterfinals as well, and really putting their name in the conversation for 2025.
Yeah, I think it was a great result for them for many reasons. Obviously for the region, for themselves as a team, for their experience, but I think the real reason that they lost was they were feeling really good, not pretty thank you.
Yeah, I think also the problem for them is, Nuke is a map on which they struggle on. Vitality maybe even the best team in the world on it. So you had to win Mirage, and they played to win. It's just they came up against a better team today. So for Mongolz, they just keep working, right? Try to improve some of your weaker maps. So when it comes to some of these matchups in best of threes, you have a better chance across the board against the tier 1 teams.
We actually got to see them on a few different moments there where they win these 2 versus 4s, especially on Nuke, keeping themselves in the game. They're down there, it's series point, but they're still crawling their way back, making sure that they play it out correctly. They're talking to each other, they're playing out these rounds. If they're able to kind of use that, do that more often, slow down the game and learn how to mid-round a little bit better, we could definitely see them and track the progression that they've been having.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you pointed out, Janko, the fact that they're number 2, if we're looking at the VRS rankings. Where do you think this result leaves them in that equation? Ranking numbers aside, where does it leave them for you?
I think they're, for me, definitely a little bit below the contender teams. And those are your Navi, your Spirit, your Vitality, probably along those names. We'll see what ends up happening with the likes of FaZe, G2, right? Can they get into that conversation? They couldn't make the playoffs here. Some massive changes for those 2 rosters. But I think the Mongols are on the cusp, right? In a couple of more tournaments, get some more experience under their belt in these games, they might just be able to break through.
And hopefully have one of your players not have a wrist injury as well. I'm sure that's a less than ideal situation. Yes. What do we think for this next semi-final? It's been framed as our grand final before the actual grand final. Navi Spirit. Any thoughts on this one, Josh?
It's going to be interesting to see because we see the head-to-head. We see how often Spirit wins over Navi, but we see Navi winning here already in the groups once. So is it the rematch where Spirit has the upper hand? Is it going to be Spirit going back to the grand finals and then winning the event back-to-back years? So there's always these questions. I'm really excited for it because there is so much. Like Zaiwu said, it's like a 48-52. Which side is it going to go? Some people say Spirit, some say Navi. I think it's going to be fun no matter what. And I think we're going to see something slightly different than what we saw in the group stages from both teams.
Best team in the world against the best player in the world, right? We'll see who comes out on top. I think we're in for a banger, Freya.
I don't know about you, gentlemen, but I think I might join the crowd for this one because it is going to be getting loud here in the Spodek. We're going to head things to a quick break when we're back. Semi-final number 2, Spirit versus Navi.
Masters returns. Blade looks to recapture some 2020 Katowice magic as Navi faces off against Halle and the reigning champions Team Spirit. Can Donk do the double? Stay tuned as Team Spirit and Navi journeys continue here in Katowice. This is the Intel Extreme Masters.
We're at the Katowice Park run, 5-kilometer run. I finished roughly 35 minutes ago. None of my colleagues have come through yet, so don't know what's going on. We'll wait for them. All right, there we go. Katowice semi-finals. Simon, you have 200 meters to the finish line. Give me a quick prediction tonight. Who's going to win?
Vitality.
And Spirit or Navi?
Navi. We want Navi all the way.
Who's going to win IEM Katowice?
Navi. 100%.
Sprint to the finish line. Freya, you got new shoes. Put them to use. How fast?
Under 25.
Under 25. That's impressive. Do you think you could have beaten OG if you wanted to?
Yeah, don't tell him though.
Yeah, cool.
Oh my God, at least you didn't have to do what bears do in the woods and that.
What do they do?
Well, you know what bears do in the woods. Is the Pope Catholic, do bear do that in the woods?
Tell me.
No, I'm not saying the words, man, but listen, I got round it. What did you do it in?
17:30.
17:30. I think I was 25:02.
Oh.
25:02. Oh man.
Hey Phil, why are we playing hide and seek?
Yeah, it was so slow.
You're too fast?
Yeah, sure.
How fast did you go?
30 minutes, 45.
That's not bad, that's not bad. I'll give you the courtesy as well. Ask Simon who's going to win IEM Katowice. Who do you think is going to win?
Navi, I think.
Navi? He said Navi too? Why?
I think they're going to be Spirit, and then they're going to be Vitality in the grand final, because Alexi needs to, 3 times the charm.
You know what? I agree with you guys, so we'll see what happens.
It's like our, I don't know, 7th EM. Beyond the event, there is like not much to do. You need to, to organize something. And actually, this initiative about the running is perfect. I think we should have more fun.
Make it a tradition.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, yay!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
first? What was your like path into gaming? Did you pick up anything?
So here my story begins.
He was waiting this moment. Get comfortable.
I almost fell asleep. So basically.
Age of Empires.
Age of Empires was a great game.
Well, the first time when I've played the Counter-Strike games was at the age of 7 years old. I was coming back from school and my mother's brother is playing some games like Point Blank, CS 1.6, something else, whatever. So after that in 2010, so I started playing Team Fortress, something else. I was playing that a lot. In 2011, my dad bought me Counter-Strike Source, and
cool. Dad.
After that, it was the game I started playing a lot, and it was like the only game I was playing at that moment, because before that I was playing like some single player games or whatever. But after I started playing Source, I played it a lot, and I loved that. And there was a release of CS:GO. I couldn't buy the game earlier because, like, first of all, I was insanely shy to ask my parents to buy me a game, and also like I had no money, no pocket money, and somehow, so at 2014 on 8th March, I remember the date.
Wow.
My dad bought me a CS:GO. And since then I'm playing the CS:GO. I remember like when the first time I opened the game, I've seen this like the news block and the menu with Katowice. It was ongoing, I think, at that moment when the VP won. So like I've seen a lot of comments of people crying that CS:GO is shit compared, like because of the people moving from 1.6.
Right.
They were crying, but I was playing Source, so I tried everything and it was fine. And like I practiced that and I was comfortably. And after that, I have never been setting any goals or whatever. I was just playing the game. Like the first couple of years, I was playing the matchmaking, just grinding. Master Garden in the league, Eagle Masters, whatever. So when I was 12 years old, it was 2015 in summer. I reached the global elite. After that, I like started to play some Faceit, something else. I was just playing. In 2017, I just made it to a couple of local LANs in Moscow. Like met some people, was just playing, and like I was just playing the game every time, and 2018 or so, I had a very bad PC, and like on my birthday, my parents gave me a PC, so it was much better than the previous one.
I remember that feeling.
And I had a lot of frames, and I was happy with it, and I started playing even more, and basically that's how it went. Like in 2019, I think like it was a like breakthrough year, because before that I was just playing, just getting elo, whatever, 3k elo. In 2019, like I was on the age of 15 and I had 5.5k elo. It was above money sisters, but I'm garbage anyways. And like after that, with like a couple of guys who I knew at the times from the local tournaments, like we played a couple of qualifications, whatever. Yeah. And that's pretty much it. I made it like to the league on Faceit, the CIS league, right. Like when I played it like half pro, not a pro hub, because I was bad. So I played it like for 1 month. I once won it at that time. During the first month, I qualified for the pro division, but at that time I met Overdrive and he scouted me for Espada, and I played 2 weeks in Espada and then Spirit. till now.
So is that...
Bro,
that's
we remember
the talent
everything.
pipeline. Yeah.
Bro, don't remember what I eat yesterday. You remember everything.
Dude, the
I
date,
can't even
down
say
to the date as well.
You saw details.
Yeah,
Good memory, bro.
Yeah, really good memory.
Yeah, this is insane. He got like the data brain.
I can kind of visualize like the path as well, you know.
I understand like when everything happened there. That's awesome. Dude, and then you've been in Spirit now for a long time, and through like multiple rosters, it's just been you and Chopper just there. Like
the franchise.
Yeah. So bro, you know, like, talk to me about the different versions of Spirit you've lived through, and like,
here's my story.
It is a story. Yo, it's another magic banger.
So I would begin with that. When I got to the Spirit team, I think it was like September of 2019.
What time was it?
I was.
Bro, it's so good, bro.
I was
12 p.m.
I was 16 years old. I mean, and I do remember like a bit of that. Well, in comparison, every like previous times that was before, I like realized how bad, how noob we were at that time. So if we're talking about the Chopper, I think that we need to mention that he was not an IGL from the very beginning. He was a fragger before in his previous teams, and when he was picked into the Spirit roster in March 2019. So he was not an IGL at that time, but we like 6 months later, when I was brought into the team, it was the period when he started when he tried to play on that role, and he was a young IGL actually. So it was a difficult thing for him.
Yeah.
And like throughout these years, I've seen him changing a lot to get used to it. And at this time, we can clearly see him as a leader. Because before that, he was not feeling that comfortable with that, because it's a different thing if you have been playing something just to play the game and shoot people, and then you suddenly have to call something, think on something, and so like with each year I've seen him doing a better job. And we can also mention that, I mean, he's receiving a lot of criticism, and a lot of people saying that he's only carried by Donk. We all know that, but actually before Donk, like last 2 years, I mean, we had moments when we were like top 12 team, and he never had a top 20 player in the team. So
fair.
He deserves credit.
So yeah,
like
that means
he's a good guy. Like,
so that means he's actually might be a relevant AGL.
Absolutely.
And not only carried by Donk.
People just forgot how Spirit were a top 5 team after the Antwerpen major.
True.
No, I mean, if anything, this was like the thing that was nice for Chopper was like finally he had a team with players like of the caliber he should have. Like he was always kind of having to punch above his weight, you know, like taking players well outside of the top 20 and like still making a deep run, right? And that was, I think that's one of the cool things about you being in this team, Donk, and like having Shiro and the likes now, and apparently in major finals, even Magic's are just gonna absolutely destroy everyone.
Dude,
it's like a good payoff, you know. Like he for years was taking teams that weren't all like, you know, the best in the world and still making them really good. No, I think it's a good shout. He deserves the props.
I wanted to hear your opinion on this. You know, in-game leaders. It feels to me that it's like the most thankless job. Like, if you win, then it's because of the people that got the kills.
Yep.
If you lose, it's going to be the bad calls or, you know, bot IGL, whatever they're going to say. Like, it feels like you can't win as an in-game leader. It's just going to go.
Like, I think, like Chopper, I was not in-game leader in 1.6. I was star player also, referral player. But I think you don't choose to be leader, to be honest. I didn't choose to be leader.
It just happens?
Like, when I came to Space Soldiers, I just play with these new guys in the time. And I just see that I can help them with more technical, you know. And I just try to do my best for the teams. And they pick me as leader. I didn't choose to be leader, and I don't have inside of me like I want to be the leader. I just want to win and to make my people on my right side and left side play good. And sometimes I have this character inside of me play better than me. I prefer to be sometimes in the dark and they are in the light. I prefer that. So I think maybe this is things that a leader need to have, like not liking being on the light, you know. I prefer to be on the shadow, and my teammates shine a lot, and that's why it's a lot of time I drop always my AK to Xanterway. So sometimes I play without Kevlar, I play with Glock some rounds. I don't care, like, because I want to win only, and I think this is important for.
That just reminded me. I wanted to ask Donk about this, just because it must have been Shanghai. I cast you regularly. You get dropped like a hero AK. I'm thinking about that ancient round. You are going to get a hero AK in games, and in that round, your role is get a multi-kill, entry into the site, win the round for the team, and yet you do it so consistently. I'm trying to kind of comprehend, like, there's no one else that gets the hero AK, and you're like, there's a good chance that there's going to be a post plan and a double kill. Is that that's just something that comes naturally to you, or you just built different? Are you just built different? Yeah, okay, good chat.
What was the question about?
There isn't really much a question, actually.
I was saying, like, how are you so good?
How are you so good? But there's no one else where I see that hero AK, I'm like, yeah, well, they're probably going to win.
Like, there is no secret. I think he's the best player in the world because also he's playing a lot. Like, in every sport, when you have talents, but if you not work with your talent, you will not be the best in the world.
True.
Like, there is Zidane when you play football, or Michael Jordan in basketball. These guys, like, sometimes we watch his Face It. He has 12 games of Face It after official. Like, how you play, like, 10 games of Face It after best of three, you know. So there is no secret.
That's it.
He's grinding a lot,
reps,
and he has a big talents, and with talents and work, boom.
And I think also he loves the game. That's why. Also, if you don't love the game, if you are not having like 100% pure love to the game, you cannot play after the best of 3 12 faced game. It's impossible.
I think I heard something recently that there's the sports psychology of like never taking the loss to heart. Like, you know, if you grinded Face It and you lost 3 Face It's in a row, you're gonna queue again. You're always pressing the requeue.
I will break my table.
Yeah, but not being afraid.
I mean, actually, we played a Face It on the same team one time.
What?
And we got steamrolled, bro.
How did this happen?
Not even Donk can stop some of the demons on Face It, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. I'm convinced that actually there is like a best player out there, not on a team, just playing at home on Face It, like 30 games a day, and he'll have like 29 average, and it's broken.
Losing is a part of winning.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, like, the thing for you guys was like going to it's a complete tonal shift.
Oh,
here.
okay.
But at the major, when you guys had won, I loved how differently everyone was kind of celebrating. Like,
I can do an impression of Magic's winning.
Bro,
It was something like that.
You looked very like calm and cool with it. Then you had like, I know you guys are all quite like. There's a lot of character in this team, man. There is, and like everyone's very different.
That's
like
true.
when you walked up, man, like to FaZe, you threw like the hands in the pockets, this fucking
swagger,
this swagger over. Like it looked insane. How did that feel like actually winning the major? Because that's something people go their whole lives aiming towards, and you guys did it like that. It was crazy.
Начинай. Story begins from the bury.
Yeah.
So the date was?
Yeah.
The date was the 15th of December, 2024.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's so good.
It's like a Dungeons and Dragons campaign.
I can say that there are some things in life that you can't really believe happening and realize that it happened. And it was the actual feeling at that very moment. I was sitting and thinking, like talking with myself.
Like just at the round ends, and it hits you.
Yeah, I'm talking with myself, like, what's up? bro.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
What's going on? And I couldn't find an answer. And after that, like I stayed in China for like the players' break, and there was not a single day I was believing that. And actually, before that, I didn't really believe that we are going to win the major.
No?
I mean, I was not thinking of it, but I was not taking it as like a possibility, actually. I mean, it's like a different from like people doing that, because people are usually putting some trust in what they are doing, but in there I was
some players visualize like they have, you know, they imagine winning the fight.
I was pretty much more just thinking on the game and what to do, and I was not believing that I'm going to win. And after that, I couldn't believe that also. I mean, it's just something different, and even like after a couple of weeks, I didn't like get to realize that.
Yeah, right. Like it didn't set in. Like
I mean, yeah, that's cool, and it doesn't mean that I don't care about that, but it was just something else.
Hard to process.
Yeah. No, I mean, like
I mean, how can I believe that I won a major when I think that I'm noob?
Well,
no, I don't know. Like this, you guys are like a pretty humble team.
Yeah.
Like I think that's safe to say. Like I don't know. It's easy to think that. Like when you go out and you'll say stuff like, oh yeah, you know, we might lose this. Like you've done interviews like that, Magix. But I think like, I don't know, to me it's maybe even like part of the success. Like you're not going into every game going like, oh shit, you know, like we're Team Spirit. We have like one of the best AWPers in the world. We have Donk, the best rifler. Like that adds a lot of pressure, right? Like if that's how you're thinking. If you're just kind of showing up, treating a game like a game, and you're just going to play it. Like, do you think that gives you a bit of an edge? Like, or are you guys, you know, when the game's live, does the mental change a bit?
Yeah, just a chill guys.
Yeah, just chill guys.
I think it depends on like what kind of human you are.
Yeah.
If you are ready to accept this kind of pressure and play with that, you can play with that.
Yeah.
But sometimes you can just don't add to yourself.
Don't add extra pressure.
Because there is still a lot of pressure going on, and
sure.
there are still more things to be playing with.
Yeah.
I have to ask because it's one of my favorite rounds of Counter-Strike I've ever casted. That Dust 2/3 map.
Jump
shot. Because so I'm casting this round like you're about to win the major. Obviously, you know, it's like the Brokey misses the shot. At this point, I'm like, okay, here we go. Spirit are about to win the major. It's gonna be the first for Spirit in their organization. And then was it you that got no scope, Magix? Did you?
No,
who was it?
I was the last alive.
You got the org on the dink.
He dinked him,
the
the last one.
Alrighty, Jason, we are not far off starting what is going to be an amazing matchup between Na'Vi and Spirit. But before we dive into that, before we get going with it, I would rather talk a little bit about the beginning of 25, because I think a lot has happened already. Obviously, we saw the tournaments kicking off in Copenhagen. We then came into IEM Katowice. And without talking too much about Na'Vi and Spirit, because they're going to play in just a moment, there's also been a couple of teams who haven't had the best start to the year so far. So if you were to pick one team that has disappointed you, who would that be?
You know, I don't know. There's a lot of places to go with it. I would say one, I guess, that is disappointing, but I don't quite know why, is just the phase, the phase lack of getting to the playoffs, because I still think it looked pretty good. I think you can see where it's going to go. Elige looks comfortable on that team. Everything seemed positive, but just the disappointment in them not being in the playoffs is like, it's weird. It's weird to not have them here, because I feel like they're good enough to be on this stage and compete. Just didn't click this tournament for whatever reason.
Now, I spoke to Kerrigan in Copenhagen, and he said it almost felt like they were changing two players just by bringing in Elige, because there was such a big change in positions and voice within the team. Are you surprised that it's taking a little more time to gel than what people initially may have expected?
No, because I think when you get into a team as a player like Elige, with the plays you like to make and the aggression you like to make and the individual freedom you like to have, you're going to cause a little bit of chaos when any team you join, right? So people have to get used to what plays you want to make, what timings you want to hit, how aggressive and assertive you want to be in different situations. So yeah, that's going to take a lot of conversations, a lot of kind of working together to see what the different solutions can be. And I think that's probably the biggest issue is maybe some of those timings of when Elige likes to make the play and how the rest of the team is going to work around it.
And I think that's going to be a big change, right? Coming by Cologne, that's when we expect to see FaZe in a playoff.
Yeah, I actually have no worries at the moment for FaZe moving into the future. I don't think there's any reason to have alarm bells just yet. Let's see what they're going to look like into the future. I guess another team that you're gonna put in the same vein, a little bit disappointed in, would be the Liquid side of things. I also think Liquid is a team that's going to be good and challenging for playoff stages. I think they encountered some difficulties they didn't expect. I think they had to trim their playbook way down beyond what they initially thought they would have to with Natus' acquisition. But again, another move that he immediately had great impact for this team, yet they still don't make the playoffs. And you're like, what was the element that was missing? What was the factor that could have gotten them onto the stage?
And that begs the question for me to ask you, do you think Twist is the right in-game leader for Team Liquid to take that extra step, or should you go out there and look for something else? You look like a guy like Shuhei, there's maybe other options out there. Would it be great to have Twist back as a fragger and then get a new in-game leader?
You're really putting me on the spot here. I can hear us in the arena as I'm saying this in front of all these people. You know what? I don't know the proper way to go. I think that's a question that has to be decided within the team and how confident they are with Twist's in-game leadership. It's a long journey that he's kind of embarked upon. If he wants to stick into this role, there's going to be bumps. So as long as the team and the organization has that faith that he can figure it out and that he's still on a good path for it, I think it's okay. I don't think you're ever going to get, at least in the near future, any kind of crazy, complex, deep tactical depth to it. But that's fine. Look what they did in the game against Spirit that got them eliminated. They ran 3 really simple strategies on Nuke and put up, like 6-7 rounds on the T side. So it's doable with the pieces they have. And I actually think in some sense, if you're going to make a roster change, if you're Liquid at some point, firepower is the name of the game right now. Firepower seems to be the name of the game that everyone's chasing after. Yeah, it's always nice to have that big brain in-game leader, but if you don't feel like it's a good fit, firepower is the other route to take.
You say firepower, and I instantly think G2. I think G2 have a lot of firepower. At this tournament, we saw some of that firepower being displayed as well, but the big question mark is, of course, Snacks, the impact he can as an in-game leader, and then Heavy Guard being integrated into the lineup. What's your temperature check on G2?
I love Heavy God. I think Heavy God's awesome. I think his versatility has been great. I think he's a really fun player to watch, plays those anchor positions really well. I think the biggest X factor you're missing now is the intangibles that Nico brought to the table. Because Mongolz can come in and handle those positions as an individual player. But I think what you're lacking is that kind of meta understanding of what's happening around the map and how your individual play in that moment might be able to impact it or change it. And, you know, if Nico's going to make a play or if Nico senses a weakness on a map, he's going to make that play and organize the team around him. I don't think Mongolz has that quality just yet. And this isn't a criticism. It's something you have to build and develop within that team. But that is certainly an element they're missing, is in that mid-round having your star player who was Nico, who's able to kind of find the solution and organize everyone towards that goal. Mongolz hopefully develops that.
G2 will always be one of those teams we're excited to see play, and they always have the opportunity to step up with the individual skill. Now, a team I don't expect to be at any big playoffs for the foreseeable future is Astralis. And is there anything you can add to that? We've seen them play a couple of tournaments now. We see Device returning to the lineup. Have you, as me, lost faith in that project as well?
I think lost faith is maybe the wrong phrasing. I'd never really had a whole lot of faith in it, to be honest with you. I think that's like an amalgamation of different things. Again, you have another team where the names of the roster change looks awesome, but you have a lot of changes. You have, Cadian now in-game leading off the AWPs, now rifling, Device on the op, where previously was opping an IGL. So you have that switch up. We know how difficult that can be. And then I think at the end of it all, the crux of that Astralis team is always going to be, is Stown the star player that you want him to be? Is he the star player that you expect and that you need him for this Astralis project to work? And that for me is going to be the big deciding factor. Does Stown take the next step, or does he kind of stay where he is now and we sort of have the Astralis we have now?
Now, is there any other team that you are excited to see develop? We spoke about FaZe, Liquid, Astralis. Is there any team out there you think that has the potential to take that extra step up and pull off a Mongolz or pull off a VP for that matter?
For that matter, I mean, it's funny you said that. I actually think VP has the next one. I actually really enjoyed what I saw out of VP with Flamus in the lineup. Obviously, the playoff game, the quarterfinals yesterday didn't go at all what they planned at whatsoever. But I think when you look at the, we could feel it was palpable, like the attitude change within that Virtus Pro lineup at this event. So you give Electronic, he's secured that in-game leadership. He's the only one with the hands on the wheel on that team, which is a great change from last year. You give him a little bit more time to see what this can develop into. You've got those young players stepping up. I really like Icy as an opper. I think there's a lot of potential in this VP lineup. And then I guess the next one that I would say is as a team that could maybe do something in the future, I don't know. I was going to actually say Mongolz and Eternal Fire are kind of the two teams that are still there in my mind. I think what's fun about it is like you look at this Mongolz team. I don't know why I just gestured back. You look at the Mongolz team that just got eliminated, but over this rise they've had in the past year and a half, it feels like every step of the way they've hit a barrier, and they surprise us by breaking through that barrier. So I think now we see that they finally won a stage game yesterday against Eternal Fire, get a second one here on the biggest of stages. This is another barrier they're hitting. And the question is always going to be, can they find a way to break through this one? Because in the past, the solution has been go back to Mongolia, find an upgrade, train them up, and then that's the guy who activates us getting through to that next level. But how many more pieces are you going to find in Mongolia that can compete on this level? Like you're not just going to go back and just find some random guy and spend the next 6 months kind of tuning him up and bring him up to speed and then saying, now we're ready to hit it. So I'm really intrigued if they can find a solution without any kind of a roster change. And that's the most interesting part of the Mongolz for me.
And to me, that begs the question, and same could be applied for EF. Are we not satisfied with them being a top 4, top 5, top 6 team? I feel the conversation is always that everyone wants to win trophies and everyone wants to be the best team in the world. But realistically, there's only a couple of teams who can be the best in the world. So if you're the Mongolz right now, you go into a semi-final, you're EF, you go into a final in Copenhagen, you get into the playoff here. Isn't that a pretty good benchmark already?
It absolutely is. But I mean, look, we are at a competition, and winning is the only true thing that matters at the end of the day. And if you don't lift that trophy, you lost. And that's kind of the unfortunate side of competition. For me, I think of, it's kind of like this Vitality team that we had last year in 2024, where they only won one trophy, but they're always among the world's best, and they're always challenging for that trophy. While Eternal Fire and the Mongolz might play good enough to be among the best teams, we don't go into an event and say this team really feels like they have a great chance at winning the trophy. So it's not about being like the top number 1 team, top number 2 team, but you need to give us the feeling that you can actually make the run and you can actually get over the hump and you can actually hoist the trophy at the end of the day. And with those teams yet, despite how good they are and placing them in the top 6, 7 teams in the world, I don't necessarily feel like they are fighting for that trophy each and every event.
Now, speaking of teams that can hoist the trophy, we have Vitality confirmed for the grand final already. You saw them play the semi-final as well. Manhandling the Mongolz have been looking great so far this tournament. Now, we don't know who's going to win between Navi and Spirit, but what would you say that Vitality's chances are in this grand final at IEM Katowice? It's the best of 5 as well.
Yeah. I think it's good. I think decent chances. They're going to go into it underdogs against no matter who. Yeah. Spirit is number 1 and 2, so you're always going to go into that matchup as an underdog. I think when you have ZywOo, you always have a better fighting chance, obviously, as well. It was cool to see him kind of step up and flex and put his chest out today against the Mongolz to make sure nothing got out of control. I think the map pool is probably going to be the hardest thing for him with Ropz acquisition, is changing on the various maps. We know Navi didn't make any roster changes. Alexi's come out and said their priority is deepening the map pool. Spirit has essentially 6-7 map pool. Like, you look at these teams and that's going to be the biggest obstacle for Vitality. But I love Apex on stages. He always comes to play. This team is incredible. Mezzi's playing really well right now. ZywOo is always going to be an X factor. Ropz solid on this. Like, they brought him in for this purpose. So, I mean, you have so many good pieces if you're Vitality. Are you ready? Is it too early for you to vie for this trophy?
And considering it's a best of 5 final as well, it begs the question to ask you. I think back in the days we had a conversation whether a best of 5 should be for the grand finals, if it was too long, too short. With MR12, I feel like that conversation died down.
Yes.
Would you agree with that? A best of 5 grand final for a big tournament, that's only in its place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the MR12 thing changed the nature of the best of 5 argument. I think it's beautiful because, look, let's be realistic about it as well. We talk about it all the time in Destin leading into matchups. The map veto process and your kind of map pool is an important element to any team being able to actually succeed, especially in periods like we have right now where a new map has entered the pool, where Train's going to be there and nobody's quite figured it out quite yet. We know every time there's been a new map, there's been one team who's latched onto it early and used it as such a strength. So map pool is always going to be a huge thing, and best of 5s test that in a way that a best of 3 can.
Now, we touched a lot of different teams, Jason, and I want to put you on the spot one more time.
All right, great.
Putting on the long glasses, the long sight.
Sure.
We have the major coming up in Austin as well. We have a lot of teams making roster changes, a lot of teams changing up how they play, how they think about the game, and I think the level of Counter-Strike we've seen at Katowice has been high, but I expect it to be better and better and better. So if you on the spot right now would have to pick a team that you think are going into the Austin major as one of the clear-cut favorites, and you cannot say Navi, you cannot say Spirit, who would that be?
By the time we get to Austin, I'm gonna say FaZe. I think they're gonna figure out with Elige. I think for me, Elige is one of those players who's had some ups and downs in his career, but he should be a player that we're talking about as one of the best riflers of all time. And I think when he gets acclimated and they figure out how to work with each other a little bit better and learn how each other's styles can work together, I think that FaZe team should be powering up just perfect. And we know they're a team that already has that mental game and that toughness to never give up in a game, to always come back, to always force overtime. They have all the qualities of champions. And now you have a player that's been desperate to prove it for years.
I appreciate it, Jason. Always a lot of great insight. We are just about ready to get the Na'Vi versus Spirit game semi-final on the way. But before that, we have a bit of a vibe check to get it all started.
Are you giving me a high five or what was it? Sorry, misread it. That was awkward. Hello, JL. Welcome to the Spodek.
Yo.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Sorry, yeah, it's just staying awkward. No, you said after the group stage match versus Spirit, which was unbelievable, you said, this is great, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is when we play them in the playoffs. So how ready are you?
Oh, 100%. We've been preparing for more than a couple of days. Even though they weren't in the semifinals yet, we were already prepared for them because BP were wounded. They were playing with a stand-in, so it was quite obvious we're going to face Spirit. And I'm super happy we are.
Yeah, I think everybody understands that you thought that they were going to be your opponent. Now, Spirit is a team that when they do suffer losses, they adjust quickly, right? And that means you have to kind of triple adjust as well. What do you feel were the standout things about your performance, and are they easily replicable when it comes to this semifinal?
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we had a lot of great individual performances, so we beat them as a team. Of course, it was to little margins, but a team cannot change how they play in a couple of days, maybe in months, because it's the style that we counter. It's not the certain rounds. So we'll see what they cooked up. Of course, they're going to have some new rounds, some new strats, but yeah, I'm hoping for a good game today.
We'll see. At the beginning of this year, there were talks about how you guys got frustrated a lot in big games at the end of the year. It was kind of a trend. Is there a fear that that might happen because you haven't played on this stage yet? And is there anything in place to make sure that that definitely doesn't happen right now?
No, we're coming in fresh. It's our first game in the arena this year. We're super happy. First time in the Spodek as well. I've heard the crowd is going nuts. And yeah, all I can say is Polska Góram. And I just want them to be as loud as they can because I've heard many great things about them.
I'm sure they will be. Thank you.
Tonight, we go full circle on the rivalry that began a year ago in this very event, IEM Katowice, where Spirit and Na'Vi first took each other on with these new rosters. Spirit may have had the edge all year as they won numerous times against this Na'Vi roster, but the tide is beginning to change, and Na'Vi took them down in the group stage. Today, we wait to see if Lightning can strike twice and if Na'Vi can vanquish Spirit in this semi-final.
And I mean, such a good rivalry has to have some pretty big stakes, right? The Intel Grand Slam playing into this now. Na'Vi, 2 notches on their belt already. They've got a bunch of chances still to claim them, but a winning Katowice would leave them only 1 trophy away from claiming that Intel Grand Slam. And that's a must-have for any team with the pedigree of Na'Vi. I think this is going to be an absolutely banging semi-final. This is the big one. I'm going to give it back over to Shox at the desk to talk about it some more.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and hello Spodek. Welcome to Na'Vi versus Spirit. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by a change of the guard in analyst as well as in host with Moses and with Pimp. And I think we can take a temperature check beforehand. This should be insane. We knew the sparks, we saw the sparks rather in the studio, and we already saw this game, Pimp, but this should be 10 times better even.
Yeah, I mean, the scene is pretty much set already. You have the best team to end 2024 going up against the best team of 2024, and you have a team that's played a lot against each other throughout last year, but also this year so far. So you speak of emotions, you speak of tenacity, you speak of teams that know each other. It should be a great game and definitely a great matchup between 2 of the best teams Counter-Strike have to offer as of right now.
I mean, realistically, the easiest way to put this is the best matchup in Counter-Strike. This is the best matchup you can possibly get, especially inside of an arena of this caliber with this kind of history behind it. This is the exact teams you want to see going up against each other. And yeah, they played each other a ton over the last year, but this is just this year. And already a close affair in the group stage, overtime on Nuke. These teams can go different ways in the map veto. Everything about this game is mind games and special between the two of them because everything is a challenge.
It's going to be layers on layers on layers when we get into this one. So let's harken our mind back to the match we saw from them in the studio here in Katowice, because I want to know, is that something we should now be prepared for? What is replicable for Na'Vi? Because they have a hard time beating them generally, so something must have been, Moses, fundamentally different.
Yeah, something was a little bit different in the sense that it probably meant so much as well for Na'Vi, but when you take that many losses time after time, it obviously just feels like you can never overcome them. Alexi B even said in an interview how much work had to go into them actually winning this game, and it's a grind, it's a brawl. When you play this many times, you know so much about your opposition, so it's like, yeah, what's replicable? So much stuff because you're playing so many different mind games, but Spirit's always going to be trying to counter you. Na'Vi's already going to try to counter you. They know what's coming. They know how you react. So you do kind of have to play 2 steps ahead.
And I love that you bring up the mental aspect, because that's something I noticed when they were playing in Copenhagen in the first game. Na'Vi seemed flustered. They seemed frustrated. A lot of desk slams, a lot of frustrations were coming out of the Na'Vi camp when they were playing against Spirit. Whereas when I saw them in the studio in Katowice, it felt like they most surely had a conversation about that. They're way more calm. They were able to fight their way back into the game, and they were able to keep their nerves. One thing is doing that in a studio. Another thing is doing that inside an arena when everything is at stake as well. So for you guys at home, look out for the body language. Look out for how they conduct themselves. Look out for how they mentally stay within the game, regardless of what's happening. That's going to be a game within the game between these two teams.
It's true, and JL said it there. This is our very first time in the arena in this year. Those are all factors that come to play, even if you have even won big trophies on these stages. Something that was really interesting to me in that Spirit match was the way that Blade was talking to Alexi, that relationship those two have. And we see the quote from Alexi here, right? It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot that we don't see in order to hit those levels.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you know you're going to get out of Blade. He's not really one to mince his words. He's not one to really soften his blow, and he's sitting there in an important game against an opponent that's a rival that you haven't beat for some time, and it's like, get together. Now's the time. Like, we just talked about this outside. It's time to shape up. And Alexi, to his credit, even said, yep, I lost focus and I snapped back in. And those are the ups and downs of any kind of competition that you're going to have between teams of this caliber is stressful moments. You're going to lose a clutch. A round's going to go horribly wrong. Your strategy that you have run 100 times, someone's going to miss a smoke. Those frustrations all build up. And that's up to Alexi and it's up to Blade to manage that stress within the team. And I think they do a wonderful job at it.
It's also a tell of how close the bound between the two are. You know, you have in-game leaders, you have coaches who obviously have to work together. But for a coach to be able to tell a player in the middle of a game, get your shit together, you know, and he responds well to it. That's Blade knowing how to, I guess, touch Alexi B and how to get into him. Whereas I could imagine you as a coach as well, you've had the feeling many, many times that you would like to just shake one of the players and, you know, make them understand what you want them to do. But you also know that there's a social energy between you. And I think Alexi B and Blade, they know each other so well by now that he can afford to do that.
It works. It absolutely does as the Spodek is heating up. We need to talk about the other side of that match, which is Spirit losing a really big game to one of their biggest rivals. And we've heard a lot out of the Spirit camp about just not being too happy in general about their level. The thing is, they always say that in interviews, but if you lose that match versus Na'Vi, and then yesterday you roll over VP, but you might think, they had a stand-in. How much are we going to be challenged tomorrow?
I think it's the bigger topic is like, this is Spirit who last year kind of blew up in Katowice. That was their arrival onto the scene. Had some struggles throughout the year, but cap it off winning the major. So now you've gotten to the top of the mountain. And this is that classic conversation of now you're fighting to stay the best team in the world. Now you're fighting to stay on top of the mountain, which everyone will tell you is always harder. And they've already come into this year and basically said, we went to the playoffs at the major at the end of December. We went to the playoffs in Copenhagen just a couple weeks ago. Now we're in the playoffs of Katowice. They've gone very deep in 3 tournaments in a row, and they've just said, we're feeling a little bit tired. You know, and you do see those emotions kind of disappear when you need to get hyped up. You do see them kind of get frustrated when they're playing in the match, all because they're a little bit exhausted coming out of a break, and yeah, getting back into the swing of things.
It goes for both teams. Everything is magnified when it is on a big stage like this, and luckily we had a chat with Alexi a while ago so we can hear about his headspace coming into this.
Well, we have something special for you all today. That's right. It is Spirit going against Na'Vi right here in the Spodek, the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, all the goodness. But I'm standing with a man that is no stranger to being up on that stage. So welcome back, Alexi B. Tell us how it feels.
Good to be back. What else is there to say?
That's very true, which is also brings us back to the real conversation right here, right? With regard to Navi. It took so long to beat down on Spirit, and then you did it in the group stage just a couple days ago. 3-map affair, 2-1 win. Tell me what that does for a team's psyche.
I mean, it's important that we got the win, because now when we have a rematch, we were expecting a rematch. The vibe is different. It feels like we don't have this, luck that we can't win. Now we saw that we can win. It was in the same tournament, and now we just need to play twice as good.
Yeah, kind of match that energy yet again. And so I guess that I'll bring it to a quote here, right? You said it elevates our confidence in the overall level. Is that something that you can carry through the days where you guys aren't necessarily in the server on the stage?
I mean, it's like, for example, we played Mongolz after the game against Spirit, took Mongolz down convincingly. But now, obviously, it's our first game on the stage. But at the same time, I just feel like the team's a bit more fired up. So I just feel like, we have everything that it takes. Just need to go out there, show no pressure, play fearless, and that's it.
You showed a lot of humility also as well. Just the other day, we saw Blade talking to you about getting it together. Some quote like that. We'll leave it at that. Tell me about that interaction, how it helps you.
I mean, that's sports. Sometimes you're not there. Sometimes someone needs to tell you to get in there. The cultures are different. The teams are different, how they work. That's how it works in our team. And yeah, I mean, I felt like I got back into the game after that, and the rest was history.
The rest is most certainly history. You guys keep making history around here. And I want to ask you in this moment, because yes, you go back up there on the stage in the Spodek. Everyone's asking for Navi all day. You guys aren't even in the building. The crowd is chanting Navi. That's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. We also heard yesterday, even though we weren't playing, sometimes the crowd was chanting Navi, so that's very nice to hear and see. Yeah, we're just looking forward to, feeling the fans up there on the stage.
Well, good luck to you, Mr. Alexa.
Thank you.
And I'm sure he will. I love it. The crowd is just lighting up the minute that JL was on screen, now that Alexi is on screen.
Oh, yeah.
Always very level-headed, and it's what you said there before, right, about that relationship between the two, between Blade and him. That is a match made in heaven, and that means, as you know, with people that have a very good professional relationship, sometimes it is hard, but they make it work.
Yeah, and it's about not avoiding those kind of tough conversations. If he's not in the game, get in the game. I liked what Alexi said too about the idea of like the cultural differences of like, come from different regions as well. You have to understand where that kind of comment is coming from, and that might initially seem aggressive to certain ears, and Alexi very much understands where Blade comes from and didn't make a big deal out of it and just kind of got to work inside the server. It's cool hearing him talk about the confidence they gained, and then also it just means we have to work 2 times harder. So the boys are fired up this morning, but we know it's going to be twice as hard. So Navi comes into this without any illusions about how difficult of a task is ahead of him.
Yeah, I think that is very sobering and very good to go in that like that. We've seen teams before that thought, well, I beat them before, how hard can it be? Well, extremely difficult, hard. Especially in the Spodek. But of course, they had a lot to take from that best of 3 they already played versus Spirit, and Jacob is going to break something down from that match.
Yeah, I would love to show you guys exactly what we're speaking about, because often we find ourselves on the desk saying that the coach and the in-game leader have a close relationship and the coach can have an impact in the game. I'll show you a great example from the game between Navi and Spirit, where Blade and Alexi B are having huge impact on the comeback they made. We're jumping into Nuke. You set the scene right here. Spirit is up 11-8 and they're about to win this game. This round is after a Blade timeout. So just before we go into this, understand that Blade just took a timeout. We're conveying with Alexi B, and this is what happens. We play out the round. Bit has smoked off ramp. You see a little bit of movement from Chopper out here, but I don't want to focus on Chopper. I want you guys to focus on the minimap up here. Look at player number 2, which is wonderful. He's rotating in towards ramp, where he's getting a bit of a boost. And this, you must assume, has been a read from Navi or something they've discussed. They want to put Wonderful late in the round on top of the boxes. And guess what happens in this very specific round? Well, Spirit, they're going to walk into it. They're going to jump into the stack. Wonderful is getting a nice triple kill. And you see the instant impact. Navi is winning the round without losing a single player. And you must assume that that has been a call, that has been a conversation between Blade and Alexi B. So when we say that timeouts can be essential in a game like this, when we say Blade can have an impact as a coach in the middle of the game, it's something like this. Without this call, without this round, Navi would not have won Spirit in the group stage.
I like it, Jacob. It's true, and it is one of those things which sometimes it's difficult because we have a lot of tape on Blade specifically. He's also very vocal when it comes to interviewing him, so we know that system. And sometimes the analysis about that similar interaction on the other side, for Spirit specifically, they just don't do as much media. It's hard to say. I would recommend their YouTube channel. They do give a good look in there, right? Yeah. But it is nothing to scoff at either.
No, and I think, that is something that we should get into is kind of deep diving with Hallie. But I mean, we've seen from the clips you're referencing, we saw kind of the way he tried to help handle emotions with Shiro back at the major in the grand final. We know he's got a huge tactical input. I think it was Zontix after Copenhagen that just trying to describe how much they miss him. They treat him like a sixth player who has just as much impact inside the server as they do. A ton of respect there. I'll say for Hallie though, I think the job tactically sometimes feels a little bit easier because you have a player like Donk, so you know a lot of the tactics that you're going to be using, and a lot of things is set him up for some early success. He gets a lot of the utility, a lot of the love, a lot of the priority, and then the rest of the pieces kind of deliver around that.
I mean, I think a great example, you said it yourself, Hallie wasn't showing in Copenhagen. Spirit won that tournament without Hallie. I'm not saying he doesn't have a lot of impact.
Yeah, what are you saying?
No, I think he had a lot of impact. He was obviously helping the team from home as well. But I think if you were to reverse that and you'd say, Blade, can you send Na'Vi to a tournament without you being behind him? I think you'd see a significantly weaker Na'Vi. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Team Spirit for the same reason you brought up right here. When you have Donk, when you have Shiro, when you have the way that you play Counter-Strike in the Spirit camp, I think Hallie's value is more in the preparation, making sure everyone is on board, making sure the game plan is clear for Spirit, where Blade has a little bit more in the middle of the game impact.
Well, let's see. I mean, it's something that we may see today. We'll pay extra attention to it, but I also want to pay extra attention to the graphic that is on screen right now, because there has been this conversation about if Donk isn't fragging, then does the team win? I think that is too short of a statement to say in general, but of course it is true, and I think, do you have the same feeling that you did last Katowice at this stage? Because I remember being here and everybody you talked to and every match you saw, you thinking there is no way anyone keeps them from the trophy.
I mean, the shock value isn't here for like it was for last year.
That's
when
true.
Kind of Donk come in, right? We kind of know what to expect, and he's kept it up for a whole year, so we don't really have any more questions. We don't need him to prove anything else to us. I think the big thing is, to answer your short question, yeah, I think they do have the pieces around that. I think this is like part of the fun of this matchup is outside of Donk, there's no true superstar for Na'Vi. But you look at Zontix, you look at Magisk, you look at JL, Ema, you look at these guys. They're like targeted impact bit as well. They're not the superstars, but they're like targeted impact. They know exactly what their goal is in different situations, and they're incredibly powerful in making the moves in those little micro moments, and that's how I think guys like Magisk and Zontix make up for Donk maybe starting slow.
Okay, is this maybe a controversial way to put it, and it's just to get you going, right? Okay. So does Na'Vi need all 5 pieces to shoot hard in order to beat a Spirit, or only one is shooting his best?
I don't think they need all 5 to do it at the same time, and that hasn't really been the case either. What is very strong about Na'Vi is the team is very homogeneous in the sense that all 5 players can step it up. Maybe apart from LXB, individually speaking, he hasn't had the best time, but you have 4 players who each have had an MVP last year, who each are coming into every tournament thinking to themselves, I can be the difference maker, where we know when it comes to Spirit, it's Donk first, and then sometimes it's Shiro, then sometimes it's Zontix, and there's a lot of individual firepower, but I will say if you put them up against each other, Na'Vi rely on the team play, they rely on the synergy, where Spirit can win games with just Donk popping off. Na'Vi don't have that luxury.
It's true, but it would also be disingenuous to say that they never have it. I mean, just looking back at the best of 3 they played versus Spirit, in the first map on Mirage, it was Bit and it was Emma, and that does work and that can work, right? So it's not something that we should scoff at either.
No, but again, it's like that. It's a targeted impact. Like I feel like a lot of times with Na'Vi, like the guy who's going to get you over the finish line is like JL. Like he's just going to be solid, and then there becomes a moment where somebody needs to step up, somebody needs to deliver, somebody needs an important triple kill, double kill in the right moment. JL always seemingly provides that, and I think it's such a luxury when you say this roster goes so deep. It is such a luxury that you have 4 guys who can all deliver for you in that moment, and that's how you overcome not having a superstar on the team.
I think the best way to phrase it as well is that when it comes to Spirit and when it comes to Donk, it's not map dependent. Donk is the best player on pretty much any given map out there. Surely there's certain positions he likes to play more than others, whereas I feel with you, as you said, Na'Vi, it depends on the map as well. Some maps it's very much Emma in the center of everything. Some maps JL is coming in as the clutch card. Some maps Wonderful is having more impact. So it's a bit more spread across the board, whereas for Donk, it doesn't matter what map he's playing, he will be the spearhead regardless.
Let's be real, like the conversation around Donk is like, if you want to distill it down to the easiest thing, is Donk's just going to straight up win you 4 rounds per map.
Yeah.
He's probably going to win you 4 rounds per map, and if you're an opposition going up against that, you're thinking in your head, we have to ignore the times where Donk gets his, because it's going to happen. We need to take him winning them 4 rounds and make it 2. Or we need to take him winning them 5 rounds and bring it down to 3. Like, you need to minimize the number of rounds. He's just going to win you on his own, and you need to make it so you can trade that off, and then you can play the middle round, and you can play the middle portions, not at too much of a disadvantage.
It also means if you are the competitor, in this case Na'Vi, that you don't have a lot of room for error, right? Because you only get a certain amount of doors you can open, but you have to finish those rounds on this stage. you cannot drop the ball, even when it comes to a difficult clutch.
And I think that's both conversations around their teams when you hear them talk about, Spirit saying, we're a little bit tired, we're a little bit fatigued, a little bit stressed. Same with Na'Vi. That's those moments, those like miscommunications in 3v3s. That's always the moments where they say, we had it in our hands, we let it slip away. It's always those kinds of rounds where some detail just gets missed and it turns into a catastrophe.
I'm sure Spirit thinks that about the best 3 they lost to Na'Vi. You were talking so much about the map, and I think about the maps, and I think the veto is ready. So we can take a look if anything is out of the ordinary, Jacob.
Yeah, I think it is interesting because the whole conversation in regarding to Spirit and their veto so far this year has been whether they pick Nuke or whether they pick Dust 2. And they've been going a bit back and forth between the two. And then yesterday in the semi-final, we saw them pick Ancient. In the quarterfinals. So no big surprise, the train is going out of the window. But the big question to me is whether or not Spirit is going to pick a Nuke or Dust 2 or Ancient perhaps.
I mean, I think they're going to pick Dust 2 because you have to imagine against Na'Vi, Nuke is going to be there for you later on in the pool if you want it. I'm more interested in what's Na'Vi going to pick. They go back to Mirage.
Yeah.
And it's what they won in the group stage, right? Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke were the 3 maps selected there, and Mirage was a win for Na'Vi in that series.
That makes an awful lot of sense. It has been the home pick of Na'Vi. It is a map they feel very comfortable on, and a map where Alexi B and Emma in particular are involved in pretty much everything in the mid-rounding.
Gotta be Dust 2, Jacob.
It gotta be Dust 2. It will be Dust 2. So we get 2 very dusty maps to kick off this series. 2 maps where it's very, very open as well. We spoke about JL, the impact he's gonna have. I've seen Dunk entering towards that B side time and time again. So the JL versus Dunk and Dust 2, look out for that. No Ancient, no Anubis. We get Nuke as a 3rd deciding map, which I think is perfect. Exact replica of what we saw on the group stage.
Yeah, I think it's badass. I think both teams just come to it and say, yeah, we'll rinse and repeat this. Now, to be fair, they have played like 5 of the 7 maps in the pool over the past year, numbers of times against each other. So, I mean, wherever you're going to go, they've played each other a number of times. But I just like that Spirit's like, yeah, we lost the series, but we'll just rinse and repeat it. We'll go right back to it.
Yeah, we love it. I know a lot of people love Dust 2 as a decider. I think Nuke isn't a slouch either. We saw a couple of bangers, especially in the group stage. So now that we have our map pool, I think bringing it back to what Spirit could be doing here, right? Being a back-to-back in the likes of Fnatic did it, Na'Vi did it. Of course, it is a hard thing to do, Jacob, when everybody is gunning for you this time around.
Yeah, I mean, everyone have been looking at Spirit the past couple of months, and I think everyone recognizes the fact that they are the best team in the world, and they've been playing like the best team in the world. That's why they won the major, that's why Dunk won all the individual criteria as well. I think Na'Vi have stepped it up from Copenhagen into Katowice. I see a better playing Na'Vi, so I think the playing field has been leveled out a little bit. People are also quick to forget, Na'Vi had a period in the mid-portion of 2024 where they were going into every single grand final, winning a couple of those as well. So I think this matchup is much more even on paper than maybe some people would think.
I mean, I think when you ask like everyone's gunning for Spirit, that's like a big picture.
That's always happened, I guess.
Yeah, and if you put the lens on it too, it's like the other conversation we always have is how it's so hard to beat the same team twice in a tournament. And I don't know, it's an interesting conversation because, yeah, you just beat the team on the same exact maps in the series in the group stage. Going to be very difficult coming back into it. If you win the series, you typically don't look into things nearly in as much detail and depth as you do if you lose the series. But you hear from Na'Vi players, they know how hard it is to beat Spirit. We know how much it means to them to beat Spirit with this rivalry being so one-sided. So I don't think they missed any details. I think Na'Vi looked through these demos in just the same intensity as if they had lost that series. And I think we come in and, yeah, this for me is 50-50. Flip a coin, I don't know who's going to win.
It is a 50-50 game. It's impossible to tell beforehand who's going to win it, but I think there's a lot of win condition that we already covered already. Obviously, one being Dunk. I want to see more of Shiro as well. We saw Shiro play well yesterday on a cheap notice. Not a lot of flashes, not a lot of smokes to be occupied by. I think if you're Na'Vi, you're going to make sure that Shiro is kept out of the game for as long as possible, if possible, and that's what I want to see him step up. You know, it's also a bit of an underrated fact that Na'Vi have more states experience than Spirit. That's just a fact of the matter. Na'Vi were in all these grand finals, in all these playoffs, where Spirit in the mid-portion of 24 had a conversation surrounding them. Maybe a player's getting kicked. Maybe it's not really working out in Spirit. So in terms of raw, I guess, experience inside an arena like this, Na'Vi's ahead of them.
I'm really curious. I think the Oppers are going to be an interesting thing for me to watch because I feel like against both these teams that are so detailed, so good with utility, so good tactically, I think Oppers sometimes struggle to find the moments they can have impact the way they used to be able to in Counter-Strike because everything's on point. Everyone's kind of shifting slowly. You don't really get a great indication. So for Shiro and for Wonderful on both sides of the map, it's going to be like you might only have a couple opportunities to truly leave a mark on the map. And when those opportunities present themselves, which Opper is just going to seize that moment and deal with it and handle business? Or are you going to miss that opportunity and have to sit around and wait for another chance to change the nature of this map? I think those guys are going to have to be on point right out of the gate because you never know when that moment comes.
Yes, it's such an interesting side quest, but there are so many to watch throughout this map, and I brought it up earlier in the day as well for Na'Vi. I think some people put an asterisk next to their major win. I don't, but I think this is the kind of stage where if you beat Spirit on the stage, you get into that grand final, you can dream of winning it. That puts you in a whole different stratosphere.
I mean, I think Jason said it earlier, regardless of who wins between Spirit and Na'Vi today, they will walk into the grand final tomorrow as the favorite going up against Vitality. So yes, the pressure's on. We said it, 2 grand finals in 1 tournament. You got the first one tonight.
We do. It's going to be an amazing match. If it gives as much fireworks as the one we saw in the studio did, then it's going to be insane. Na'Vi versus Spirit as they walk down the Hall of Heroes. They can gaze upon those who have been so lucky to lift the trophy. And Chopper, of course, knows that he did it already himself. Alexi has so many memories and heartbreaks in situations like this. But can he, with Blade, have the correct game plan to take them down one more time? For Spirit, it is a long path. They said getting to all those playoffs, it gets a little tiring, but you know that when they step on this stage, they are completely focused in order to get that trophy once more.
We play worse when we face Spirit. I feel like it's more of a mental thing. We have some revenge to do. They beat us so many times in different tournaments. It's one thing to beat them in groups, and the other one is to beat them in Spodek in front of all the people.
Мы довольно похожие команды с примерно одинаковой системой. Это всегда близкие матчи. Каждый игрок может переворачивать игру.
Мы выступаем в качестве фаворитов, и всего лишь, что я хочу, это выиграть турнир и доказать, что мы можем побеждать, мы способны побеждать, и мы хотим побеждать.
One specific match can matter. It can be a completely different game. If you meet them in Spodek on big arena with a lot of crowd. I'm not scared of Spirit, I'm not scared of any opponent at this moment. It's still gonna be a very tough match.
The trophy's been there. I've lost in 2 finals. I'll do my best to not make it the 3rd one.
Lifting the trophy isn't that important. If we will manage to play well, we can lift it.
We have a great firepower. We have a great game plan. This is what makes us one of the best teams. We're getting in shape. We're getting better with every game. Every matchup for them against us is very hard. If they're not playing their best game, they're likely to lose.
Who's ready for more Counter-Strike? Here we go, semi-final 2 of the first team out. Only Blade remains from their 2020 victory here in Katowice. 4 years later, they're the EWC and Copenhagen Major Champions. Please welcome Spodek, it's Na'Vi! Their opponents, these next 5 players are looking to cement themselves as the world #1. It is the 2024 Shanghai Major, the current IEM Winter Championship title holders. They're looking for a repeat. They want to put a dunk on it. It's Team Spirit! Well, here we go, Katowice, a semi-final with absolute genuine spice. 2 teams that want to be in that final. 2 teams that want to be playing Vitality for that trophy. We know already 1 team has won here, but that's ancient history. So who is going to go through? Ladies and gentlemen, is it Team Spirit? Is it Navi? One more time, is it Spirit? Is it Navi? On the count of 3, Spodek, are you ready? Let's get it on.
Tonight we bear witness to the 2 best teams in Counter-Strike in the world, fighting for survival in a semi-final a year after this rivalry began. For 6 months, Na'Vi could not beat this team, but then the dam begun to break. Despite a lethal donk, Na'Vi took down Spirit in the group stage. The question tonight is, can lightning strike twice, or will it just be thunder in the Spodek?
Was in this arena where we first met Donk in this Spirit roster. And the whole world stood still for a moment thinking this 17-year-old kid might be about to break every rule established in Counter-Strike. Na'Vi might meanwhile failed to make playoffs last year. For JL, Wonderful and Imma, this is their first time in the Spodek. A team that has won a major only now taking its first steps up those stairs. If one cog in this Na'Vi machine breaks down, any slow start, any rough go at it, then the whole Na'Vi system could be doomed to fail. They've got to win this by being the better team. All right, Spodek, who have we got? Is it Team Spirit? No. Is it Na'Vi? Then let's get it on!
Well, the crowd have made up their mind, but we'll have to wait one more moment. Team Spirit, Na'Vi, Mirage, Dust 2, and Nuke, the same as the group stage, but do we get a different game today? That's the question. Spirit, it wasn't perfect yesterday. It was enough to get the job done. You said it yourself, this is Na'Vi's first time in the Spodek. Can they come in with a bang?
Starting off on a home map for Na'Vi. And so they want to start this one off strong.
T-sides especially, those have been the problem for Team Spirit when we swap to the second half. So Na'Vi needs to come out swinging in this first, take it decisively. The pistol helps out, and that's a good way to start.
Not a bad way to open. Chopper tapped out, and Na'Vi eyes set on this A play. It's an awkward fight for bit at range. There's Zontix with a little bit more, but it's all about Wonderful. From nowhere, that P250 has cracked open this pistol round. Donk starts to charge at him. Donk starts to run him down. Wonderful's heroics might not be enough here. Is Donk still in the picture? Plays further forward. It's a bit more from Donk. 2v2. Wonderful thought he'd done enough, that this pistol round was in the bag, but Donk is still a killer of dreams. Na'Vi thought they had that pistol round. They thought they had it right where they wanted it. That could have been a great start to this series, and Donk has snatched it away.
The kit is on Donk, but he goes for every single kill. Cold-blooded, unwavered by the pressure of the stage. What a way to set your mark in this series. Stealing a pistol round like that.
And just so we're clear, that is what Na'Vi are up against. That is insane.
That's a defending champion. That's the record breaker. That's a kid who just won't quit. And he is back at home here in the Spodek. Sending it, top of middle. Break on the smoke, Donk gets out. No punish for Na'Vi.
Well, might have done it in the groups, but this is the big test to see if Na'Vi can beat their demons.
Another back up top one more time. Relentless here. Spirit refused to let go of middle. Na'Vi are going to have to come and take it from them. They've only got 2 players to do so, but Wonderful, after that big pistol with the AK, could be the guy here for Na'Vi. He'll need to be. Leaving Bit on the lurk. Na'Vi go back out at 45.
Good fight over here in mid. I mean, Wonderful. More impact from him, but it's going to struggle to keep coming through. All these crossfires teed up in the connector. Backstab from Bit. 1v3 turns 1v2, and Bit with a little bit of room to work with here. Long fights onto the Cat player. Magic's only armored than SMG.
He's at AK.
Looking for a way back in, but they're just not giving it to him. Oh, wow. All right, Bit ball rolling. Just Zontix left to beat. Rifle retrieved. Donk clutches up in the pistol, but now it's Bit's turn. Is he ready for Zontix up close? He's going hunting. Zontix holds the line.
That hurts. No, it was within reach as well. He could have got it before the time expired, but Zontix holds on. Already seeing some very sharp shots to start this series. No one coming in cold here on either side. But Na'Vi, they can't just hit hard. They've got to win as a unit. They've got to trust in the system. Team Spirit looking to sweep the opening 3 rounds of the map that Na'Vi made home for so long. A double-digit win streak ended in a Cologne Grand Final against Vitality. For a moment, it got a bit weak for Na'Vi. They had a bit of a shaky end to last year. But coming back into Kato, they've re-established it on another win streak. First picking it when available. Na'Vi back at home.
I mean, we've heard from Spirit some of the frustrations that this team have felt. They weren't content with their quarterfinal win yesterday. Shiro in his interview said, "We're saving the emotions for the Na'Vi semi-final."
Well, there's plenty in this room right now.
Building into a B hit here. Zontix side by side with Magix to defend this side of the map. The rotates are a long way away. So as Alexi tees up the flashes, it's going to come down to Ima leading the charge. The Eagle out. If they get that first kill, they can look to spill on over, but Zontix doesn't leave anything open and chewed up by the util. It's a decisive victory over here at B. Spirit do not break a sweat. The pistols don't find a lick of damage, so it's a good start for Team Spirit.
Spirit are great at those kind of rounds, right? They're not the team that are going to overplay their hand. Sure, Don likes to get aggressive, but it's often supplemented by Chopper. He's often set up by his team, and when it comes down to those late 30, 40-second hits for Na'Vi, you're never going to find Spirit overextending, making a mistake. Surprisingly, not a super heavy gamble team either on the CT side. They trust in their riflers. Donk is the roamer, running his route to Con. First gun round here.
This is where, if you're Na'Vi, I think just to deal with some of these early punches you've been dealt, you want to try and get on the board, right? They had a great chance in the pistol, that big 3K from Wonderful that Donk clutched up, denied a 1v1 in their 4 spot round, so you're hoping that you can break through early if you're Na'Vi. First kill is certainly a good way to start. Alexi holds down middle while Ima plays out through the lower tons, but it looks like Chopper plans on taking this fight. Ima knocked out of the round, and Alexi nowhere to lend a helping hand.
Setting up smokes to keep mid-control here for Na'Vi, and I guess they sort of have it, but Spirit are fine with a 4v4 and go back to play the bomb sites. They may even re-aggress. Multiple players pushing in at the same time. Alexi's caught going up catwalk. That will signal where Na'Vi want to end.
Still, it was those B-side players that committed to that push. So for now, B-side is open. Na'Vi have this control they were looking for. That's a big kill from JL on Chopper as he rotates over. Chance for the plant now. Time to get set up in this 3-on-3. They lose Wonderful trying to cross out truck side. Zontix doesn't quite get that spot. He seemed really aware. Did he see something? JL. It feels like they know about him. He's getting a little bit nervous here. 30 points of health pushed up over on short. 2 players coming out market side. Bit wins the first. But there's another nade. Raining in. JL's knocked out. It's got to be Bit. The vintage member in this Na'Vi jersey. The one still holding on. Want to win the first clutch, but when the rifles are out, Bit will prevail.
Anchor of the year, shows it in a post plant, sat back on Van and holding his own. Na'Vi don't wait long to come in with a round, but it costs them everything. Down to the clutch, down to the wire. Expect a lot of those this evening. An instant Spirit timeout, Halley getting on the back of that. 2 very strong coaches behind both teams this evening. Both teams extremely tentative on that mid control last round, taking it really late. Spirit switch it up this time, trying to move away from what is typical boost up and padding the sights. It's a very slow default for Na'Vi. You're not going to see him quick taking mid against this team. In fact, this round may just be an execute. You would expect IMA under a late lurk, perhaps. And Na'Vi trying to play it away from the grain.
Eyes set on this A play. Spirit only have one man here, but there's more players moving around now to try and link up with Chopper. Here's that first volley of util. No immediate play through yet from Na'Vi, but they start to leak out now ramp side. Spirit is slowly but surely bringing bodies over. For the time being, this one, no damage done either which way. Spirit have willfully given this site over to Na'Vi. They plan on pouncing when this bomb looks to get planted. Grouped up spawn side. Alexi gets caught on an island. There's Donk lending a helping hand. Na'Vi get boxed in. They're trapped. Can IMA bail them out? 2 quick kills. Gives them something to hold on to here, but the nade will find Wonderful. It's got to be IMA, or this round is Spirit's, and he's triple swung. They don't make life easy. Or Na'Vi on that site hit. Team Spirit very patient, willfully giving that site over with the belief they can retake, they can play around the tap of that bomb. And the moment Alexi falls, the captain on his push out towards the spawn, Spirit hit the go button.
Yeah, super decisive setup there to just rotate all CT. They had Zontix and Shiro covering from an underlurk, and the other players were just grouping up to play the bomb. Doesn't even come down to it. Hoping for a hero deagle shot.
And you talked about Mirage as the map coming into this. And you said how for Na'Vi, they did encounter some problems. I think the biggest issue for them was when they really needed Mirage. It felt like they could no longer lean on it, and it wouldn't be a nice, attempt to rebuild this map for them. They end up facing an informed Spirit to open up. I mean, thus far, they've had plenty of chances to get on the board, but Spirit have won the vast majority. It's now money issues for Na'Vi as they're getting painted into a bit of a corner in the early stages of this semi-final. Nades onto ramp, Chopper, that's good timing, going to do a lot of damage, makes life real easy for his A-side players as Donk farms.
Yeah, and going back to talking about the maps, right, you mentioned they've had troubles when they need this map. I think this is one of those times they need it really badly right now, because while I can see a world where this Na'Vi Spirit could 2-0 this series, it's a very hard sell with Dust 2 up next. The only time Na'Vi have won that in the head-to-head is back at Pro League when they ran over them. But generally, you don't want to play Spirit on Dust 2. They picked into it every single series they could, with the exception of that VP game. And so this is already off to a fantastic start for the defending champions. Bit pacier this time for IMA out under. He's got support as well. Gonna beat the molly even and look for a pick. But Spirit are nowhere to be seen. It's just Donk cycling nades down under, knowing IMA's pathing. Looking to get a man up inside. Wonderful's first AWP of the game covers, but very site-centric for Spirit, 3 on A.
Look at Spirit trying to anticipate this move. I mean, you can tell this is a long-standing rivalry. The familiarity is evident in how this CT side has been moving around every ebb and flow that Na'Vi try to pull.
Yeah, Spirit aren't going to move from this position much, right, unless they rotate a player B safely. Like, Zontix is checking timings. Him and Donk have a crossfire. This is going to be a really hard round for Na'Vi to break through if they come up con. Pressure is on JL. Needs to find the timing on this lurk. He's making a move.
JL, they just turn to hold him, and Zontix, perfect timing on that check. Donk with a smoke spam. IMA never even gets a chance, my word! good. I mean, every bone in your body tells you at this level, it can't be a one-man army. It can't all be about one player, but Donk breaks that rule. 13-3. Just 7 rounds deep into this semi-final. Bit of a chance to play out through ramp, and now he's been spotted half health. He's wounded, he's trying to get out of there, and they won't let him escape. Donk runs him down. And a flawless round bestowed upon Spirit only strengthens the resolve at 6-1.
Yeah, like they needed any more help. 3 AKs behind this AWP as well. And yeah, Donk breaks all the rules, right? We saw that last Katowice when he broke out. Just running to the action, running to the gunfight. Never afraid to re-peek. Pixel perfect crosshair placement. And that's before you even begin to talk about his movement. But right here, this is super clean for Spirit. We're back to another contact play for Na'Vi, a set call. Their best bet, Shiro, the 3rd piece of this B site has just come here in time.
Every time they've tried to hit B, it feels like they're running into a stack, and this round is no exception. Still, it's no kills for Magic. Donk's been found in the meantime. Hold on a second, Shiro's gonna start hitting shots, or else this could get out of hand. Shiro up close, can't find a thing. Got an AWP. Zontix, long sight lines, Chopper getting involved now as well as Spirit throw themselves into this sight hole, but it's awkward. Nothing is clean. Zontix finally the man to make a move, and it all comes down to JL with this Deagle. Oh, the first swing is a success. Does JL have anything else left in the tank? He's low on health. 1 kill coming into this round, and now they're expecting him to 1v2. Can JL be the man to bring Na'Vi back into this? He's been given room, 50 seconds. Time is the only thing on his side. Eyes set on that A play. He runs off with this bomb. Zontix is giving chase. That gap's starting to close, but JL just beats him on the timing.
Get the stick. Could get spammed. Zontix waits for the confirmation of plant. He doesn't know where he is. JL crossing, caught in the open, and Team Spirit keep them coming. 4 kills from Zontix. They are not letting up. They are not letting Na'Vi into this game. Even with some chance kills on that B hit, the AWP caught close. Donk killed on the mid lurk. None of it enough to win the clutch. There's no way this rivalry turns into a stomp, surely.
I mean, that was the reality for Na'Vi for the longest time, right? This rivalry was very one-sided.
But they always got a map, Harry. They always got a map in a BO3 and a BO5. A close game here and there.
I think the thing that hurts right now is you've had, what, 3 clutch chances already for Na'Vi, 3 clutches that have all come fairly close as well. Often lost out in 1v1s. And so you feel like this could be a really competitive map, but in all those make or break moments, they've come up in favor of Team Spirit. And that was always the big worry, right? We say coming into this, Na'Vi have to be the better team. The individuals are getting Spirit through the closes of these rounds.
Feels like that relies on so much more, right? So much harder to remain consistent when you don't have that one start that can save your game. Donk is doing that right now. Ema tries to push himself to the forefront. Decked by Zontix. Shiro again in the right place at the right time, hits the shot.
Okay, this is good timing from Alexi. Bit's opened up as well. Late trade on a Shiro. Bit comes into this semi-final. Highest rated player at Katowice, and now he's playing like it. Head taken off of Donk in the rotate. And so Spirit pull up a man down. A lost B bomb site awaits them. Chopper and Magix, 3 kills each. And worlds apart on this retake.
To count them out would be a mistake in this round, but it does look good for Na'Vi. It's going to come down to the final few seconds of the clock and the timing of Wonderful. If he goes down with nothing to say, his ball could roll the other way. Connects this shot, and that should call it off. Chopper tries, throws himself into the action, but this is a bridge too far.
Does have smoke, but yeah, there's the swing from Captain Alexi. Great impact from Alexi being bit to make that happen.
And from a 3v5 no less. Double kill on the B hold. Alexi and Bit break in. JL likes what he sees, but we need a little bit more here for Na'Vi.
I mean, look, keeping up his form is at least a promising sign. Na'Vi might have ran through the groups, but it was often the guy leading the charge. Oh, this is going to be a clash. Chopper and Donk side by side. JL and Wonderful await them. Chopper opens Donk. No one about, they heard both guns fire off, but this is a tricky trade for Wonderful to attempt. Smoke dropped in, and this one ends with Spirit getting out 5v4. Chance to fall back now.
Very safe for Spirit, not overdoing their hand. They just take the 5v4, and they know that they've run down the clock so many times on these default rounds for Na'Vi. That was a round Na'Vi were just trying to do a little contact play into A. Now they've had to go back to plan B. Alexi's full of ideas. But this is a hard map to break into without mid control. They have none of it. Is it going to be yet again the late mid take here for Na'Vi? With an orb still roaming around. And Donk in a round-winning position. If the bomb comes his way, that's an awful miss. Zontix is lethal right now. He's going for every single kill. Ice cold in middle, another triple. Matching Donk, if not exceeding him right now.
I mean, that's what's been insane about these playoff games for Team Spirit, right? You're seeing the depth of the rest of this roster. In the games yesterday, it was Magic, Shiro showing up. Now it's Zontix, 16-3. Bits left to save, and so the kind of last minute or so of this round is Na'Vi coming to terms with just how one-sided this game is. They need that second win.
Just feels like everything's on rails for Spirit. The timing that they're retaking middle, sure, there's a missed shot for Wonderful. That's the first domino. If he connects it, they probably come out under and kill the second cat player. But the timing that Spirit reaggress is just perfect as Na'Vi are creeping out with no util. Stress for Alexi B. He's been on this stage. He's been in 2 grand finals in the Spodek, neither of them picking up the trophy. He was worried about maybe the curse of getting there a 3rd time. Well, right now, it's not looking good to lock in a grand finalist appearance. 8-2 for Spirit on their opponent's map pick. And Na'Vi hemorrhaging timeouts. How do you solve this problem? B has been the best for them, right? These pops, short splits.
But it's felt like a bit of a double-edged sword, hasn't it, right? Like if they don't find these openings, if they have to go to explore somewhere else and they don't have this mid control, the round just peters out, it goes nowhere. It's hinging so heavily on someone opening up, and sure, they've been able to get past Magic's here a few times. Shiro, when he's tried peaks with the orb. Oh, look at the B anchor at 16-3 for Team Spirit.
Yikes.
And you understand that Na'Vi just haven't been having a good time in this game. Donk, aggressive. Still trying to maintain this dominion over middle, plays through the connector. While Na'Vi this time, they want that mid control.
Oh, it's all on Shiro right now. He's just backing up back and forth between mid and B. It's the timing. It's going to make all the difference. The short player gets a kill, but they don't even know about the boost.
It's opened up the B site. That bomb is moving back around. Na'Vi, they've gotten the control they were looking for. Zontix is still up here on this boost. They haven't cleared him. That molly isn't going to stop him either. They think short's clear. That was the best chance for Zontix with Chopper dead on the rotate over. Na'Vi finally stay the course. They break through this B site and they do it cleanly. 4 players left standing at the end of that round, and now Zontix getting boxed in. Team Spirit Sadist, the body shot champ, death by 1,000 cuts for anyone that comes around this corner as Zontix goes back in.
There's no one in the site.
No one's near the bomb. Zontix has an open runway. Molly in from the market, and that will seal the fate of the round. Zontix was interested but Na'Vi wising up to it.
Lucky he didn't know. That could have gone very, very wrong for Na'Vi. You can't afford to throw those rounds away at this point in the game. It has felt like Bit, right? He has been the hero for Na'Vi. He's been the guy dragging them into all of these rounds on the T side. These B entries, just clinical headshots like we know him. He's the franchise Na'Vi player. He's the new face of this team.
In spite of that, though, in spite of being their legacy player, he's the OG Na'Vi member who didn't find success here in the spot egg.
Sure. Joined right after 4 years in Na'Vi, only org he's ever been represented by. There from day one.
Flash red chopper. Oh, Lexi! Gonna sniff him out. Top mid push shut down.
He'll take that. It was very quiet in middle. It was maybe too quiet in middle for Na'Vi's liking. Now we get to see what Spirit do a man down. We haven't seen these rounds untraded, no control, 4v5, no orb. Spirit have to make moves. This should be, on paper, a Na'Vi round.
Spirit know they need info, so they get active on that other side of the map, but right now it leaves Zontix alone as this B-side defender, and he's about to get split on. It's been taken. You tell out, Zontix knows they're coming. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. He hears these footsteps in the sight. He knows they're close by. The round was resting on the shoulders of Zontix, and he can't find that first incision. Na'Vi shooting for 4 on the half. 4v2 in this post plant as Wonderful struck from the tally. They just have to hold on. Na'Vi, the only man they have to beat is Shiro. And they'll at least have salvaged a 4-round T-side. This was looking like it could have been a very one-sided opener. Na'Vi had to dig deep to build back in, but with Bit backing them up, Na'Vi will find some solid ground to stand on their home map of Mirage.
Guys, don't be late for practice.
Late?
Oh, don't get me started.
He told me 10:30 theory the other day.
Without me?
Secondary IG things. Anyway, he joined us at 11:15.
No way.
I literally went over to him, took his headset off, and I just said, "Little bro, remember, you are just the coach."
To Blade?
Boys!
Anyway, he takes a timeout, gets on comms, turns to me and says, "Any suggestions?" And I'm like, "Little bro, you're the coach."
To Blade? Fair enough.
And I'm like, "Go B? No. Go B but then go A? No. Brother, I named 7 other variations. Finally, I say, Fnatic into game relation fake, ending with Astralis.
Typical.
Which I know he wanted to do in the first place.
And what does he say?
If that's what you want to do. Bro, I literally stood up, took his little strat book, and boom!
Boys, what are you doing?
Discussing strats.
Brainstorming.
What have I told you? You don't need to do that.
You're the boss. My little brother. If you're gonna make a call, make a call. Say it with your chest.
Only us two taking responsibility. Leading.
Secondary leading.
Boy!
He's a coach. A manager, man.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
He's obsessed with greens.
But his HTTV page is full red. Anyway, I just told him
little boy take their fries out of the bag.
Bro, I've literally got him like that.
Wait, like that?
Like that, like my newborn sibling.
Fucking crazy.
All little bitches.
Of this rivalry in the group stage. Spirit remind them who's boss on the biggest stage. 8-4 half on Navi's map pick and Mirage. Spirit have come through swinging. It's not just the donk show. And Navi need a hero now or never. A grand final awaits. And the second half of Mirage first.
Yeah, look, Navi found something down the stretch. Spirit looked better throughout the entirety of the start of this semi-final, but this final few rounds, a little bit of breathing room for Navi. That's got to keep them in this. Team Spirit, they were relentless over this mid-control in the first half. It felt like Chopper had the right reads, and he's got some fantastic pieces shooting hard alongside of Donk. Zontix both lights out. For Navi, it's been Bit trying to be the hero. Ima taking contact first. If Navi can win this pistol, they know this game is back on. Ima and Bit seem to think it is. Bit still let loose up in the palace. Bomb will get planted. Navi don't contest that. They want to play this 4v2. Chopper and Magix take a bit of control. But Navi now spring the trap. Moving in. They've cleared all these sight lines. There's very few options left for where Spirit can be. Smoke on that bomb, but Magix connects the first. There's the important trades. This time, Wonderful's action in the pistol is not in vain. 3 kills to open up in the first pistol round of this semi-final. And it fell on deaf ears, but in that second pistol round, right when Navi needed it, Wonderful steps up.
A sigh of relief, I think. You're not celebrating yet if you're Navi. It's the start of a long road back into this game, and you know that Spirit could even upset you in the second after a bomb plant. There is never a moment for pause in a matchup like this. And one thing Spirit have been doing even more so this event is always funding Donk's AKs, right? Like if someone saves a rifle in a lost gun round, they'll give it to Donk, he'll buy armor, they'll play Glock armor. They don't care. They want to set up their star. They've done it again. Gifting over an AK to the young prodigy. Knowing how much output he can give us. Let's look at last Katowice, right? We know Donk's rating, we know what he did. He had more multi-kill rounds than rounds he had a single frag in. By a margin of 7. 79 multi-kill rounds in a tournament is insane.
Terrifying in a round like this to think about that statistic. He more often gets 2 than 1, and that's not what you want if you're Navi when he's got the hero AK. You stop Donk, you stop Spirit in this round. He's going to start searching over towards B. Alexi, jump check can put him in the prying eyes of Donk, and he's already up past this Molotov. Donk's got the ball rolling! That bomb's still over towards A, but Donk, he's drawn all the attention, he's drawn all the eyeballs. Navi were about to leave. Oh my god, this could still get weird. Shiro out on an island, that's the bomb spotted! Oh dear! What? Spirit have just handed Navi away right back into this. Donk double kill might not be enough. As Shiro gives that bomb away. These kills might just be in vain. Bit posted. Bites down on mid. Goodbye, Team Spirit. As Zontix moves in, the sight is lost. The bomb away from him. And only armed with this MP9, now low on health. Creeping forward, Ima on the angle, Bit ready to trade. There should be no way. There should be no way.
That is just an unforgivable mistake. No justification allows it. Walking through the smoke alone with the bomb, his entire team out inside of the B site. Na'Vi were looking like they were going to save.
They were. They denied rotating. They peeled back. They were falling back into the A site when Shiro fights them.
That's just a disaster. Even if he waits a bit more time, they can get through CT. They can come join him, make it look like a hunt. Wonderful seizes the opportunity and wins the round off a single kill despite Donk's best effort. That's the round that would have just plunged Na'Vi into darkness.
This is an insane fight to try and open with on the Deagle. Long range, wonderful waiting back in jungle. They smoke him off.
For the best, I think. Jump spots for the ramp, Bit not giving away a thing. Na'Vi burning a lot of util here in tandem. Spirit have baited out everything off this A side. Smoke, molly, flash, nade, it's all gone. Bit's left with nothing but his aim. Still shouldn't hold him back, but it won't be on this A site where Spirit lay their hats. Zero util, contact play.
JL currently having a really, really rough game.
It's not going to get better.
13, and he's now out of position as this B hit is loading up. He will make it around in time. Molly primed for JL. Elects not to throw it yet, smoke in the way, but that's going to waste even more time from the clock for Spirit.
Minus on the bomb on the map there, definitely did the
that's
second time.
A big jump check from Alexi. Info is keying around like this, and he's collected all of it. JL bombs. Can that multi-kill right there be the 3K that brings him back into this semi-final?
Well, I said it wouldn't get better, it definitely did. Spirit gets slowed down by that Molotov. They can't pop like they want to on the timing they have. And so JL, 4K round, better than nothing right now. Trying to get his head back in this matchup, a round down.
This was 8-2 to Team Spirit. They held all the cards, all the advantages, and Na'Vi have started grinding their way back in. This next round, we get to see just how much more mileage this has as Spirit bring the guns back out on this T side. It's more of these slow rounds over towards this mid control to open up. Chopper looking for that first fight. There are bodies out in middle willing to go blow for blow with Chopper.
Donk v Bit on A. Now that's an exciting clash with how these players have been performing. Can he find that crucial entry? All this in mid is a fake, drawing attention from the real move of Team Spirit.
Two top performers, side by side. JL catches Chopper, bit bested by Donk in that head-to-head, and he continues. Storms out through the apartments, wonderful, and Alexi just left too far away as Spirit split this A site. A man down on the retake. Wonderful, looks like he wants to go for this, but Alexi's peeling away. Wonderful, up close, gonna deal with magics. All right, maybe the retake's back on. Spawn is taken. There's just so many angles open in Na'Vi as they move in here. How will they know where to look? Shiro facing first, Donk left to clutch up. This is Na'Vi's chance to tie up the game. They risk it all in this 2v2. And Shiro shuts them down. Spirit hold on to that lead.
Big impact round for Shiro, but again, it's Donk on the double entry, man. Swings out Palace on that smoke fade, timing in con. Well coordinated by Team Spirit, called by Chopper, who gets all the room to set Donk up. No one's looking his way, bit scared of the connector. Donk gets a double entry and puts that bomb down. This time in the right place. And the right time to win a rifle round. Like you said, that had been 5 straight for Na'Vi. Spirit are now back in.
Na'Vi burned their final timeout.
We're not that deep in the game. There's still a lot more rounds to be played, so it's a big risk. The Blade knows they don't fix this right now, Spirit can run away on the T side.
I think Blade knows that this round decides so much. Guys stood behind Na'Vi rosters as they've won in Katowice. And so he knows if there was going to be a turning point in this game, if Na'Vi want to stay in Mirage for that much longer, they need to find success right here, right now. This buy is full of limitations. You've got to seize every opportunity you're given. Wonderful trying to force fights early on that AWP. As is often the case, Spirit, they go slowly. And it's the right way to play this round. There wasn't a lot of util for Na'Vi coming into it.
I like the stack here. You know, you don't have a kit, so you've got to kind of gamble on a bomb site and hope you make the right read. 3 players in A, they're all on the right line.
If one thing was clear from how this started, it's that Wonderful is feeling pressure to get involved on that AWP. He wants to be the first guy firing off in this round, but he's been smoked off, he's been avoided, and instead Spirit set their sights over towards B. It's only JL here.
Probably
he had 3 kills coming into this second half, but right here, right now, JL holds the line with a double kill. Chopper, a potent backstab, that's going to waste a lot of time from Na'Vi.
I don't know if he's clear. It's going to waste time for Spirit as well as Na'Vi gets set up. I said no kit, it will be a problem, but Spirit are burning their own clock to clear this position. Bomb goes down, and Na'Vi have to make a very difficult call. Do we stay or do we go?
The entire comeback comes down to whether or not you go for this 3-on-3.
Your heart says no. Your brain says no. And Na'Vi back out.
They're playing for the future. They're playing to try and turn this one around late in the day. But that means Spirit reached double digits. And that silent streak from the 8-2 lead that Spirit once held, they start to regain some of the momentum here.
And again, it's a really solid call for Chopper because he knows that this is a weak buy. They're not going to have the util. They can't play this mid-control fight against us. They can't spam flashes, come out the con smoke like they often do. So Spirit just contact all the way into that B site from short. JL's double is not enough. Somehow. And Team Spirit enter double digits. Na'Vi sinking into their seats, have to rely on just 3.
Well, look, even going into that last round, Wonderful was putting himself in a lot of high-octane positions. He wanted to be that first man fighting on the AWP. This round, that becomes even more important, so they're going to tee him up with a boost in the apartments. JL's called for a bit of help. The AWP on this line, this is a powerful tool for Na'Vi. Wonderful has to hit this shot, but if he does...
It's very hard.
Oh, a quick flick for Wonderful, and he gets out of there. No trade back the other way. It's Alexi. These hero guns doing the damage. Spirit, they have time to reconsider. They don't have to commit to this. They know 2 of these guns are in the B site, but they plan on following through. They stick to their guns. Will they come to regret it as now they enter Wonderful in Alexi's domain? It's only Shiro left. The last man standing from the Spirit ranks, and he's boxed in. 3 guns was all Na'Vi had, and they do all the heavy lifting.
That seems so stubborn for Spirit. I can't believe they commit with that as well. You lose Donk on that first shot, double scoped, still gets the kill. And Spirit, they had so much time on the clock, they still commit. These are the sloppy rounds we saw against VP yesterday, where Spirit cost them economy, it cost them a stomp on map 2.
And these were the rounds that were frustrating Spirit, right? When we heard in the interview after that game.
Magic said, bad ideas, bad communication, bad everything.
Na'Vi able to chip away at these little issues cropping up for Spirit.
Wow, how's he done that?
No idea. Back of the pack as well. Had to bend the bullet around Chopper. Tag. In the meantime, Alexi now softened up as well.
He wants to go. But that smoke tells you there's 2 in the site. They're not fighting for middle, so call it off. You know you're in a great position given the little you've brought into this round. A hero AWP, 4 pistols, a tag, and a kill. Spirit make anything out of this. Shiro, the difference maker, scoped on Con, but the timing comes wrong as he gets caught.
Oh no. Hold on a second though. Couple of kills back and forth, and now Wonderful needed that. He had to get a handle back on Donk, Down in the bottom of mid, Shiro with the AWP. Got his one in the round. He knows where these players are. He's going to try and use this to his advantage. Right now, they're bogged down on clearing middle. Shiro has an open runway into this B play. Alexi and Wonderful have no idea. They're holding their ground.
He knows one's low. Will he believe the site is free?
I mean, if he gets this bomb planted, Shiro in a post plant with the AWP, you feel like this suits him. And he's going to take an aggressive line. Move towards the apartment, market rather, but decides against it. Steals himself away.
It's a good spot. You wouldn't expect it. Pretty crazy for an AWP.
He's got to nail both of these shots. Na'Vi are going to be keen to trade it, but he plucks Wonderful out the back. Shiro's gambit is just teed up Spirit for that win. That is a wild 1v2 from Shiro. And a crushing blow to Na'Vi as they try and build back into this game.
It does just feel like yesterday. They lose the silliest round, and then they come through with an eco and an AWP, and they run over Na'Vi with a clutch. They may not be the fan favorite. Spirit don't give a damn. They're here for the back-to-back. They're here for Na'Vi's map. They are here for revenge for the group stage. Having to fight through a stressful quarterfinal. Time to relieve the tension here. Again, the contact a split.
Tip of the spear is Donk. You know you're lucky to still be alive, but not for long. Donk opens. Wonderful feeling the pressure, backs up into the spawn. JL tries to make a move in the meantime, but spotted on his push out of the catwalk. Donk turns and deals with him. 23 kills deep for Donk. He makes a play to try and steal this one away. Clean tap. Na'Vi picked apart. And only Bit remains in with the backstab. Donk has no idea he's here as they cross paths in this smoke. Has managed to find Zontix. Bombs planted B. Bit doesn't know this. Committed to clearing the A site. He knows this is where Spirit were. Getting boxed in now for a Magic's over on short. Bit just doesn't know where to look. And this round, a sad ending for Bit. As he is boxed in, there was no right move to make.
Donk is just undeniable. Donk is despicable right now. The rounds that he's pulling out on this T side, it feels like every gun round that Spirit has won has been off the back of 2, sometimes 3 entries for Donk. Zontix had a great half on short on the CT side, but this T side has split the difference. Donk is the guy. A formidable foe for Na'Vi. The main character of this matchup.
The chance is never going to get better for Spirit to close this map out. Na'Vi arrive trying to defend themselves from a rough loss on their home map to open up this semi-final, and they arrive with nothing but pistols and SMGs. This is the best path to victory Spirit are gonna have. They're gonna group, play this one together. Na'Vi trying to get maximum value from this limited util they've got. All those smokes deployed now.
And last time Spirit were on this round when Na'Vi had low econ, they went for the mid take, so Na'Vi are trying to meet them there. They're trying to hit some deeks here as util gets thrown in, but this is all a farce again. Spirit are sneaking behind a smoke. Chopper has called rings around this game, and even as Na'Vi start to realize and put their pieces in the right place, they get cut down one by one. One falls after the other. Na'Vi are slipping through the net. They cannot hang on.
Donk entry is not even required in this final round of Mirage. Backstab from Chopper should seal the fate of Na'Vi. They might have beat them in the group stage, but but this semi-final is a slow start for Na'Vi. Their home map of Mirage stripped away by an in-form Team Spirit. And they're now spirits, they're demons. Demons that Na'Vi cannot outrun.
Come close. No sim, come closer. Holding car.
Holding car.
Flash,
I'll run before. Yes. Flash.
Flash.
Flashing.
I'm aiming short only.
Short one.
Make short.
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Chopper, half HP. And short deep.
Short.
Sure, let's go now. Come. Peek. I'm shadow. One. 2 CT. 3 CT. 2 CT peeking. 2 CT. One more CT.
Jungle.
Swipe.
20
seconds.
Jungle.
You have time, please.
Dead. Stairs. Jungle.
Guys, is it possible we would take space faster? They fully let us to go CT. Smoke's faded, guys.
Guys, need to put.
Nice!
Boys! Nice!
Nice! That's a one fucking star!
Let's go, guys.
Let's go. Big pistol.
No, everything's fair. Let's
First
go.
bullet in the smoke. It's crazy.
I don't like it.
Keep me on the connector.
Guys, 3 on 3.
Boom! King on the connector, one guy. Pick connector with me.
I have gone.
Okay, I can pick on you. I can pick on you.
I have gone.
I'll pick on you, bro.
Run to you guys. To be CT,
I
right?
need to pick still. Yes, roger.
Wonderful nails the shots that are presented to him. Ema and Bit stepping up as required.
Again, unrelenting double kill. Shiro left alone, and it is Na'Vi that strikes first. JL, who said he wanted this win so much, takes one step in that direction, and Na'Vi qualify into the Spodek.
Spirit take away Navi's map pick of Mirage. It will not happen twice, they say. That you get your victory on this map. And Navi, they tried to resuscitate the situation, but in the end it was Donk at the beginning, in the mid, and at the end too. I don't want to say kill all the hopes and dreams, because that would be very unfair to Navi, but to start it in this way, Pim, that is a statement.
It is a statement from Donk. Obviously, we brought a little time talking about him coming into the game, and there's no looking away from the fact that he's right now playing some world-class Counter-Strike. The impact he was able to transpire in that game, we saw it in the very first pistol round. You know, it looked like a Na'Vi round. All of a sudden, Donk pops up, secures Spirit the first 2-3 rounds of the game. It was just overall a very strong performance from Donk. And then when Suntix came into the mix as well, and they were both playing well, that's when you saw the real strength of Spirit.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to forget Zontix. I was going to have to bring that one up because he was a monster in the early going. Yep. Like, what are you supposed to do? And look, I'll just say this. It felt very much like the first 8 rounds of that map was like, Na'Vi came into this, we heard very confident. That confidence was nowhere to be found inside the server for the first 8 rounds. Zontix destroyed him. Donk did work. Spirit just ran a train on Navi's defense, and there was no coming back from any of it.
There absolutely wasn't, and it is one of those things when sometimes you step into the Spodek for the first time and the other team has already done it. That can happen. happened, but was it just that, Pimp? I think time will tell. We cannot know yet if it's just that Spirit is leagues above Na'Vi in this game. I choose not to believe that.
I don't think Spirit necessarily is leagues above Na'Vi in the aspect of the game. We saw Na'Vi claw their way back into the game as well. We saw a bit of that resilience coming in. It was from different playmakers as well. Emma had a couple of good rounds. JL had a moment. We saw pretty much all Na'Vi players try to chime in, but we prefaced it as well. The difference between Spirit and Na'Vi is that Spirit have the best player in the world. They have a player that can dictate the game, and if anyone from Spirit, whether that being Shiro, Sontix, Chopper for that matter, or Magic, steps up alongside Donk, there's just too much firepower, too much impact coming from different directions for Na'Vi to handle. So I do feel like the ceiling of Spirit is slightly higher than Na'Vi, but it's almost unrealistic and unfair to expect that to transpire into map 2 and map 3 as well, because it's just very tough to keep on such a high level if you're Donk and Sontix for that matter.
And also, I mean, I don't expect Na'Vi to come in cold to map 2. Like now you've had a map under your belt. Now you should be coming into it warmed up. I think more than anything, this opening map was more a shift in attitude from Spirit in the group stage versus the playoffs. Now they came to play. We saw in the group stage on Mirage, Spirit like to delay and harass and kind of negate out the first timing of utility on Mirage. Here in this map, they just challenged everything so early. They won so many early engagements in the rounds. The kills top A ramp when Na'Vi was trying to attack into the A bomb site, pushing middle, being aggressive in middle. So this time they provided resistance rather than just delaying.
Yeah, and I just have to point out after watching this Donk highlight as well, you know, imagine being a Spirit player and you're sitting next to Donk. Not only does Donk play well, not only does Donk have impact on the server, but if you're Shiro, if you're Chopper, you're sitting next to him and you're thinking, yeah, we're going to win this. You know, when he's playing like that, we're going to win this. So Donk is not only doing well for himself, he's also installing a bit of confidence in the players around him, which we saw Sontix pick up on pretty from the get-go.
Yes, they all did it, I want to say, in this match. And we talked so much about how you only have small windows of opportunity when Spirit is playing like this. And there was such an interesting sequence, I think, when Na'Vi was on the CT side and they were fighting their way back. We had that round 16. Do we make the choice to go or not? The economy may hang in the bounds. It may not. It ends up in one going great for Wonderful. But the next one, Shiro clutches the 1v2. Then Donk closes the door, and it must be very frustrating for Na'Vi.
I mean, Zontic said it leading into this in a little hype clip. He was just like, if they're not playing their best game, they're going to lose. And that's what we had today. And you're exactly right. Spirit did a great job breaking momentum. Na'Vi never actually got on like a super large streak into the game. Early on in their own defensive half, did some pretty good things. But more than that, it's just round after round of Donk testing and challenging everything. Spirit being aggressive, being assertive, being confident, working together. And that was too much for Na'Vi to overcome. And I think you also heard like an indication right before we went live with this segment when we hear the players talking in the game. And Alexi's like, guys, come on, can we take more space? They're giving it to us. It's there. And I think you're feeling a Na'Vi that came into this game. Yeah, maybe they felt confident, but again, it's not reflected inside the server because they're not always pushing forward and taking that space. And that's going to be very frustrating for Alexi and Blade and what they're trying to accomplish.
And this is one of the rounds I was talking about, the position that Shiro takes. And I know we've criticized them in the past for situations just like this, but it is clean.
It's very clean. The first kill, he's getting towards window. He kills the right player. He kills the one player with HP. He's being told by his teammate the last player is very low on HP. Pulls out the Glocks, clutches the round, makes it 11-9. At that point, you know, that game was close. That could have been Na'Vi coming back into the game. We got to give a bit of credit to Na'Vi for at least showing a bit of tenacity in that second half. They win the pistol, they convert. Again, as I said, different players were chiming in, different players were stepping up. Had Shiro not won this 1v2 clutch, I'm not necessarily sure we wouldn't be playing still, maybe even in an overtime. So, as much as I want to say that Spirit were dominating, they were the better team, and they most definitely did deserve to win, it wasn't like Na'Vi didn't have a chance to come back into the game.
No, but again, it comes back to that first half, and you're just in too big of a hold. Like, yeah, it looked great in the second half, but it's like you're already down way too much, and it's so hard to come back from that kind of a stretch. And as much as we just saw the clutch from Shiro, as much as he's been criticized, and there's probably some life to it about his kind of the more passive nature of his play, one area where he's always going to be rock solid is those clutches. He's happy to play those kinds of situations and delivers very well. We saw JL also in the first half have that opportunity for a clutch with the Deagle against Zontix as well, and that's one thing where I always said JL steps up. This is where he delivers. Na'Vi needs some life. It's JL's turn. Gets a 1D, loses out on the clutch right at the end, and that's a moment for Na'Vi to turn it around early. That goes to waste.
That's a great point. We were waiting for it. I think it was almost like the reverse caster curse where they said, oh, he's not been playing that well. Boom, he gets that round and it goes better. Now to parlay that because you don't have that much time. This is not a best of 5 like it is tomorrow. And Dust too, you cannot afford to get off to the same start there, Pimp.
No, we need to see Navi step it up a little bit, and I'm very curious to see how the whole map is going to be played out over towards the B-bomb side. We know what's going to happen towards long, depending on the spawns, depending on how aggressive you want to fight it from either side. One thing I've seen Spirit do a lot when it comes to Dust 2, especially in this season where they've been picking it a lot, is they want to poke that B-bomb side. Dunk feels comfortable walking in from dark in towards B-bomb side and just take the straight-up duels. We saw it in the first game as well. JL, I wouldn't say had his number, but JL was holding up to himself. He had a couple of mega rounds, shut down Dunk, shut down Spirit. I bet you Dunk want to try that one more time. If they can poke a hole in that B defense, that means Navi have to spread out. That means they can't afford to locate too much power towards long, too much towards A, and that's going to make it very difficult for Navi to play the CT side.
It's a tough defense to crack into, though. If you're Navi on the CT side, it's what JL and Bid on that side of the map. That's not an easy defense to break into, but that will be intriguing because Spirit do like to attack into that position. Remember in the group stage 2, this was actually a pretty dominant map for Spirit until JL arrived and had like 2 or 3 impactful rounds, and it caused a comeback.
Yep.
So I mean, this in my head does lean towards the favor of Team Spirit, but like you, I have like my attention of where this map gets dictated is Xbox area, double doors, catwalk, which team is going to be more staunch in their defense, which team is going to be able to harass the most before giving them access to catwalk, because then the map gets exploited.
It's interesting to me how the conversation shifted a little bit, because beforehand we were talking so much about the individual, specifically Donk on Spirit, but also the others, and the Navi as the sum being greater than all the parts and the teamwork. But now all I'm hearing is, well, we need JL to clutch and we need JL to make those rounds happen. So
your parts have to be there. Your parts have to be there. They weren't on Mirage. On Dust 2, they have to be.
All right, good point. Well, we've got someone on the sidelines getting us some exclusive info. It's Trace.
Just got some words here from Blade as we go to look towards that second map of this series. Now, Blade's saying that they are looking at a case of a little bit of anti-stratting going on in their way. As you can see, Navi not picking up that first map. So what they're looking out to do now is try to get ahead of that curve going into the second map of the series. Instead of starting a little bit flat, maybe coming through and applying the pressure where necessary.
Yeah, the pressure definitely needs to be applied. Where do we need to look at?
I think I want to throw a player into the mix we haven't spoken too much about, and that's Emma. Throughout the season in 2025, on the CT side for Navi, every single game he's played on Dust 2, he starts off the game by being super aggressive towards catwalk. He's getting boosted, he's getting aggressive, he's getting out towards middle. You said the Xbox area, he wants to contest that from a CT point of view. He's been very successful with it against lesser opponents than Spirit. He was doing it against Spirit as well the first time around when they met in Copenhagen. I want to see Emma show that tenacity. I want to see him show that confidence that he can take the duel towards Spirit and win it, because that's a big part of the passion and big part of the playbook for Navi on the CT side.
Okay, focal point going into Dust 2. It is Navi with their backs against the wall, against the ropes, but they aren't done yet here in Katowice.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2025, Counter-Strike has been all over the place, to say the least, but I can tell you one thing for sure, and that is where we are in this moment in the Acer Media Lounge, located on the concourse here in Katowice, but definitely in between games, so we're going to try to catch up with our friends at Acer, Predator, and Intel. How are we doing today? Should I go ahead and introduce you as Mr. Nico?
Yeah. I am Nicola Procaccio and EMEA CCG Marketing Director for Intel.
Awesome. Welcome to Poland. And yourself, Valerie?
I'm Valerie Pio, and I'm Acer EMEA Marketing VP.
Everywhere I turn, there's gadgets and computers and gaming going on for the most part. But seeing what the best gaming has to offer is, I think, where you guys come into play, if I had to be honest.
Well, I think that thanks to the historical collaboration with Acer, our mission is exactly to introduce on the market device like the Predator that can enable the best gaming experience, thanks also to our processor technology. And this is the example, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got this cool box. We might as well ask ourselves the big question in the room. What's in the box? Let's take a look, shall we? Ooh la la.
Be careful with the latest baby, huh?
Don't worry. I'll hold it like it's my own child. Okay, so if I open this bad boy right out of the gate, it's got a very sleek screen.
So indeed, this is the new Predator Helios Neo 16 that we are announcing here in Katowice. As you can see, it comes with latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor.
Our latest Intel Core Ultra processor technology enable not only the best gaming experience, but also they can provide a big, massive leap ahead in terms of power efficiency, and this will result in offering a longer unplugged playtime for the gamers.
Which is exciting. You know, as a Counter-Strike player, I think we've been looking at CPU usage for a long time and trying to make our game work the best, but every time it's come to fruition. I do have to ask a couple of questions. You said gaming efficiency. So tell me a little bit about where that starts and where it stops.
In this case, we are trying to combine the performance with the power efficiency, also in terms of gaming performance and power reduction. And this is what we can get thanks to the Intel Core Ultra processor 9 Series 2.
Well, so on top of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, of course, it features an NVIDIA latest RTX 50 series in order to make sure that we improve the FPS performance. And it comes with a stunning OLED panel up to 240 Hz, 0.1 milliseconds. So beautiful, but yet very fast.
I think that's why it's just got me. I can't stop looking at it.
Indeed.
I'm going to be honest. I can't stop looking at it in this moment. It's just got me captivated. But also see the two letters that get thrown around a lot in this day and age. And they start with A and end with I. So AI, how does AI tie in to the product here?
The AI features are built into the new latest Intel Core Ultra processor. Thanks to 3 AI accelerator, you can guarantee the best gaming experience, but at the same time, you can also offload some specific AI workload or AI task like background removal, audio optimization, or auto framing to the MPU.
Acer Predator Helios is right here for the taking. And let me just show everyone at home, because I did say it was a beautiful screen, and I wasn't joking. So we'll continue to look around the Acer Media Room. I think that there's plenty of things to explore around here, to be honest.
It's true, it's true. Thank you for joining us and for welcoming me in this session. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right, let's do it, Valerie.
Let's check it out.
So where are we, Valerie? What have you done here?
Here are the most powerful gaming gears.
Okay.
The Predator Helios 16 and Predator Helios 18 AI.
Okay, so they're not only related, but they also have artificial intelligence.
They also have artificial intelligence, and the most important, they have the world's thinnest metal blades. So it's the 6th gen of our aero blades, and it improves the whole airflow in the device. And actually, we even put 2 in this 18-inch form factor, which improve the airflow by 20%.
So you're not worried about overheating, playing with this in your lap as a laptop would be, none of that?
Absolutely no issue. You can be a hardcore gamer and have no issue with the overheating.
All right, so whether it's the Predator Helios 18 AI or the Predator Helios 16 AI, it seems as though all the bells and whistles and pretty much anything that you can think of has been covered.
Yeah, those 2 laptops which are powered by Intel just offers you the best of the best. Any hardcore gamer would just be happy to replace their desktop by such a powerful machine. So
that is a bold area, replacing that desktop with a laptop, but the best of the best, you couldn't go wrong. I want to say thank you not only to Acer Predator, Valerie, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Also want to say thank you to our friends at Intel for making this all very possible. And above all, Counter-Strike. That's where we're going right after this. The Intel Extreme Masters marches on. Thank you.
Cheers.
Na'Vi believe in this team, in this group of players. When this roster was assembled, they took many a gamble, hoping that JL and Ema could replicate one-off major form, that Alexi could finally find success with an international squad, that Bit could cope with being in an international roster, and that Wonderful would fill the boots of Simple. That sentiment carried over after Shanghai, one of the few squads that didn't make changes, that felt like this five had the capacity and ability to win it all. To do that, they have to quell this one-sided head-to-head. They have to rise up and beat Spirit on Spirit's home map. Katowice and its Hall of Heroes might crumble at the hands of Counter-Strike's biggest, scariest, most twisted villain. If Na'Vi don't turn this around, then Donk will be in back-to-back grand finals in the Spodek.
Katowice, are we ready for Dust 2? Let's get into it. The final boss of Spirit, Na'Vi, trying to exercise their demons. And it's a CT side start on Counter-Strike's most classic map for a classic matchup. A rivalry, a year in the making. A matchup that gets harder every single time. We saw the familiarity on Mirage. Can Na'Vi break that curse, or will Spirit continue in their nightmares? Going back to a B hit. Little push up for Donk, might push this player down. That loses Na'Vi info early. They block both sides of the map. They don't let Spirit in.
To remember how this semi-final started, it was Donk turning around the pistol to open up Mirage. Turning heads as he opened up the semis. You don't want Donk to get off to another start like that if you're Na'Vi. This time you've got to deliver in the pistol. Mid-take getting lined up here for Team Spirit. The pressure about to be applied. It's Bit and it's JL to try and withstand this. Oh, he's dead immediately as Donk clean taps. Open runway now, only JL left standing. The B site crumbles. Shiro might get left behind, but he's still knocking Na'Vi out. And that is the worst case start for Na'Vi.
This guy blows my mind every single time I watch him play. Just double dink on the window jiggle. There's no room. There's no time to react. You are gone. You are done. The pistol is over. Na'Vi did everything they could to stop the bleeding there. Double smokes blocking both sides of the map down to the final few. And Spirit still break in without a single casualty. Na'Vi could get weird here. They saved a bunch of Kevlar. If they want to buy some scouts, SMGs, throw them over. There are certainly options in round 2. Wonderful armed. Will Spirit allow him to be dangerous?
They want to explode out long, but Na'Vi are ready for this. Very heavily stacked. Over at the long side, Donk doesn't get out with more than one. So Spirit's first move does not pan out. Instead, now they put their faith in Chopper. He's got a teammate here alongside him, looking like he wants to walk contact into this B site. JL's Deagle on the line. First shots miss. Damage done. He's got support. Not alone in this battle is JL. There's Wonderful Scout to shut down the push. Shiro, it's a losing effort here. Na'Vi upset early on Dust 2. And it's thanks to Wonderful with that scout. You asked if they would let him be deadly. He does not disappoint.
Yeah, no choice for Spirit, just popping through the B smoke. trying to move their models around, but not enough to stop that open doorway. Wonderful hits every necessary shot. It's a far better feeling for Na'Vi coming through with a round this early. Took them till their first buy last time around. Wonderful, will eat the shot down middle. And the call is made, so Spirit don't look a gift in the mouth. They just walk out mid, knowing this damage is done. It has forced wonderful passive. Na'Vi are flying blind right now. They don't know what Spirit are doing. And mid to be smoke, again forces a lot of util out of Na'Vi. Spirit look to recommit the second time around.
Spirit have been obsessive with these B plays. Feel like this is where they can exploit. Na'Vi's Dust too. Now last time Bit was in this position, he got double dinked immediately. Never even got time to fire a bullet, did Bit. This time, chance to fire up at least, spots them crossing over in middle, flashes in over the top, but Bit faltering on the first. There's the trade for JL. It's gonna keep the round even at least. But Magic's ready to cut down these rotates. First kill connects with Magic's up close. There's support out of the window and picked apart, and Na'Vi.
No rest for the wicked. We're trading rounds now. Off the back of a well-placed Deeg shot from Donk. Team Spirit follow up. And everything falls into place.
I mean, Spirit said they were saving up the emotions for this exact game, and I think they've delivered on that so far.
Seeing them, Chopper's going crazy in the cams. Can Wonderful get weird? Look like we're not going to have this mid to be default anymore. Spirit actually tried to take Cat. They've got Magic's lurking long. The long pop in round 2 was pretty crazy, but doing something a bit slower after Na'Vi have used their util. It's a far safer call here for Spirit. They get out mid again. Clearly abusing this position, but not willing to commit. If they go back, it's into a stack.
Like they want to go late long. I mean, they've had Magic's waiting there all round. Bomb's going to join with him. And so Spirit will have that control. Na'Vi are only playing for short. They've conceded the site, so they need these kills. They need this control. This is the whole area they're going to have to play around this A here. Shiro let loose over in middle, while the rest of Team Spirit run it up the long side. Na'Vi don't need to all in this yet. They can wait, they can group here. 4v4 with a player lost in the back lines, but Donk smoke spam will connect. Shiro still to play into this a little bit later, all the way over at B, is committed to this backstab. Well, we don't know it, but they're about to start getting shot in the back. Wonderful. Oh my God, knife pulled, and Shiro takes his chance. JL gets one back with the deagle, but goes no further. It's Shiro, the mid man, keeping Na'Vi at bay, never even able to attempt this retake. Sabit has no choice but to run for the hills. Get away from Team Spirit.
I love that. You don't see much flair from Shiro in those moments, but shows a bit of ego here. Knifes the Orpik counterparts. Valuable for reasons in and outside of the server. It's a crazy lurk to go on while Spirit go for the late long, knowing Na'Vi have nothing to stop them. There wouldn't be a Spirit round without Donk just shooting someone through the smoke. Spirit come out swinging in this game. They win the money game early. And crazily enough, this is a team that wins 60% of the rounds they play on the CT side of Dust 2. This is a T side of map. This is a T side of meta right now, and Spirit are very good at defense on Dust. spelling a very strong map for Team Spirit. Not what Na'Vi need to hear.
Oh, Alexi's going to get this info too late. Jumping up, but they're already in.
Oh.
Okay, Alexi gets one with the USP. This is a full eco for Na'Vi. Surely it doesn't get anything else going. These are only USPs right now.
Panicking.
This is not going according to plan. Spirit needs someone to open up the back door. A way out. Bit falls down in lower tunnels. That opens up the route to this B site. Shiro holds for the rotates in. They're looking to keep this one secured after all, but the spam connects for Alexi B. Nate picked up. He could blow this open.
So blind.
Doesn't deploy it yet, and that's given them precious time. The flashes wreck Alexi, but there's one of their own. They flash through. These USPs are finding it, and it's Alexi, the captain, with this AK. Battling back for Na'Vi. Magic's in this clutch, the clutch that never should have been. A full eco round from downtown. It's Alexi B to find him.
We called him the Grenadier for so long. So good with the HEs on this very map. And he wins a round off of it just like that. One little jump up cap for Doc, one moment in air. Alexi plucks him out the sky, and he goes on to blow Magic's out of the round.
It's not every day that one round can so plainly re-energize a team, but winning a full USP eco. The saved MP9 didn't even get to fire a bullet. That will put the wind back in Na'Vi's sails.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, we know how strong they are mentally. This is a team that even when they lose the craziest rounds, they can come back in and just take the most decisive victory. Got a very good mentor on this roster. But I'm sure there's other factors playing in to this game as well, just knowing how one-sided it often is, how hard you had to graft to even take Team Spirit to 3 maps. But a full eco win like that early in the game will have its consequences.
I mean, we talked about the Spirit frustration. A round like that's going to get under your skin. Let's see if Na'Vi are able to capitalize. This can be the start of a streak for Na'Vi.
Spirit have forgotten the bomb on their default, so this will slow everything down, but not for Donk. Just taking a quick pace, walk out mid, converts the spray, 25 bullets in. Still gets traded, but given how that started, could have gone a lot worse. Na'Vi breathe a sigh of relief. They even pushed through the lurk smoke at B. That is huge information. They're re-clearing middle so they can cross out. JL coming from lower. This AWP is still here because the bomb was back in spawn. Spirit is still in middle. Na'Vi would expect them to all be up long or cat right now. So they start to take that space. JL gets ready to flank, and Spirit look for this entry. Oh no! Oh dear!
Spot, but that was his best chance to open up the route into this. Now they know he's deep on long. Na'Vi changed this crosshair.
Ouch.
And they all home in on Magix over at the long side. Attention taken away. Magix makes his move. And JL just too late to the party here. 1v4, site already lost. They might have found a quick trade on Donk down in middle, but there's more behind this Spirit squad. Magix does a great job of recovering from that missed chance out the long side.
Magic's on a long cross. We've seen plenty of highlights there. Even nearly closed Shanghai in that very position. The rounds just keep trading back and forth. No clear victor. We can't rely on more eco wins here for Na'Vi. They need to get going now.
from Na'Vi as this second map, similar kind of ebb and flow to how Mirage started. There has been chances for Na'Vi. Chances for them to be the ones in pole position right now, but all those make or break rounds being won by Spirit. Spirit gifted with the T-side start as well. CT money is punishing. The resources Na'Vi can bring into each of these rounds gets less and less as time goes on. Does Blade have the answers?
Shiro attempting the cross shot, doesn't connect. Again, bomb back and spawn seems more like a preference than a mistake at this point. Spirit again in no hurry. Been doing a lot of mid control in this game of Spirit. Na'Vi on the other side haven't been aggressive at all, haven't challenged, haven't pushed into lower, come up with aggressive cat plays other than the low econ rounds.
Something in a note here for Na'Vi is that both of these SMGs are in like the extremity positions. You have Alexi at long, JL waiting near tunnels. Expect at some point in this round, maybe a bit of aggression from one of these MP9s as Na'Vi try to piece together what's going on. Wonderful doesn't fire off on that flashbang. That could have been the opener. It's kept even in the 5v5 as no one's able to capitalize on it. Info flash over at Short. There's the info. Chopper lets them know that Short's been taken. That's the exact reaction that Na'Vi were hoping for.
This is a weak setup right now. They're so focused on middle because of how Spirit have been playing. If they just commit to this cat take, it could go wonderfully. Wonderful, pulling back just in the nick of time. Does Spirit commit? Or do they just send a guy down into spawn? They've still got this lurk far away. Flashes blanket the bomb site. Ema hiding in the smoke and on the break. He finds everything and nothing at the same time. It's Donk with another crucial entry and Wonderful on the clock.
Boxed in, they're getting ever closer. He has Alexi floating around, but here's another one of these backstabs. This time it won't stick the landing for Zontix. Don't have that be the undoing, Spirit. Oh God, Wonderful's quick. One back the other way, and Donk fitting the herd. It's all left on a bit, low on health, but not without hope. Wow. There's Chopper swinging wide to silence him.
Can't believe Chopper just repeats that as well in the post plant when he's been fired at. Despite the whiff on the flank, despite letting Wonderful get away with murder back from ramp, it is still Spirit clawing into the round. And that is money gone. Hope may die last, but the economy dies first here for Na'Vi. They have nothing in this round.
These diamond hands have the shakes for Na'Vi. They're out of the picture in this round. They will get dodged entirely. Full B lean from Na'Vi. And Spirit move in at this empty A side of the map. They've already won this round. This tees them up in a really good spot on this T side. 6-2 up already. Chances to keep sweetening the deal.
You can really feel the conditioning that those first 3 or 4 rounds of this T side have done to Na'Vi. They're now so focused on middle in the last couple of rounds. Sure, it's an eco here. They're going for a gamble, but even in the previous, leaving just a 2-man A hold that late in the round. And Wonderful only just getting back in time. Na'Vi are scared of the prospect of this mid to B because those are the most brutal rounds. Rounds that can just disappear off of 1 or 2 entries in the right place. The fact they're even ready for Zonzic's lurk in B in previous is evidence of that. So Spirit have got them on the chopping block. The in-game leader, keep the calls coming.
The one thing that's been nice about this round for Alexi is a lot of time to talk to the rest of the team. Try and piece together what move do they want to make. How do they turn this around? Alexi's supposed to be the one with the answers.
Yeah.
But right now the problems have been layered. Spirit, constant mid-control, going back to some of these late long takes. They've had active B lurking. Na'Vi don't know where to look. Things go from bad to worse as Bit is caught on the cross shot now in this return to the rifles for Na'Vi.
Finances have been rough, right? We've talked about it all game long, and so Na'Vi don't feel like they want to risk, wasting a nade on that mid-cross, but it is so worth it when you've got someone like Shiro going for these early picks. It's multiple rounds he's hit tags on this door. Na'Vi choose not to be the initiators, the aggressors. They sit in their sights. They wait for Spirit to come their way. Is this just another A retake cooking up?
I mean, this is what's so scary from that early condition, right? The mind games that Chopper's playing, the fact that he has called these relentless cat takes after putting the fear in Na'Vi about that B site early. And the whole time, it feels like Alexi is just waiting for this B hit. Are they going to jump CT? Chopper has the MAC-10 pulled, hopping in. He will get found. Ema opens. Finally an advantage heading into one of these retake rounds for Na'Vi. Now they have to do good on that opener that Ema's provided. Spirit have the route to the bomb plant. A man down. They can't peek long. They don't want to get caught bunched up on short. They need to try and fight Na'Vi as they move up through CT for this retake. Ema's going to be the first man in. Nades for Alexi, trying to soften them up. Zontic's knocked out. It's only Shiro left in the blink of an eye. 1v4. First shot lands. Shiro dinked. And running for the hills as Alexi comes through with the stick. Na'Vi finally land one of these A retakes. And it's more fancy nade work from the captain and Na'Vi to help get them there.
Really well patient, well communicated for Na'Vi. No one jumps the gun there. Chopper gives up the kill in CT. Surprisingly for Spirit, I thought they would realize that Ema was playing behind that smoke. They heard him cycle nades and spawn, but still, Na'Vi in a 5v4 do not waste the opportunity with almost no util. 3 kills in tandem. They look to come back into the CT side. There is still hope for Na'Vi.
You saw Hallie, the coach of Spirit, motor-mouthed in the timeout. He's got a lot to say. To try and maintain this lead for Team Spirit. They were 6-2 up. We'll do well to remember that here, as a defining moment in this semi-final is about to befall us. Na'Vi might have won that last round. They might have done so pretty cleanly, but their money has never moved away from the edge of being broken. This is their chance to stabilize. They failed to stick the landing on this round last time they were given this chance. Failure to do so here means this is a runaway T-side for Team Spirit.
Terrifying prospect. But again, Spirit get out mid unchallenged. I would still love one round, maybe right at the end of the half, for Na'Vi to just send it into middle. Do something aggressive on catwalk. Challenge upper B. They've given Spirit a lot of room, but this round is a little different. Cat setup. Living and dying on this corner. Alexi P and Ema. Burning down the clock. But I mean, look at Spirit's utility. They've thrown absolutely nothing in this round. They've held on to all of their grenades. They can run multiple fakes. Keep Na'Vi guessing.
This is a test of resolve for Na'Vi. Chopper's done a lot of conditioning early on in this game, and so he's hoping that all this extra util spilling out in the mid is enough to spook Na'Vi. It hasn't. They've maintained the double cat setup. Donk could disrupt that right now. 2 kills on a plate for Donk, but he can't get a ring on them. It's Zontic's moving in, lending that helping hand, opening up the short play. Wonderful. Ready to receive. Drop down into the spawn. Wonderful. Head on a swivel. Next fight coming up the catwalk, and Wonderful's ready for it. Only Magic's left. Nade might be good, but it's going to take more than that to stop Wonderful on this tear. Magix has had many clutches from this long position, but finally locked out of one. And an important round for Na'Vi as this comeback is on. Finally, they start streaking some rounds together.
Yeah, it's safe to say we've had a couple of players go missing in this game for Na'Vi right across the series. JL, very quiet to start. Emer's Lurks weren't doing too much on the T side, but right now Wonderful is trying to make a case to join Bit.
Now he gets his weapon of choice as well.
He's earned it.
Rifle gone, all bought out for Wonderful.
Ema considered getting aggressive there, but he had nothing to support him. D-Lug smokes are terrifying. Nice to see JL use a pistol, save that ammo for later. Ema dumps his mag downrange into Chopper. Donk looking for vengeance. The Spirit just want to explode off this play. Na'Vi will not allow it. Util has been really good for Na'Vi in buying time, burning down the clock, blocking the short position. Again, they get closer. Alexi be in a high-risk angle. There's a flash primed over the top. Alexi caught with nades out, and there is no cover. There is no sanctuary in this site. Magic with the entry. Wonderful again must stand tall.
That shot sails past though. Wonderful's teeing up to play retake right now. His teammates all grouped over in the spawn, and that's where Zontix really could steal this round away before it even begins.
40.
They've been ready for the Zontix backstab once or twice, but this time Na'Vi's eyes are forward. They are looking for this retake. Zontix never takes his timing though, and if he never reacts, if he never goes here, might get left out of the picture altogether. Donk holding the line with two. Here's Ema up the ramp side. They know that Zontix is on this ramp round, and he's gonna finish off the final man. Ema's time in the limelight. 4 kills on that retake. Na'Vi are believing.
They are winning the unwinnable rounds right now. They are winning the rounds where Donk is getting 2 kills on the entry or 2 kills in the post plant. There's a backstab, too late for Spirit. And Na'Vi piece together every single kill. I don't know how they're in this game right now. Multiple rounds on this A site they had no business winning. And Ema puts another on the board. As rounds fly by, Na'Vi players give us a reason to believe in their Dust 2.
This was a 6-2 lead for Spirit. Spirit could have won this first half hard. Na'Vi have had to dig deep. We've had big moments from Wonderful, Alexi. Now Ema throwing his name out there.
And B
could be a difference maker. As Na'Vi try to tie this up, Spirit are finally the ones facing limitations in the final round of this first half.
B was how this game began. Mid to Bs, the upper lurks for Zontix. Spirit cycling these CT smokes. And they're going to go back to old Reliable in the final round of the half. The last ditch attempt, they get caught off guard, but Ema can't connect the shot. Donk, lights out kill. Back they go. Spirit do not jump the gun, they take the 5v4.
On the route to this comeback, there's been a few odd, uncharacteristic Donk misses. At 11-9 in the first kill, in the last round of this first half going his way, this is where Donk needs to leave a mark.
They pulled Na'Vi to the wrong position right now, triple on A, and iced out in spawn is Bit. It's really all on JL, but he doesn't know it. Wait, the bomb's going back.
I mean, they've got Shiro up long. Chopper's out in mid. They still have a player in the upper tunnels. This is getting indecisive for Team Spirit. In doing so, they might end up playing right into the hands of Na'Vi. They were 3 strong at this A site. Spirit was so close to dodging this, and instead they go right in to Wonderful's AWP. 2 kills found, that breaks even. Low HP on Team Spirit. Alexi, more impact found. Zontix and Chopper need to withstand this. Swing from Zontix could seal the deal. It's JL late. A slow start to this series from JL. Backstabbed, but not found. Can he hold on? Chopper has been spotted. JL with a chance for the equalizer. 1 bullet could end Chopper's round. And JL makes the connection. A tie game as JL delivers. Na'Vi are firing. Dust 2 is hot.
that just keeps on giving. Team Spirit versus Na'Vi, split down the middle on map 2. It felt like Spirit were going to cut the difference, and Na'Vi have come back in this game. We're here on Spirit's home map after taking Na'Vi's away. Can this international superstar squad hold up against Donk? Right now they've got him in his crosshair.
Yeah, Spirit held a really convincing lead. Only for Na'Vi to go on a 4-round streak down the tail end of Dust 2 to close it up. And that's given them a fighting chance. Now Molly's going to force Donk further forward. You're a bit trapped in the lower tunnels with Ema. That's a fight that comes up in favor of Na'Vi. That's the big man removed. With Donk knocked out, a Spirit neutered. To represent a real change of tide in this series.
That's preparation there for Na'Vi more than anything. They know Donk loves to do that. We always see him on low with the Julies. So Na'Vi come out with that Molotov to clear out the most important piece of the Spirit ranks. Now they just try to suffocate this A site. The Lurker's going to learn the hard way, or maybe teach him a lesson.
But hang on a second, will they be ready for Magics?
Will it make a difference?
The double pit set up here. Spirit split the defense 2-2. They needed an individual to find success, and Bit is ready for the pit player.
Could Nuke be on the horizon? It's a huge question.
I mean, look, we talked about that 6-2 lead. The most rounds the Spirit were able to find consecutively amongst that was 3 rounds straight. Na'Vi now the ones taking the cake for the biggest streak found on Dust 2. They're up to 5 rounds in a row. With this being the pistol, they're going to find even more before the guns come back out for Spirit. The momentum sides with Na'Vi.
But the numbers still side with Spirit. 9-map win streak on Dust 2, taking out some of the best teams in the world and it not even being close. I mentioned their CT win percent earlier, right? 60% of the rounds they play CT, they win. So this is a team that knows how to rock the defense. Let's compare again as we get into the second half. Think about how Na'Vi never took middle. They never tried to fight Spirit in the open and give Donk the chance to get those multi-kills. He had to rely on post plants to even get involved. Will Spirit be as relenting as Na'Vi, or do they want to cause chaos?
Triple long take early, but that's afforded. Kashiro is watching mid with this scout. Once they take long, they're going to go back and look to set themselves up actually in the site here. Some more of this lax mid control bought into this 4-spy round. Spirit not looking to fight for that. Instead, playing within the site itself. They're going to go aggressive over on short. Ema is already here. Wonderful there to back him up as well. It's quite the stack on this short side. That molly denies the push.
Ooh. Going anyway. Spirit forced into uncomfortable positions, range with SMGs.
Oh. They are being sent into a stack over at this A site.
Yeah, Magic spamming and then immediately going back to A. He wants them to come up cat. Spirit get what they want. Can they deliver?
They've dropped in a mid to be smoked, but that's not going to force any sort of rotate out of Team Spirit here. 5v4 on the hit. Donk opens on the Deagle. Tag down range, but it's all about Donk's Deagle. He's trying to tee up the Mana Goose as well. Will that even be required? Donk. Distance getting close. There's Chopper, the nasty surprise. Donk keeps delivering. Wonderful with a response, sure, but JL is so far away. Wonderful's going to fight this alone, and he can't hold on. Into the stack. Go Na'Vi. And they come to regret it.
That's a trap right there, set and laid by Spirit. The perfect bait in middle for Magics. And Chopper hiding in the Goose the whole time while Donk gets his 1-deeks on the cross. It couldn't be a better position for Spirit to win that 4-spy round. Remember that first half, we had those trades back and forth to begin the game. So Na'Vi again are asked to clutch up with less. But this really is less. 1 scout, 4 deagles on T-side dust.
Magic's up close. That is a convincing start from Bits Deagle. Enough to get them in over at long. JL now aggressive over in middle. Look at who he's up against. Donk's got him trapped into this corner. JL living on borrowed time. That flash maybe thinks, now he's gotten out. JL hangs around and will catch Donk. Shiro, they're getting ever closer. They're right here. He's got to provide and nothing found. It is a mirrored start to that first half as these teams trade back and forth. JL still present on this lurk. Spirit have not been able to find him yet. He's caused them nothing but issues.
Unbelievable.
He's even looking for a little bit more as JL.
Oh, it would be a lot more. Getting rid of these guns, but more importantly, arming yourself with the 2 rifles. Could be everything here. He's got donks at least. And Na'Vi bite back even harder. 5 alive.
I mean, this back and forth start adds a real bit of tension to this second half. If this keeps up, if we end up so deep that when a team finally loses, forced down at Eco with a streak beginning, now you could be left with but 1 rifle round between you and this game being done. Na'Vi hold the smallest of edges right now.
Really nice bait for JL. Like you said, Donk felt like he crossed already back through the smoke with that flashbang. JL just stayed put. Donk getting humbled in this game a little bit, despite a very strong start to the series. Long take for Spirit. They hang around.
I mean, Long has firmly belonged to Bit. Whenever he's wanted to get away with this real estate, he's so often found it. Even now, hanging around, expecting aggression, and that is on the table for Team Spirit with 2 players starting there. If Na'Vi win this round, they're on double digits. It's a full eco for Spirit in the next. That's the chance that's been bestowed upon them. No one wants to be that first man to fall. They're respecting every PC util. And that util started to run out for Team Spirit. They can't delay this round any longer. They are now at the full mercy of the Na'Vi exec.
Yeah, this is pretty uncomfortable, to be honest, with no one making any moves. And given where Na'Vi are going, this looks like it's going to pan out for them. Spirit getting stuck on the long side. They need this kill cleanly. You said Bits had it every single time. Na'Vi sending it up catwalk, blanketing the site, and Molotovs have no issue getting in. Bit can win this round off a couple of kills right now, but Magix holds his own, and now things get interesting again. They've got a reason to go for it. A 5v4 when Na'Vi pull back. They have nowhere but sight and Cat. Spirit come for the kills. Ema forces that equalization.
JL waiting, they're creeping closer, nearly catches Shiro out in the open. And things are getting awkward with Ema continuing a pain on JL now, swinging out. More confidence from Na'Vi. They can feel their fortunes changing. Money broken for Team Spirit. And this should be 10 rounds as good as done for Na'Vi.
Yeah, you said it. First team to get 2 in a row is going to be in a great position. You thought Spirit, after winning their force buy with Deagles and MP9s, would have changed the tune of this game, but Na'Vi have thrown it right back in their face. Looking to run away.
They could have something more explosive as well, right? Straight out the long doors, the change of pace from Alexi.
Been a very tempered T-side across this whole series for both teams. No quick plays, but this is a different call for Na'Vi.
This is a full eco for Spirit with the exception of one thing. Donk with a deagle.
But it's only one guy, Harry.
Will he be the guy? Set up over at short. Na'Vi dropping these smokes. They make their move now. The Pistols have softened up that first man in, but it's JL to open. Donk is the one with everything to play for, the one with the deagle. A chance to find something here as he swings out Cap, but Silence brought down low. Shiro boosted, ends up in the middle of the site. It's a bit of intrigue, sure, but it really had to be Donk if it was going to be anyone. First shot connects. Smoked off now. Don't give him the chance to fight. There is a gap on that smoke. He'll decide against it. Na'Vi, the only item they had to worry about, committed to this push out through the long doors as Donk comes for damage. Wonderful's in a good position to shut this one down. This was 6-2 in Spirit's favor. Ooh. Since that point, they have found but one round. That force buy in the second half. Other than that, it is a blanket of rounds from Na'Vi.
When you put it like that, it really does start to hit. And Spirit had but one chance, really, one option, and it's to win this 4-buy round. And even then, it's not going to be perfect. Shiro might not get his AWP on this CT side. As Na'Vi swell and balloon into this game, getting bigger, badder, better.
It's rare in a game to have it so plainly laid out like this, but this is the moment where Spirit, if they want to keep Dust 2 going, they're picking this series. If they want to end it here and lock in those grand finals, they need success in this round, because if not, if they fall short, Na'Vi are right there, Nuke waiting in the wings. Long control already taken. Alexi has been changing the pace up in these last few rounds.
Oh, if Spirit broke Na'Vi's map pick win streak of Mirage, it would only be right for Na'Vi to do it right back their way in this eternal clash. This featured a year of head-to-heads and a clear victor along the way. Spirit finally getting unearthed. Look at this contact into the B side. Zontix, ugly, messy spray converts it, but the player still makes it.
They don't know a second man made it out. The bomb is going back around to join him. Alexi's just faking on this side of the map, but he would love a kill. He would love to get away with even one, as Ema's been cleared. That bomb's out in no man's land. This is so awkward for Na'Vi. They have been picked apart on both sides of the map. For Bit and Wonderful. Oh no, hello, Donk. Gives a kill over. On a little jaunt out through middle, he's conceded a 5v2. Doesn't feel like the end of the world yet. But every misstep, every little error can lead to something. 30 seconds left here, and it feels like Na'Vi have written this round off. That one kill, not enough to entice them.
Oh, but they have money. I mean, it's going to have to be on the last second smoke hit. Does this shot connect? Wonderful waits. Round hangs in the balance, but he falls out. If he fired off there, you never know what could have transpired. Instead, it's Spirit locking in one more. Really good clear from Zontix and Chopper coming back to that B site and finding Ema in car before the bomb makes it out. They shut the door on that B hit before Na'Vi get in. Looks like they did know. Molly on the car. Very prepared. And the lurk plays a little bit too soon. Spirit is still here.
Important timeout for Na'Vi. I mean, they know that if they won that last round, that could have been the game right there. That would have been Spirit gone, down and out for the count. Left hinging on a third map. Instead, Dust 2 requires a final push. Blade weighing in. Going over the game plan. Making sure this one doesn't come down to timings, doesn't come down to chances. Na'Vi need results.
Alexi carries that burden of trying to execute on what was just discussed in the timeout. Wonderful scoped up for this early fight in middle, but nothing's given. Spirit will start to aggress. They haven't done this yet. They haven't come through with immediate CT aggression. This is all in response to that tag pause. They know that Na'Vi have ideas, have a play they want to make, and Spirit want to upset it. Hell of an opener from Donk. He throws himself in a maw. Shiro will be there to trade him. Na'Vi get this long control. They get what they were looking for, but they lose all these mid-fights, and with it, all the info over middle. For all they know, Spirit could be right behind them.
First aggressive CT round we've seen in nearly 20 rounds of play, and they're not going to stop at that. They want to go for the kill. They want to go for gold. Chop with another swing, sprays them down, and Team Spirit snuff Na'Vi out where they stand. Forget your game plan. Throw away your little strat book. Spirit are coming for the kill. Of course, it's Donk to make that happen as well. Such a tight line for Ema. It's a really hard shot getting swung there. And relentless rushing for Spirit puts them within a round of equalizing this map.
Oh, and this is just the worst way for it to go for Na'Vi, right? They had the chance to break Spirit. Now it's them broken. Spirit, the ones chomping at the bit to tie the game up. Spirit, the ones reflecting that and how they play, with some aggressive moves finally coming through from the defending half. So if you are Spirit, this round should just be a formality. Kick the pistols aside. Look to win it all in the next. For minute one of entering this tournament, Spirit's focus has been on getting back to that trophy, back to the grand final, and a chance to lift it again. There's one smoke for Alexi B to try and make this round at all interesting, but wherever they go, the odds are against them.
What can you do? Lurk smoke and B and just try and power through it with multiple players. That's kind of your best bet right now. Nothing to stop them, but this AWP, Zontix has a full belt. He could even break it. Zontix, his nades are crucial in this round. That molly sets them up perfectly. And as the smoke comes in, Spirit keep them honest. And nade goes a bit deep. Na'Vi are running out.
Missed shot for Shiro. They start to surround Zontix. He will fall. Dong now lending a helping hand, allows Zontix the open runway, and it's quickly farmed up, quickly cleaned up by Team Spirit. A tie game. Donk has his resurgence in this second half. It is worth its weight in gold to Team Spirit. Team's already on that trophy. They want to continue their epic. This is the last time that Blade is going to be able to speak to his team in this map. Could be the final map for Na'Vi. This is the last chance he has to offer up a solution. The remainder of this semi-final now, Blade is but a passenger, hoping that Na'Vi can keep this series alive.
For long. Spirit shut the door early. Crucial that Donk does not die on this B site either. So he blocks his position. Spirit don't look to make moves here. They instead rely on the foundation of 4 on the A side and Donk as the rock on B. Gotta be careful not to give Wonderful his pick here. Chopper goes for a jiggle. That's a little dangerous.
It's a golden opportunity, but Wonderful knows he won't be given another one of these.
Back to the drawing board here for Na'Vi out middle. The Spirit know that just as well. They're not going to sit behind this smoke forever.
I mean, in a lot of these rounds, when Bit is late lurking long, he's listening attentively to the
util, right? And using that to extract info as to where Spirit started on the map. With him still waiting around at the long doors, this feels like it's building to be the A split, and now they've dealt a rough hand to Zontix down in middle. They've gotten that opener they were looking for. Bits still biding his time outside of long, trying to pick the perfect moment to put the squeeze on this A site.
And it's all on Shiro because he's got to watch two positions at the same time.
They blow open the short smoke, they're coming in now. Magic's last line of defense! And he sends them packing. There's Bit finally arriving, but they've got to deal with Magic's inside of this A site. Wonderful Will. Trying to combine in this 2v2. It's Donk, it's Chopper, the ones to beat. Donk had that late game resurgence, but as he's getting a new legacy in Na'Vi. Bit as the difference maker has kept us two going. Here to face the brains and the brawn in that 1v2.
And the anchor of last year drags Spirit down under. Can he keep them there? Spirit frustrated, sending it top middle, dangerous. Dom gets the first. No way they're going to get out like that. Spirit, a middle finger, and they depart middle in an instant.
That is a ludicrous call for Spirit to make. That is a Hail Mary of a play. If they lose this round, they're broke. That means Na'Vi have basically won it. So to come through with something that ballsy, a push up into the top of mid.
I mean, both teams' money is completely on the line right now. Even more so for Na'Vi, getting out with a player surviving. And Spirit know that. It might be a map stolen away in the final seconds. Right before Na'Vi's eyes, despite the clutch, despite the comeback from 6-2 down. Spirit's late resurgence may just be here in time. Na'Vi have to do more with less. All they've got is middle. Info.
Yeah, making a great move here. Going to get there just in time to call that long is clear, that this is the B play. Nades available. Smoke broken open, but a missed shot from Shiro. Attention pulled away. Allows Donk, but he's getting Pinsent. Trapped in a corner. Trapped in a box. Donk is iced out. Na'Vi 4v5 break into that B site. And the game was resting on this round. Spirit concede. They can't attempt this. Na'Vi have got two chances to keep this semi-final going and break the Spirit streak on Dust 2.
It's not every day Doc looks mortal, but he was scared there. He didn't know which way to look. Both sides, Na'Vi trap him. And these kills worth their weight in gold. Can JL finish the job? That molly might do it. Chopper's alive. There's nothing here. Even the orb. Tentative Shiro hanging on by a thread. And Na'Vi have done it. They've dug the grave on Dust 2. Spirit with not a penny to rub together.
This is where Na'Vi have to do it. And it won't be some big bombastic finish, some decisive dastardly play. They want to win this one. As a team, they want to win it to tactics. They play low and slow to open up this round. They know the limitations that Spirit are working with.
Late long. No one here. Spirit once again try to test the middle with this cat setup. They're gonna pinch together. JL alone holds his own, gets that first, and 4 kills away from a third map in this semi-final. Na'Vi trying to outlast Spirit, kick up the pace towards long, kicking dust in their face. There's one player in the site. That's all Spirit can rely on.
Shiro is out on an island, but Spirit are grouping very, very fast here. They plan on scrapping, they plan on brawling, they want to fight for this site before that bomb is even planted. The boost's been spotted. That is a huge bit of info for Alexi. He knows there's 2 players in the elevator. Donk with 1, Donk with 2. Why stop there? Gonna need more from Donk. It comes down to this 1v1. The AWPers set to clash to decide the fate of Dust 2. Is it Wonderful or is it Shiro in this clash? Shiro keeps Spirit in it. And this one's going the full 24 rounds. That was the best chance that Na'Vi had to lay this game to rest. To move on to a 3rd map, a chance still to grace that grand final. Now it is an uphill battle. And the 1v1 to decide it all. The silent killer of Shiro. Smokes Wonderful in the head-to-head. And now it's Na'Vi who are broken.
Yeah, that could be a round they live to regret. It gives Spirit the sight of overtime. Two rifles. Per team. The most desperate time in this map, and maybe the most desperate measure. Alexi B looking to walk out mid. Pack play. Shiro here sprays away, and that's a multi-kill. Bomb loose. That might be the beginning of bonus play. Donk does damage. He's going back for more. Spirit don't know when to quit. They swing for the fences. They swing for the win, and they massacre Na'Vi in middle. There is no hope here. There is only overtime on the horizon.
Bomb away from JL. No world he can build back into this. Spirit have it. Right here, right for the taking. All that's left to do is cross that line and take us to overtime, and Magix will send us there.
That round that Na'Vi live to regret. They've got to forget about it. But they were but a kill from a 3rd map in this semi-final. In a map they know they can win. And now we enter into Spirit's domain, overtime on their best map. A 9-win streak on Dust 2 for Team Spirit. It will not get easier. And with overtime comes a bit of freedom. The chance to take risks and get away with it. And Spirit are full of that. Think about these aggressive rounds we've seen every now and then where Donk runs up middle. This could be the perfect time for it. Na'Vi get that mid-control.
Feel like the pace has left this game.
It to be.
Na'Vi trying to take it slow, but it's Spirit to bring the fight to them. Flashbang tees up Chopper. Zontix now eyes on middle, and no chance at the trade. Shiro even siphoning players from the ranks of Na'Vi as they try to make this crossing. Emo won't survive the night. It's Wonderful 1v5. Boxed in and now finished off. Spirit picked their moment to get involved, and they choose it carefully. The perfect timing for that push into the upper tunnels.
Yeah, it felt too telegraphed, right? No cat control for Na'Vi. They hadn't really pushed Spirit back from that position. Magix had the new box. They knew the mid to B was coming, and to be fair, when Na'Vi have hit these mid to Bs, they've done them really well. So Spirit know they need to make the first play, the first incision, Chopper pushing up a B, and confirming what Spirit suspect. success in the first round of overtime. Blade and Hallie back on the mic, 30 seconds to get it all out.
Certainly have lost their edge. The round's slowing down. Not taking the same amount of space. Blades tried to change that in the timeout. The boys barrel out the long side. JL with the spam will open. Never even saw Chopper to knock him out of the round, but there's still Magics here. Made it into the pit. And Na'Vi ready for this. Util deployed, but Magix is quick to reposition out on an island still. Left fighting all on his lonesome. It's a quick trade for Ema. Shiro now, this is a really forward position. He wanted to play in tandem with Magix. He's not left with many options, trying to get aggressive. Shiro's hung out to dry. Donk and Zontix, 2v4. And Donk is a long way away. Donning the second AWP as well as he makes his move up through CT. Donk on an AWP in this retake. Not something you see every day, but can Donk hit hard? Deal with the devil to get this AWP in the first place, but Donk is run down a bit. Finishes the job. Na'Vi do good on that timeout.
Shiro's been off this AWP for both rounds of overtime. Previous one, they didn't have any AWP. Now it's Donk running it on a solo B. Getting a little uncomfortable for Spirit. Magix is completely hung out to dry. There's no supporting flash. There's no AWP to cover his corner. Spirit trying to reinvent the wheel. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Wonderful at the long spawn. He's going to try this with the AWP. We haven't really seen the AWPs go here. Sails on past. Still, this is more like it for Na'Vi. It's more proactive. They're more involved. They're no longer playing at the mercy of Team Spirit. They're the ones trying to take the initiative on this T side.
Haven't seen many opening attempts from Wonderful really in this map, right? He's occasional mid shots, but he's 0-1 on opening duels. Never really cracked Na'Vi a 5v4. It's been JL, it's been Ima, and Bit. The rifling trio of Na'Vi getting them in these rounds. Magix off angle in the pit. We saw how much Util Na'Vi dedicated last time around. They just go swinging in. A Bit hits a flick to find that 5v4. A requirement to win this round as Na'Vi trap this site. Spirit takes space elsewhere. Flick back for Shiro connects. Now they know the object of Na'Vi's desires.
Smoke broken open by this nade, but no Na'Vi players spotted behind it. They played the timing on this. They wait for all these nades to come out. They know what they're up against, and now they re-smoke the cross. More nades from Spirit. At bare minimum, it's bought them time here. Time for this backstab. Time for Donk to play his hand. Wonderful not looking backwards. Wonderful's not looking. Donk's been delivered a free kill. Now he starts to close the distance. In the back line, it's all about Donk. Quick jiggle, but not sending it too far. Donk keeps the pressure on. Na'Vi answer back as best they can, but constantly looking over their shoulder. Demonic from Donk, trying to give Spirit that edge. And Spirit's Prince of Darkness with a huge round, a defining round in this series. Tees up Team Spirit. 2 rounds at the tail end of that first half of overtime. They are the ones with the advantage. They're the ones in pole position in spite of this round starting off well for Na'Vi. Spirit have faith in Donk and what he brings to the table.
Such a risky early cross for Donk. You know, the whole time Wonderful's considering that flank. He's looking back, he's throwing Util for his team, but Donk just finds the perfect timing, and Na'Vi can never get comfortable. They can never cross into the site. The bomb doesn't make it in. Wonderful making moves, but he's mollied, he's flashed, he's out of there. Spirit never knew. That's the most aggressive move we've seen from a Na'Vi CT side all map. And it comes up with nothing. Spirit's initial success in regulation came on these mid to B hits. They put that fear in Na'Vi early. late long into the AWP that can make all the difference right now.
He has to hit this. No excuse for Wonderful. It's a dry fight. Contact play out alongside. These are the fights you dream of as an AWPer. There is no one here to flash this. Wonderful open sight lines, but it won't connect. There's the opener from Magix. And now the floodgates are open. Spirit charged down the long side. Shiro covers. Don't dare to make up for it. And slowly but surely, Na'Vi are trickling in, but they're trickling into a lost sight, a lost battle. JL left to run away. Bit has been stellar throughout this tournament for Na'Vi. 20 kills deep on Dust 2. And once more, they're asking for Bit to bail them out. Shiro, backstab coming in just to try and add insult to injury, knock these guns out. Na'Vi's so preoccupied with chasing him down, they can't go for this retake. And so Spirit now, they're the ones with chances to close out this game. They are on the edge of these grand finals. And all that's left to do is cross that finish line. And Na'Vi hoping for another overtime.
And that is just a crushing way for that round to crumble down. You feel like Wonderful is perfectly set to hit, but on the stage, struggling in the most important round yet, as Magix hits the most incredible entry kill out long doors. He's really stepped up on the stage, has Magix. We saw it yesterday. We saw it in Shanghai. And deep into the semi-finals, Spirit may just be a cut above Na'Vi. A team I'm never ready to count out of a comeback, of staying in a game like this. But it is just one mistake, one big moment from Donk, one whiff shot, and Spirit are back-to-back grand finals here at Katowice. It feels like destiny. Donk's destiny here in the Spodek. 29 kills deep. Na'Vi on their last legs. They were mere moments from Nuke. But it may just be what ifs. What could have been. A rivalry Na'Vi drew into question in the group stage, beating Donk at his best. But here where it matters more, here where there's no room for error, no lower brackets, no second chances. Spirit have stood up to the test. Slow and steady yet, Wonderful smokes the long side. Spirit make it up cat for free.
Wonderful missed this shot in the prior round. And that's what led to the A side falling apart.
What has Donk got?
It's a sold out Spodek. Trying to give Na'Vi the belief for that final push to try and drag this one into another overtime.
They've got to go through this.
Great timing on the util. Hit that point now where it just comes down to the individuals for Na'Vi. 15 seconds, Donk plays his hand, runs at the front of the pack for Spirit. Magix now plays his hand out the long side. Stab found! Magix putting that pressure on, but the time is up! Emma has stolen it away! There is no way for Spirit to win this! Left out by the clock! As Na'Vi stay in it, gifted a miracle! One more chance! You cannot account for a round like that. That is a gift to Na'Vi. It was one more round. That's all they need.
It felt like it was falling into place, but Spirit are going to have to go all the way. Fake it long, into this late hit. Wonderful, can he find the right position in time? Spirits sit in the silence. As Na'Vi channel this crowd for a final round. Oh, miss smoke. It's not ideal.
Being betrayed by the clock in the round prior, Spirit expect them to be a bit more explosive in the ending here.
Na'Vi are panicking a little bit. They're running all the way towards this triple B. Spirit are throwing corridor smokes in middle, so it's uncertain where this one's ending, but they have the room to make this A-hit happen. It once again rests on the shoulders of Wonderful. Can he lift Na'Vi up, or will he be their undoing?
That nade on the smoke, oh my god, Chopper is making the wildest
play. What a call.
He's gone all the way in a CT. Oh, not again. Wonderful. Drive-by from Magix, as once more Magix bests him in that head-to-head. He's had Wonderful's number every step of the way in these A plays, and now they're not ready for the deep spawn setup. Zontix behind enemy lines, and it might all be over. Na'Vi desperately trying to cling on to this series. But these are the dying breaths. It's all down to the captain, and Spirit have his number. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. When all is said and done, it is only the Spirits left standing. Another grand final for Team Spirit, and a chance for back-to-back trophies in the Spodek.
This head-to-head will live rent-free in Na'Vi's head. They try to exercise their demons one more time on the stage, but today they are possessed. It's Donk, it's Magix, it's big game plays for Team Spirit to take them all the way in the Spodek.
I'm with Zontix right now. Zontix, that was some second map. In your words, talk me through it.
Yeah, game against Natus Vincere online, it's always interesting and almost always close games. It was very tough.
I think just a word about this. Obviously, you're playing here. The audience has been very one-sided. How has that made you and the rest of the Spirit team feel? How has it affected you?
To be honest, it works both sides, because when you cheer for Na'Vi, for example, they have a pressure, and when they start losing rounds, it's more pressure on them and easier for us. So to be honest, it doesn't really matter. It works both sides.
They beat you in the group stages. How much did you want to get even to prove that you do have a besting of them?
To be honest, we choked in group stage because we lost anti-force and we lost like 11-7, I think. And I thought like we are not playing our best game, but we still should have won. And I thought, and my teammates as well thought that, you know, if we will play with our game, we will win them. But you know, we have to be focused on what problems we have. We have to be focused really on our game, because when we are not inside the game, when we're thinking about something outside, it's always terrible against teams like Na'Vi, Vitality, FaZe, against the best teams. You're getting stomped if you're not concentrated enough.
Just one final question. A word for Vitality tomorrow. Grand final, you want to go back-to-back. What do you want to say to them?
Vitality is a great team. Obviously, amazing performance from them. Amazing individual players, like individual skill. And it's going to be an interesting match. They're great team, great players.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations. We'll see you through for second grand final. Thank you very much. Team Spirit!
The booing didn't faze them, no pun intended, last year, and it will not this year either. At least it was, look at these games. I love that measured answer from Zontix. It does go both ways, and we know how to play with it. We saw Donk also playing with the camera a little bit, being like, I can't hear you. I don't care. And we have to say sovereign, right? Because Na'Vi did fight back again on Dust 2. There were counter punches, but every time Spirit shut the door.
Yeah, you got to give it to Na'Vi for obviously giving us a game, and you got to give it to Spirit for withstanding the pressure. I agree with you, Shox. It goes both ways. I agree with Sontex as well. It's not like it's a new thing for Spirit either. They tried it before. They've been tested in this arena before. And overall, I think this second map on Dust 2, that was worthy of a grand final. That was worthy of a game between Na'Vi and Spirit. I'm happy we got to see it, and I also do think we saw the better team win. So overall, there's no really arguing. Na'Vi weren't on par today. They weren't as good as in the group stage. In Spirit, they stepped it up a notch.
Oh yeah, absolutely they did. And I mean, it kind of comes to show you like those slim margins, especially when you play each other so much down the stretch, like different timings on flanks towards long. You got to say, if you came in today saying, you know, like thinking that, you know, as so much it's presented and how easy it is to fall into the trap of saying it's the Donk show. Today we had Zontex in the first map. Second map we had Shiro next to Donk for most of it, but really the highest impact came from Magix down the stretch. You want to talk about overtime? Dry peeking wonderful at the long corner, instant headshot kill, opens things up. 2 rounds later, dry swing off catwalk, instant headshot, boom. There we go. Rounds over. That's overtime, and that's Magix who's delivering those rounds for you. Donk can get some great kills after that, but Magix made everything possible.
I think that's a great call. A couple of nightmares also for Wonderful there as well. And I think what's also interesting to see is that we talked a lot about kind of Blade Alexi, but Hallie and Chopper, and at the right time, going for the aggressive CT move, something the other side did not do. And I think that is something that they will repent, because almost every time they got what they wanted.
Well, let's talk about that in the deeper context, because Hugo pointed it out right when that round was coming in, was that they've been priming the B splits. Yep. They've been hitting them with B splits early in regulation, wrecking them, and even a 3-man stack at the B bomb site for Navi's defense and anticipation. And it was a perfectly called round to just fake it up, switch it up, get into CT spawn, and open everything up for you. That's a beautifully crafted strategic round that wins them the map. And the series.
And the series
and the
at the end of the day. We can talk about the fact that it's back-to-back for them in just a second. But of course, commiserations to Na'Vi. They cannot make it to the grand final, and they're standing by with a word courtesy of Trace.
Difficult tones here as we say goodbye to Na'Vi. I'm standing with JL. Let's get from your own words what just happened in this matchup.
They were better.
You come into this arena, you play against a Spirit, you have the crowd on your side. Tell me about some of the momentum you felt coming into this game.
Yeah, the crowd was amazing, actually cheering all the way through. They even cheered for Spirit round wins, which I appreciated. Yeah, other than that, they played much better. Even though it looked like a close game, it felt like we were making a lot more mistakes than they did. And yeah, some rounds we just couldn't read them, couldn't understand where they're going. And if we read them right, they still managed to somehow go through the defenses.
It's a rough watch and a rough way to go out, nonetheless. JL, I imagine this is a hard time for you, bud. Is there anything you want to perhaps tell the fans out in the audience, people at home? There are a lot of Na'Vi fans, and I don't think that this is an end of Navi's road by any stretch.
Oh no, it's not the end of the road for sure. It's just a hurdle, but the fans at the crowd were super amazing. There were so many Na'Vi fans, so many people cheering, a lot of DHL tags, those posters. It was beautiful to see. And yeah, other than that, thank you all for cheering. It was an amazing tournament. Even though we only got to play one game in the playoffs, yeah, it was worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I want to come back here to the Spodek, I'm sure, calling out the crowd that were full Na'Vi favored, but he said it there as well. Sometimes we didn't know what they were doing, and when we did, they still had our number. So what do you do then?
Not much. You probably end up losing in that kind of a situation. Look, I gotta say, like, as much as he says we made some mistakes and they were the better team, I think if you look at the other side, Spirit made a decent amount of mistakes too. And it happens because you have two of the best teams in the world. You're gonna force each other to make mistakes. And again, those mind games of knowing what they're gonna do and then it's something completely different and then realizing that you're wrong. There's those small adaptations. And Spirit just came out on top. And I think really, it's a pretty even game up until overtime where I feel like Magix just makes the difference with those two openings.
I'm glad you brought that up, because doing decent ain't gonna cut it. Alexi B knows that, Chopper knows that. So as you're saying, right, you aspire to be at your best level. You aspire to hit all the right timings. You aspire to elevate yourself to a level that is gonna be good enough to take down one of the best teams in the sense of Na'Vi. So of course you're gonna see mistakes from both sides. And of course you're gonna see both teams, be at a level where you're able to punish this as well. I think the quality of Counter-Strike we got on Dust 2 was at a very high level. And at the end of the day, someone had to win
win. And I know the community right now, I know exactly what they're doing. They're all blaming Wonderful for picking up, a couple of bad up rounds. But let's be completely honest, he also did have moments in that game that kept Na'Vi alive. And overall, when you have an overtime game that goes toe-to-toe, that goes all the way to the wire, you can never blame it on one player. Sure, he could have done more in overtime, but he could have done more as well in regular time, and so could everyone else.
Yes, we'll have a little time to preview the final of tomorrow, but first there's a little thing called the DHL MVP. Very important. Raise the DHL MVP. You can put your Twitch channel points towards who you think might deserve it at the end of tomorrow. First up, our candidate, Donk.
It is crazy. It is crazy he's putting up a 1.53 rating. We had it coming into the tournament as well, Jason. His average rating against Na'Vi in 24 was 138. Now he's upping it a little bit in a semifinal, in this environment, in this stadium. He only gets better.
Yeah, he's a beast. It's going to be hard to argue against him, but Zontix is obviously the right-hand man who picks it up when he's feeling a little bit slow, is fantastic on defense in the opening match. He's got so many skills, and we could hear from the interview, and we heard it last year when he was here for the first time. He doesn't care about the crowd. He doesn't care about the stage. He doesn't care about the pressure. It's all the same to him, and he performed here today for Spirit.
And then, of course, you close it out with a bit of Shiro. That trial of doom factor almost, right? We spoke about the Donk show. We spoke about him at this very tournament. Had been the spearhead, had been the one shining light. The rest of the players have been a little bit atypically low on the scoreboard. Shiro stepped it up yesterday, Shiro stepped it up today, and that's going to be dangerous for Vitality facing them tomorrow. Now we have 3 players firing on all cylinders, including Donk. That's hard to shut down.
Yeah, and it's, I think, a great segue into us talking just a little bit about that grand final tomorrow. When we start with Spirit being able to possibly go back to back, the likes of Fnatic 2015, 2016, Na'Vi 2010, 2011. It's hard. It's one of the hardest things to do in any big tournament, but they seem like the team that is primed to do it in this era. Or what can Vitality do?
Well, I'll tell you what they can do. They have a ZywOo, and you can bring a ZywOo out to party. If I'm Vitality right now, I'm taking ZywOo out to a nice dinner, having a nice little chit-chat with him. I'm telling him to get ready for tomorrow. He's got to be the big dog in the server. Get your boy hyped up. Tell him he needs to sit down, watch some POVs of Donk so he knows how the attack is going to look like, and tell him that you need ZywOo to be top-tier ZywOo for tomorrow. That's first thing. Apex as well, I think, is going to be another big thing, because remember, we saw how much it meant to him last year when he lifted the Cologne trophy. This is another one of those valuable pieces of hardware that every IGL needs to have in their resume if they want to be considered one of the greats. And Apex is going to come into this hungry as hell, prepared as hell. And I know Apex is going to have the boys fired up.
I'll take your Apex, I'll take your ZywOo as well, and I'll race it with a bit of Ropz as well. He was brought into this lineup with one purpose, and that was to elevate Vitality the deeper they got into the playoff. Last year, the story surrounding Vitality was they would get into the quarterfinals, they would get into the semifinals, then ZywOo wouldn't perhaps show up. No one else could help him out. ZywOo has a right-hand man, or supposedly, in Ropz right now. He needs to step it up tomorrow, because I agree with you. If Vitality wants to beat Team Spirit as it is right now, Vitality have to play the best brand of Counter-Strike, where Spirit could probably get away with playing at 80, 85, and 90%.
Yeah, and I think ZywOo has to come in with attitude. I think this is kind of like...
I've been asking that for many years.
I know, but this is the last time I'll ask for it, I swear to God.
Okay.
Because after last year, I think if you're ZywOo, and every single year of your career, you've gotten first or second place in the HF. I know it doesn't mean the biggest thing in the world in the moment, but it certainly does at the end of the year. But for the first time ever in his career, he was not even considered in the conversation. He kind of came into it late, and that was more of like everyone being kind of nice, like, yeah, ZywOo, come on, come and join. He was never going to win that.
Yep.
And I think if that doesn't light a fire, if you're ZywOo, if being on the stage to lift this trophy, which you've really struggled just to make the playoffs in an event like Katowice, if that's not going to get him back, then I'll be done asking. This will be the last time. But if Spirit or if Vitality want to win tomorrow, ZywOo's got to be God tier.
I think that's a wonderful final note. I love it. Just a direct send for ZywOo.
Bring it to me, baby. Come on, ZywOo.
Or he's never asking it of you again. And we weren't actually done yet because I just got the cue. We aren't ready to throw out. But
nice.
I thought that would have been good.
It would have been a really good send-off.
Yeah, but it's
Jacob's
not.
got one prepared.
Yeah, man, Donk. You know, I think we speak about Spirit being able to win back-to-back. I think the fact that Donk is the main candidate to be the MVP 2 years in a row. I mean, we speak about it all the time, and it gets a bit boring. You sound like a broken record whenever you bring up Donk, but being able to win the MVP at Katowice 2 years in a row at the age of 18, 17 last year, at the age of 18 this year, it's remarkable, right? His impact today, I would even say that he didn't have the best game. He's putting up a 1.53 rating. You know, numbers that players out there would fight their entire life to just be able to produce once in their career inside this arena. He does it for breakfast every single day.
I mean, the numbers are funny because you're right. Players would die for that kind of an ability on that level of consistency. But also, he's already won this trophy. And we already have Apex who was just over here fighting for it for 11 years, over a decade, and he doesn't have one yet. Donk might get 2. So, I mean, if that doesn't feel like some kind of injustice that fires you up when you go to bed tonight, there's nothing that will.
Let's hope so. I mean, last year, right, it was Kerrigan saying, don't let him win. If anything, he was looking out at it, and he had to see it play out. You have to stop it yourself.
Gotta try.
And remember, everybody, it's a best-of-5 final tomorrow. Spirit versus Team Vitality. It's going to be an absolutely incredible end to what has been a great 2 weeks here at IEM Katowice. Spodek, thank you so much for a wonderful day today, and let's do it all again tomorrow, shall we?
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, shove it, I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches
got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Katowice while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.